وتكبر معاه الإنجازات ويقود المؤسسات المالية.
Can we request everyone to take their seats, please? بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, Deputy Prime Minister of Kingdom of Bahrain, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. A very good morning to all of you joining us here in the beautiful Kingdom of Bahrain, and a very good day to all of you joining us virtually through Zoom and other social media platforms. On behalf of Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions and Islamic Development Bank, we welcome you to the 17th Annual Islamic Banking and Finance Conference under the theme of Economic Resilience and Governance in the Disruptive Times. It is being organized under the auspices of Central Bank of Bahrain. To start the proceedings of the day, let us start with the verses of the Holy Quran. And for that, I invite Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Hamza to recite a few verses, inshallah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو عالم الغيب والشهادة هو الرحمن الرحيم. هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون. هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم.
Jazakumullah khair, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Hamza. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the conference is Economic Resilience and Governance in Disruptive Times. We are glad to have more than 35 international speakers, more than 3 governors of central banks and regulatory bodies, vice governors, and more than 500 people registered for this international conference. We welcome you all on behalf of the organization, to this very prestigious conference. Now, to formally welcome you all, I have the pleasure of inviting His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI Board of Trustees, to deliver his keynote address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه وموالاه. معالي الشيخ خالد بن عبد الله آل خليفة نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء، معالي الشيخ خالد بن علي آل خليفة نائب رئيس المجلس الشؤون الإسلامية رئيس محكمة التمييز، سعادة الأستاذ رشيد محمد المعراج محافظ مصرف البحرين المركزي، سعادة الدكتور فراس ملحم محافظ ورئيس سلطة النقد الفلسطينية، سعادة الدكتور بيرجيو أرجو محافظ بنك أندونيسيا، سعادة الأستاذ علي عبد الظاهر محافظ البنك المركزي الصومالي، سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور سامي السويلم القائم بأعمال المدير العام لمجموعة البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، سعادة الدكتور وسيم منصوري نائب المحافظ الأول مصرف لبنان المركزي، أصحاب السعادة والضيوف الكرام، يشرفني ويسعدني. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أستقبلكم في مؤتمر أيوفي للتنمية للعمل المصرفي الإسلامي الذي ينعقد هذا العام في نسخته 17، وأتشرف بأن أنقل إليكم أطيب تمنيات سيدي صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك مملكة البحرين، وسيدي صاحب السمو الشيخ سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد الأمين ونائب القائد الأعلى لقوة دفاع البحرين ورئيس مجلس الوزراء. كما أتوجه بالشكر لكل الضيوف والمتحدثين المشاركين، وأخص منهم بالذكر من شرفنا بالحضور من خارج مملكة البحرين. أصحاب المعالي منذ أن أبصرت صناعة المالية النور قبل نحو صناعة المالية الإسلامية قبل نحو 50 عاما، واصلت تطورها بمعدلات ملحوظة، واستطاعت التغلب على جملة من التحديات. ولقد رأينا وعايشنا كيف أثبتت هذه الصناعة مرونتها وقدرتها على التعافي والاستمرار وتخطي آثار الأزمة المالية لعام 2008 وجائحة كوفيد-19، وكيف حققت في الوقت نفسه نمواً وانتشاراً استثنائياً. وإذا نظرنا إلى موجودات وإلى مؤشرات الحجم والنمو، حيث بلغت موجودات الصناعة المالية الإسلامية الدولية في عام 2020 3.3 تريليون دولار أمريكي، ويتوقع أن يستمر معدل النمو ب8% إلى عام 2025 لتبلغ ما يقارب 5 تريليون دولار. والإيضاح أمامكم هنا. أما من حيث الانتشار والتركز، فإن الصناعة المالية الإسلامية أصبح لها وجود واضح في حوالي 75 دولة على مستوى العالم. وبالنظر إلى أن الكتلة السكانية الأكبر في العالم، أن المسلمون هم الكتلة السكانية الأكبر في العالم، وبحدود عام 2030 يتوقع أن يصل عدد المسلمين إلى 2.2 بليون، ويتركز أغلبهم في منطقتنا ومنطقة غرب آسيا. وهذا بين لكم في الجدول الثاني. إضافة إلى ذلك، فإن الشريحة الأكبر من سكان العالم المسلمين هي من فئة الشباب، حيث يبلغ متوسط أعمارهم 23 عاماً. وإلى جانب هذه المؤشرات الإيجابية، فإن عدد السكان المسلمين والنسبة الغالبة للفئات العمرية الشابة سيضمن تحقيق نمو مستدام في الاستهلاك والإنتاج والاستثمار، وبالتأكيد سينعكس ذلك إيجابياً على المالية الإسلامية ومقومات ازدهارها واستدامتها. ولذلك فإنني على يقين بأن مستقبل المالية الإسلامية واعد، وأنها ستواصل نموها وتوسعها. ولكن يكمن التحدي في عدة أمور أظهرها ما يلي. الأول، إلى أي مدى تعزز المالية الإسلامية أسس تشارك المخاطر وريادة الأعمال والتمويلات القائمة على الموجودات. والثاني، إلى أي مدى تسهم المالية الإسلامية في تحقيق التوزيع العادل للدخل والثروة للوصول إلى العدالة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. والثالث هو إلى أي مدى تلبي المالية الإسلامية متطلبات الشمول المالي الذي يسهم في خلق فرص عمل وتعزيز الحركة الاقتصادية والتجارية، ومن ثم الحد من الفقر وزيادة الثروة. ورابعاً، إلى أي مدى نجحت المالية الإسلامية في تقديم نموذج يحتذى به للقيام الأساسية مثل العدالة والشفافية والمساءلة على الصعيدين المؤسسي والفردي. ولأجل مواجهة هذه التحديات وغيرها، فإن تحقيق الإمكانيات الكامنة للمالية الإسلامية يجب أن نحرص على ضمن أمور أخرى على ما يلي. الأول، تطبيق المالية الإسلامية في سياق مقاصد الشريعة، بحيث يتم التركيز بالإضافة إلى هدف الربحية على تحقيق أهداف استراتيجية أخرى وبدرجة معقولة. والثاني، إقامة التوازن الصحيح بين التمويل بالدين والتمويل المشاركة، بحيث ينصب التركيز بدرجة أكبر على جدوى وربحية المشروع وعدم الاكتفاء بالضمان وحده. والثالث هو الاستثمار الواسع في التقنية ورأس المال البشري لزيادة القدرة الإنتاجية للاقتصاد، مما يؤدي بدوره إلى زيادة الثروة والانتعاش الاقتصادي. والرابع هو توجيه التمويل إلى قطاعات اقتصادية متنوعة، وخاصة قطاع الزراعة، لإنشاء سلاسل الإمداد الغذائي وتحقيق الأمن الغذائي. وهنا فإن هذا الجانب له أهمية خاصة، لأنه وفقا للتقرير العالمي بشأن أزمة الغذاء الصادر سنة 2022، فإن 7 من أصل 10 دول تعاني من أزمة الغذاء وانعدام الأمن الغذائي هي دول ذات أغلبية مسلمة، ويبين ذلك في الجدول المرافق. وأخيرا، لتحقيق الإمكانيات الكاملة للمالية الإسلامية يجب أن نسعى للوصول إلى مستوى أعلى من توحيد الممارسات الجيدة، أو ما يعرف بأفضل الممارسات، وهذا أمر مهم وحاسم لتعزيز الثقة أصحاب المصالح في المالية الإسلامية. أصحاب المعالي الحضور الكرام، في ختام كلمتي هذا أود أن أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لمصرف البحرين المركزي ولجميع الشركاء والرعاة والجهات الإعلامية والحضور الكريم لدورهم البارز في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. كما أتوجه بالشكر والتقدير لجميع المؤسسات الأعضاء لدعم هالمعهود، وكذلك إلى جميع شركائنا والجهات الداعمة الأخرى لجهودهم الدؤوبة في تطوير الصناعة المالية. وأود هنا قبل أن أنتهي أن أتقدم بعظيم الشكر والامتنان إلى معالي الشيخ خالد بن عبد الله نائب رئيس الوزراء لتفضله وتشريفنا في هذا اليوم، وأرجو لكم مناقشات ثرية وبناءة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI Board of Trustees, for delivering his welcome address. Swiftly moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the pleasure of inviting the conference patron, the Governor of Central Bank of Bahrain, His Excellency Governor Rashid Al Miraj, to deliver his welcome address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي الشيخ خالد بن عبد الله الخليفة نائب رئيس مجلس الوزراء الموقر، معالي الشيخ خالد بن علي الخليفة نائب الرئيس الأعلى لمجلس القضاء الأعلى، معالي الشيخ إبراهيم خليفة الخليفة رئيس مجلس أمناء الأيوفي، الزملاء من محافظي البنوك المركزية والهيئات الرقابية، أصحاب الفضيلة، السيدات والسادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم في هذا المؤتمر، وأن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لكل من ساهم بتنظيمه، هيئة الأيوفي والبنك الإسلامي للتنمية والجهات الأخرى الداعمة وجميع المشاركين في حلقات النقاش. يناقش هذا المؤتمر العديد من المواضيع الهامة ذات العلاقة المباشرة بتطور الصيرفة الإسلامية في ظل أوضاع تشهد تحولات في منهجيات الأعمال بسبب التطورات التكنولوجية. وفي هذه الوقفة السريعة أود أن أشير إلى بعض المحاور الهامة والتي آمل من إثارتها من جديد توجيه الاهتمام بها من ضمن العديد من المواضيع التي سيتم تناولها خلال المؤتمر. أولاً، تأكيد مرة أخرى على الأخذ بمقاصد الشريعة السمحاء كمنهج عمل للمؤسسات العاملة ضمن صناعة الصيرفة الإسلامية، والتأكيد هنا على النقطة بسبب التركيز حتى الآن في أعمال البنوك الإسلامية على توفير منتجات تقليدية تم إعادة تأهيلها لتتوافق مع متطلبات المعاملات الشرعية، دون العناية الكافية بمتطلبات المقاصد الحقيقية للأهداف المرجوة من أحكام المقاصد الشرعية، وهي الاهتمام بخلق قيمة حقيقية اقتصادية واجتماعية لدور المعاملات المالية في المجتمع بمعناها الواسع، ويأتي من ضمنها متطلبات الحوكمة والنزافة والشفافية. أن الاهتمام الذي يبديه العالم الآن عن ظاهرة تغير المناخ والحفاظ على البيئة له وليس بأمر قريب عن تعاليم الإسلام، فالعقيدة الإسلامية السمحاء في جوهرها هي لحماية الإنسان والبيئة وتنظيم الحياة في المجتمع بما يحقق التوازن بين المتطلبات المعيشية والروحية. ومن هذا المنطلق نتوقع من المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية أخذ دور قيادي ومميز في تطبيق أفضل الممارسات والمعايير في مجال حماية البيئة ومكافحة تغير المناخ والاقتصاد الأخضر ومتطلبات الأمن الغذائي، وتوجيه التمويلات والاستثمار لتوفير الحلول المناسبة. وفي هذا الصدد أود أن أشير إلى جهود مصرف البحرين المركزي، حيث تم مؤخراً إصدار إرشادات أولية لزيادة وعي القطاع المالي بتأثير تغير المناخ ومخاطره المالية، والعمل جاري على إصدار مزيد من الإرشادات والتوجيهات في الأيام القادمة، وخصوصاً فيما يتعلق بالإفصاح العام في هذا المجال. كما أصبح مصرف البحرين المركزي عضواً في شبكة تخضير النظام المالي، وهي الهيئة العالمية للمنظمين الذين يعملون على إجراءات السياسة التنظيمية المتعلقة بتغير المناخ. ونأمل أن يكون للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية كما أشرت دورا بارزا وقياديا في هذه الجهود، وخاصة على المستوى الدولي. ثانيا، فتحت التكنولوجيا المالية العديد من الوسائل الجديدة للقطاع المالي والتي يمكن للتمويل الإسلامي الاستفادة منها، فهناك نماذج أعمال جديدة ناشئة توفر فرصة للبنوك الإسلامية للتنافس مع أقرانها التقليدية على نفس المستوى بغض النظر عن الفرق في الأحجام. وهناك حاجة إلى أن تتخذ مؤسسات التمويل الإسلامي خطوة استراتيجية مهمة في مواجهة التقدم التكنولوجي الحالي وتولي دورا قياديا قبل فوات الأوان. وعليه آمل أن يلقي المؤتمر الضوء على كيف يمكن لمؤسسات التمويل الإسلامي بناء القدرة على إحداث تغيير في أسلوب ومنهجية عملها بسبب التطورات التكنولوجية الحديثة مع الاحتفاظ بهويتها الفريدة. ثالثاً، الاستمرار في تطوير الكوادر البشرية المناسبة في قيادة العمل المصرفي المتوافق مع الشريعة الإسلامية، حفاظاً على ديمومة الصناعة وقدرتها على المنافسة مع التحولات الكبيرة التي يشهدها قطاع المال بشكل عام. وهذا لا يقتصر على العاملين في الصناعة مباشرة، بل يتعداها إلى المختصين في المجالس الشرعية والرقابة والتدقيق الشرعي. رابعاً، ومن الجوانب الأخرى التي تحتاج إلى مناقشة، وهو إطار الحوكمة المناسب للنوافذ الإسلامية. لا تتمتع النوافذ فقط بميزة القوة المالية وشبكة فروع الشركة الأم التقليدية، بل يتم تنظيمها بشكل طفيف في معظم الدول مقارنة بالبنوك الإسلامية. ونظراً لزيادة استخدام النوافذ الإسلامية، فإن مبادرة المؤتمر لمناقشة قضايا الحوكمة حول هذه النوافذ تأتي في الوقت المناسب من أجل ضمان تكافؤ الفرص مع البنوك الإسلامية. ونتطلع إلى توصياتكم حول كيفية إنشاء نموذج حوكمة أكثر قوة للنوافذ لضمان الحوكمة الشرعية المناسبة. في الختام، أصحاب المعالي السيدات والسادة، أود أن أشكركم على المشاركة في المؤتمر، وأتمنى لكم مؤتمراً مثمراً، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for delivering the welcome remark. Excellencies, distinguished guests, moving on to our next segment, we've got our special speech, and with our special guest, we have His Excellency Dr. Firas Milham, Governor, Palestine Monetary Authority, who will deliver his keynote speech. Over to you, Shah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس مجلس وزراء، معالي رئيس مجلس القضاء الأعلى، معالي الشيخ إبراهيم الخليفي رئيس مجلس الأمناء، رئيس هيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية، معالي الصديق العزيز الأخ رشيد المعراج محافظ مصرف البحرين المركزي، المعالي الأخ وسيم منصوري نائب الأول مصرف لبنان المركزي، الأستاذ عمر أنصاري الأمين العام هيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية، الدكتور سامي سويلم المدير العام بالإنابة لمعهد البنك الإسلامي للتنمية وكبير الاقتصاديين في مجموعات البنك الإسلامي للتنمية، السادة المحافظين والحضور الكريم، الأخوات والأخوة الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أشارككم اليوم حفل افتتاح مؤتمر أيوفي والبنك الإسلامي للتنمية السابع عشر للعمل المصرفي والمالي الإسلامي بعنوان تعافي الاقتصاد والحوكمة في أوقات الأزمات، متمنين لكم ولمؤسستكم الكريمة المزيد من التقدم والازدهار بما يساهم في تطوير ونمو صناعة الصيرفة الإسلامية. كما أنه لمن دواعي سروري أن نحتفل هذا اليوم بتوقيع مذكرة التفاهم بين سلطة النقد الفلسطينية وهيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية، والتي تأتي متممة لدورنا في تنمية وصناعة الصرافة الإسلامية في فلسطين وفقا لأفضل الممارسات والمعايير الدولية ذات العلاقة، وبما ينسجم مع رؤيتنا في تنظيم العلاقة مع الجهات التي نعتبرها شريكة أو شريكا أساسيا واستراتيجيا في الصناعة المصرفية الإسلامية. لقد اعتمدت سلطة النقد المعايير الشرعية ومعايير المحاسبة والحوكمة الصادرة عن هيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية كمرجع لعمل المصارف الإسلامية في فلسطين. لذلك تكمن أهمية مذكرة التفاهم باعتبارها ستشكل إطاراً لإنشاء آلية التعاون المشترك من خلال الاستفادة من تبادل المعلومات والخبرات وبناء القدرات وتأهيل العاملين في الصرافة الإسلامية وتعزيز الوعي والفهم لمعايير هيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة للمؤسسات المالية الإسلامية، إضافة إلى المساعدة في تطبيق هذه المعايير. الحضور الكريم، تواجه الاقتصاديات العالمية العديد من التحديات والمخاطر المتسارعة في ظل المتغيرات المتلاحقة التي رافقت الأزمة الصحية العالمية والحروب الإقليمية والتغيرات العالمية والتغيرات المناخية، والنمو المتسارع أيضا للتكنولوجيا المالية الذي يستتبع تغيرا في أشكال العمل المالي ودخول الشركات التقنية العالمية ذات المراكز المالية الضخمة في منافسات المؤسسات المالية محليا في تقديم الخدمات المالية، مما يعني عدم اقتصار تقديم الخدمات المالية على المؤسسات الوطنية، بل ستأخذ البعد الدولي العالمي مستقبلا. وهذا يشكل فرصة وتحديا في الوقت نفسه للجهات الرقابية الوطنية، بحيث لا بد لنا من مواكبة واستيعاب هذه التقنيات والتعامل مع الآثار المترتبة عليها. على الرغم من أن صناعة المالية الإسلامية أثبتت مرونة في التعامل مع عديد من التحديات والأزمات نتيجة لبعدها القيمي والأخلاقي وقيامها على مبادئ تراعي العدالة الاجتماعية والتوازن في مصالح الأطراف، إلا أنها لا زالت بحاجة للعب دور أكثر فعالية وتأثيرا بتقديم منتجات جديدة وابتكار أيضا تقنيات حديثة أكثر ارتباطا بأهداف ومبادئ الاقتصاد الإسلامي ومصادر الشريعة الإسلامية. على هذا المنبر قلت في الزيارة السابقة أن الصرافة الإسلامية في فلسطين كما هو الحال في باقي العالم تنمو بأضعاف الصرافة التقليدية، وهذا شيء يعني يسعدنا جميعا، إلا أننا إذا لم نواكب التطورات العالمية هذا يعني سوف تتأخر الصناعة الصرافية. إذا أخذنا على سبيل المثال التقنيات المستخدمة في الصرافة الإسلامية قد تكون على مستوى الريتيل مقبولة جيدة، لكن في هناك تحديات بخصوص منتجات أخرى من ناحية إلكترونية، مثل على سبيل المثال تقديم الخدمات التمويل بشكل إلكتروني. هذا يشكل تحدي أمامنا جميعا. الإخوة الكرام، الأخوات، إن تتالي الأزمات المالية والتحديات على المستوى العالمي تطلب منا على المستوى العربي والإسلامي التحرك بجهد حاسم ومنسق وتضافر الجهود لقلب التحديات إلى فرص، ونقاط ضعفنا إلى عوامل قوة، وتشجيع شبابنا وشاباتنا على الابتكار لتسخير التقنيات المالية الحديثة لخدمة أولوياتنا وأهدافنا الوطنية. وأرى أن هذا الجهد المبارك بين البنك الإسلامي للتنمية وهيئة المحاسبة والمراجعة خطوة مهمة لتحقيق المنشود والمأمول منا جميعا. وفي النهاية أود أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر إلى هيئة المحاسبة والبنك الإسلامي على هذه الدعوة، وإلى مملكة البحرين ملكا وحكومة وشعبا والبنك المركزي البحريني على حسن الضيافة والاستقبال، وشكرا لكم جميعا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Firas Milham, Governor of Palestine Monetary Authority. Our next keynote speech will be delivered by His Excellency Governor Peri Warjio, Governor of Bank Indonesia, who unfortunately was not able to join us physically here, but will be delivering his keynote address through the Zoom platform, virtually inshallah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah wa la quwata illa billah. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawala. His Excellency Syekh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al-Khalifa, Chairman of the AAOIFI Board of Trustees, His Excellency Rashid Muhammad Al-Maraj, Governor of Central Bank of Bahrain, His Excellency Dr. Feras Milham, Governor, Chairman, and Palestine of Monetary Authority, distinguished prominent speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure for me to give a special remark in this reputable economic resilience and governance in disruptive times conference. On behalf of Bank Indonesia, let me express our gratitude to Central Bank of Bahrain, the Islamic Development Bank, as well as the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, which has successfully organized this conference. My apology, I'm not be able to be there, but that will not reduce my sincere thanks as well as my pleasure to be among these prominent speakers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, following the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing global economic uncertainty. We are facing how to ensure the global economic slowdown is not continue, but as well as we are also need to ensure energy and food security as well as other aspects. Under the Indonesia G20 presidency that we just concluded weeks ago, President Joko Widodo, our President of Republic of Indonesia, voiced as well as deliver the Bali G20 leaders declaration, calling and committing for the global G20 cooperation in averting mitigating the global economic slowdown. But beyond that, of course, we need to work together how to address the energy and food security around the world, including in the Muslim countries, that we have to ensure that our people also have enough food and energy to continue economic recovery. We also calling for cooperation in addressing the health issue following the COVID-19 pandemic. And we also have a leaders declaration under G20 for also preparing for the future, which is the green economy also as well as digital transformation. In this regard, of course, we as Indonesians from the G20 leaders declaration taking the gratitude of this conference of the need for Islamic financial industry to take active role in promoting national economic resilience and governance. We must act together to develop Islamic economic and finance through various opportunities available in the global market. Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to share our thoughts on how to develop Islamic economic and finance to enhance resilience and governance. First, the strong political commitment, particularly to develop the framework on Islamic economic and finance through blueprint, roadmap, and that is agreed together nationally. In Indonesia, we have National Sharia Economic and Finance Committee, which has developed a 5-year Sharia Economic Master Plan as an effort together to strengthen monetary stability, financial system, as well as the economic and social welfare of the people in general. Our Islamic Financial Development Program are formulated and implemented based on the Sharia Master Plan and disseminated through Indonesia Sharia Economic Festival, which is conducted annually. 3 main program of the Indonesia Economic Sharia Festival, including Indonesia International Modest Fashion Festival, as a world reference modest fashion, halal certification acceleration movement, as well as strengthening the global halal hub ecosystem, which also synergizing, accelerating the development of the global oriented local halal product. Second, the need for mobilization of social finance, zakah, infak, sodako, and wakaf as a new source of economic growth to be combined with the commercial Islamic finance. Indonesia is one of the largest country that issuing the largest sukuk for our economic development, as well as we also issuing the largest green sukuk for the green economy for our economic welfare, including but also we are also developing social finance, which is cash wakaf link sukuk, which is also jointly under collaboration of Bank Indonesia, Indonesia Wakaf Agency, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Minister of Finance, whereby people can purchase, can invest in this cash link sukuk together with commercial finance to develop the economic development as well as some aspect of social program. We believe that under this strong Jamaah together, institution wide range of segment of age, we can provide a wider benefit by maximizing sukuk and wakaf instrument. Third, digitalization. The development of Islamic financial instrument cannot be separated from the role of digitalization, including also how to harness digitalization for promoting Sharia economic and finance, including also the medium, small, micro enterprises for promoting the welfare of our people. Indonesia is one of the fastest growing digitalization in our economic and finance. We already developed our national blueprint that already being implemented since 2019, that promoting digitalization in various areas. We have a standardization of our digitalization, including the use of one QR quick response Indonesian standard, developing a fast payment, developing also our industry together where digitalization can promote the economic and finance, including in the Islamic finance. We are also going developing digitalization through mobilization of zakah, infak, sodako, through from the smallest unit, from the mosque, Islamic boarding school, zakah, ML institution, and other social activities whereby digitalization can provide instrument that is fast, cheap, easy to use, and reliable. We do believe digitalization can provide a very fast-growing instrument for promoting economic resilience and governance in this conference. There are, of course, still many challenges that we need to face in sustaining the Islamic financial industry on the to keep accelerating going forward. We need to work together hand in hand to overcome many challenges as a together effort to benefit from our people. With that, please allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all the committees, event organizers, and parties for this, as well as from the AAOIFI, Islamic Development Bank, as well as Bahrain Monetary Authority, for inviting me to give this special remark. May Allah bestow us the strength and passion to preserve and fulfilling our duty for a better future. With that, I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Perry Wajio, Governor, Bank Indonesia, for joining us virtually and sharing some keynote remarks on very thought-provoking ideas. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of inviting now our partners for this conference, Islamic Development Bank, to deliver the keynote address. And for that, we have Dr. Sami Swelem, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Bank Institute, and the Chief Economist of Islamic Development Bank Group. I welcome you, Dr. Sami, to deliver your keynote remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. الحقيقة أنا عديت الكلمة باللغة الإنجليزية ولهذا أستأذنكم في إلقائها باللغة الإنجليزية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Since the theme of this conference concerns economic resilience, I would like to put forward 3 key questions in this regard. What is resilience? Why is it important? And how to achieve resilience? Resilience is described as the ability of the community to foresee, adapt to, and leverage changing conditions to its advantage. This implies the ability of the economy to respond swiftly and constructively to various kinds of shocks. Shocks might be negative or positive. The COVID-19 pandemic is an example of a negative shock, and a resilient economy can bounce back from the pandemic crisis and resume the pace of progress prevailing before the pandemic. On the other hand, the economy might experience a positive shock, like a surge in demand for some goods like oil, for example. A resilient economy can transform this short-term windfall into a long-lasting gain. The inability of the economy to react constructively to shocks, positive or negative, is a sign of a lack of resilience. So why is resilience important? Resilience is vital for sustainable development. Without resilience, the economy cannot continue to progress in the face of unpredictable forces of disruption and disturbance. Resilience is also essential to overcome poverty traps. A negative shock may cause many members of the society to be locked into poverty and unable to escape it. Resilience is necessary for the economy to overcome such a trap. Another important trap is the middle income trap. Many countries were able to overcome the poverty trap and improve the income of their citizens, but they tend to face difficulties moving on to the high income level. The economy must be sufficiently resilient to surpass the barriers and constraints that lock it into the middle income trap. Now, if resilience is so important, how to make it integral to our economies? Surprisingly, the principles of Islamic finance provide a consistent framework most suitable for this objective. Specifically, from an Islamic finance perspective, resilience can be achieved in 3 dimensions. The first dimension is the non-profit domain. This includes, as we all know, zakat, awqaf, and all forms of Islamic social finance. The non-profit domain is essential for building trust and solidarity among members of society. Trust, in turn, is vital for the ability of the community to surpass a myriad of obstacles and challenges. The non-profit sector represents the safety net for the vulnerable to withstand adverse shocks and swiftly rebound back to normal performance. Studies show that the rise in income inequality moves in lockstep with the increase in borrowing by the government and households. Income inequality is a major force behind the middle income trap. Redistribution of income via the non-profit sector is required to build a resilient economy capable of overcoming these threats. Brothers and sisters, the second dimension for achieving resilience is risk sharing. To appreciate the value of risk sharing, we need to understand how interest-based lending is inconsistent with resilience. Interest-based lending is a zero-tolerance system. Lenders insist on making profits in all circumstances, regardless of the economic situations the borrowers are facing. If the borrower is facing difficulties, the lender will refinance or reschedule the due debt to a future date, but with additional returns. There is no event, except for bankruptcy, where the lender agrees to share the risk with the borrower. The system has zero tolerance for risk. As is well known from engineering, a zero tolerance system is generally less stable and vulnerable than a system, and more vulnerable than a system that tolerates a specific range of risk. Extensive studies by economists at the IMF and elsewhere show that economic downturns associated with financial crises tend to cost the economy about 3 times the cost of downturns not associated with such crises. Moreover, it takes the economy twice as long to return to the same level of output as before the downturn. Not only that, but the economy becomes prone to losing its long-term potential, growing at rates substantially below its capacity prior to the downturn. The global financial crisis, in particular, had a severe impact on the potential output of advanced economies. The GDP of the US and the Eurozone after the financial crisis was about 13% below its long-term potential before the global crisis. This shows that excessive debt levels make the economy less resilient to shocks, as it cannot swiftly rebound to its pace before the crisis. Debt buildup might lock the economy into a debt trap that will be difficult to escape. The debt trap is a significant factor behind the middle income trap. Risk sharing, therefore, would support the economy to advance to the high income level. Attempting to avoid risk at all costs is riskier than tolerating a limited range of risks. The proper risk strategy, therefore, is not to try to avoid risk altogether, but rather to face it head on to be able to control it and manage it productively. This requires that we learn how to manage risk. To learn managing risk, we must be exposed to risk. Exposure to risk provides the incentives to develop tools and techniques for resilience. And this takes us to the third dimension, which is technology. Learning requires information, and information requires technology. In the digital age, technology is a vital source of information and therefore for learning. To achieve risk sharing, we need information sharing. Sharing information, in turn, requires building decentralized networks with reliable and verifiable data flows. Distributed ledger technologies, the Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence provide an environment for collecting and sharing critical information necessary to preempt potential risk and overcome their consequences after they materialize. Distinguished guests, let me conclude by highlighting the fact that we witness on a daily basis. Our world is becoming increasingly more complex and less predictable. In such an environment, we need to develop an intelligent strategy for dealing with extreme uncertainty and unquantifiable risks. The strategy is built on the concept of resilience. To be resilient, our economies should be able to withstand shocks and bounce back and forward to maintain a sustainable path of progress. The principles of Islamic finance are integral to such a strategy. Thank you for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sami Swelem, Acting Director General of Islamic Development Bank Institute and Chief Economist at Islamic Development Bank Group. Now we have the last keynote speech of the session, and it will be delivered by His Excellency Dr. Wasim Mansouri, First Vice Governor of Bank du Liban, Central Bank of Lebanon. Over to you. Welcome to.
Your Excellency Sheikh Khalid bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, Deputy Prime Minister, Kingdom of Bahrain. Your Excellency Sheikh Khalid bin Ali Abdullah Al Khalifa, former Justice Minister, Kingdom of Bahrain. Your Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, former Minister for Oil and Gas. Your Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI. Your Excellency Sayyid Mohammed Rashid Mohammed Al-Ma'raj, Governor of Central Bank of Bahrain. Your Excellency Dr. Firas Milham, Mr. Perry Waridjo, Dr. Ali Muhammad Dahir, and Dr. Sami Swelem. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Today, I am very grateful to make part in this conference, and allow me first to express my appreciation to the cooperation we have with AAOIFI at the level of the accounting board and the working groups. The Central Bank of Lebanon had the willingness to become a full member in AAOIFI-IFSB, but unfortunately our laws did not allow this until now, and we are working to overcome this obstacle soon. However, today we are very glad to sign a memorandum of understanding with AAOIFI. We at the Central Bank of Lebanon had to face many crises through our history, which made us unfortunately in continuous close encounter with the concept of economic resilience. Despite a series of emergencies in the country, we learned how to become economically resilient and rise again after each crisis. And allow me, Dr. Muhammad, to say another definition of resilience, which is a complementary, of course. Economic resilience can be defined as the ability of a system to continue operating after a shock while efficiently using the remaining resources. Simply put, economic resilience is to be ready to face the consequences of a crisis by preparing the needed tools to avoid them. The cost of avoiding is much cheaper than the cost of overcoming the results of such crisis. We know by experience that disruption can extend for a long period of time, and in Lebanon maybe we can make a book about this, especially in the absence of dynamic economic resilience and solutions. The international community in many events like G20, IMF meetings, and others stresses that the sequence of recent crises is putting us all under unprecedented situation of stubborn inflation, economic recession, and increase in poverty. We should all find the best economic resilience framework to protect our economies and nations, and maybe this will let me and bring me to talk about the opportunities provided by the Islamic finance. In all previous crises, the conventional finance framework built on layers of financial assets rather than real assets was always hit and badly affected. Bubbles always burst when put under stress, which is the case when systems are built on real assets, when the system is not based on real assets. Real economy always wins the battle of sustainability against volatile financial models. As such, Islamic finance provides a more sustainable and stable perspective to any economic system. Based on this, we are all invited to think about some guiding steps. Invest more. Maybe we need to invest more in research and innovation to develop financial products that reflects the uniqueness of Islamic finance, away from mirroring conventional finance models and products in Sharia-compliant manners. Highlight the governance standards that show the power of transparency provided by Sharia. Develop and enhance the framework of issuing standards to match the speed of change and its challenges. We therefore need to capitalize on existing Islamic finance framework as a source of economic resilience and disruption avoidance. Islamic finance contracts, tools, products, standards, and Sharia regulations should lead to a real growth in a real economic context. Especially, we need a framework for economic resilience and governance based on the following main components. Sharia standards that cover aspects of disruption, that can guide resilience actions and plans. Sound accounting standards that increases the trust in the institutions that adopt those standards. Financial and economic indicators that can be trusted as a clearly warning system for disruption. And governance standards to reflect transparency and trust. The key success factor for such framework is to increase the speed of response to match the changes as fast as possible. This calls for more strategic cooperation between AAOIFI, IFSP, and regulators. This cooperation can provide answers for economic resilience and governance in time of disruption. An integrated and properly directed Islamic finance industry is the potential solution to support our economies. I hope we all stand behind this effort to give the world an example of how Islamic finance industry can guide us all for a better economic models. And at the end, allow me again to thank the Kingdom of Bahrain, King, government, people, and the Central Bank of Bahrain and AAOIFI for their kind host. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for delivering the welcome note. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our first half of the opening session of the day. We would like to thank all of you joining us, in particular His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, Deputy Prime Minister of Kingdom of Bahrain, for joining us besides his busy schedule. And as such, we announce the departure of His Highness and announce the opening of exhibition. Excellencies, we will take a very quick 5 minutes break and request all the dignitaries and the governors of the central banks to join us back for the mementos distribution and signing of memorandum of understandings. May I remind everyone, we are not going for a coffee break. The coffee break will follow at 10:45. We will be shortly commencing our next part of the session.
As ISDB, we ensure no one is left behind. We are one, facing unprecedented human challenges, one voice of many in this decade of action. Together, we can achieve our shared sustainable development goals and a prosperous future for generations to come.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ من هالتاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات. تعدى نجاح بيت التمويل حدود الكويت، وبدت خطة التوسع والانتشار بدول مختلفة في الوطن العربي وآسيا وأوروبا، وتحول من أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت إلى واحد من أكبر البنوك الإسلامية بالعالم. ولأن بيتك عاصر جميع الأجيال، ولأن بيتك يسعى للتطور في كل مجال، يقدم بيت التمويل اليوم نقلة نوعية في الخدمات المصرفية الرقمية والتحول السريع لدخول عصر جديد مع مواصلة الالتزام بالعمل وفق الشريعة الإسلامية. كان ولا زال بيت التمويل الكويتي على قمة المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية بالعالم.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعاً، حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك، حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معاً نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنى. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معاً نصنع الغد.
DDCAP Group operates in the global wholesale financial markets, providing intermediary services globally to financial institutions that adhere to Islamic and other responsible codes of financial practice. Ethos AFP was innovated to support the interbank and capital markets trade requirements of Sharia-compliant financial institutions. DDCAP recently announced Ethos Terminal, the latest evolution of Ethos AFP, a multiple award-winning automated trade and post-trade services platform. Ethos Terminal brings additional integration functionality to DDCAP clients via an open market environment. This enables users full discretion in choosing trade counterparts and has been developed in response to user demand and Sharia preferences.
Can we request everyone to take their seats, please? We will have a coffee break after this session. Can I request someone to please close the door? Abu Umar. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you back to start our next part of the opening session, and that is about mementos distribution and signing of Memorandum of Understandings. In addition to that, we have a certificate distribution for AAOIFI Fellows. To start the proceedings, may I request His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, Chairman of AAOIFI Board of Trustees, to join me please on the stage. The first memento will be presented to His Excellency Governor Rashid Mohammed Al Miraj, Governor Central Bank of Bahrain, who has extended a lot of support to AAOIFI ever since its beginning. And we welcome His Excellency Governor Rashid Mohammed Al Miraj to the stage. The next memento is being presented to His Excellency Dr. Firas Melhem, Governor and Chairman of Palestine Monetary Authority. The next memento will be presented to His Excellency Engineer Ali Abdullah Dahir, Governor of Central Bank of Somaliland. The next token of appreciation will be presented to His Excellency Dr. Wasim Mansouri, the first Vice Governor of Bank du Liban, Central Bank of Lebanon. We are thankful to the support that comes from Islamic Development Bank for a number of AAOIFI initiatives, in particular this very important conference. And to receive a memento of appreciation, we request Dr. Sami Swelem to please join us on the stage. If I see Dr. Sami. Can I request Brother Khalid Al-Jawahir to join us on the stage to receive a memento of appreciation? Dr. Sami is here as well. Do you want to join him? Okay. Can we request Dr. Sami to join us on the stage for a quick picture? Thank you very much for the support that comes from Islamic Development Bank for a number of AAOIFI initiatives, in particular this very important conference. I'm sure all of you would agree that this conference would not be possible without the support of the partners that we have for this conference. And we are thankful to all of them equally, inshallah. And the first memento will be presented to Kuwait Finance House for being a major sponsor or partner for this conference. And I request Mr. Abdul Hakim Al Khayat, Managing Director and CEO of KFH Bahrain, to receive the memento of appreciation. Our second major partner for this conference is Jamhuriya Bank from Libya. And to receive the token of appreciation, we request Mr. Salim Al-Torgajani, Deputy General Manager, Jamhuriya Bank, to please join us on the stage. Okay. Our third major partner is SNB from Saudi Arabia. We request our member of Board of Trustees, Sheikh Hamza Bawazir, Executive Vice President, Head of Sharia Division, to receive a memento of appreciation. Bahrain Islamic Bank has been one of the most important supporter of this very important conference. And we request Mr. Yasir Al-Sharifi, CEO of the bank, to please join us to receive a memento of appreciation. We at AAOIFI are thankful to Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank for being a keen supporter of AAOIFI initiatives, including this very important conference. And to represent the CEO of the bank, we have Sheikh Usaid Kelani, member of AAOIFI Sharia Board, to receive a memento of appreciation on behalf of Adib. Al Barakah Banking Group has been a long-standing partner of AAOIFI, and we are glad to have them on board again for this conference this year. To receive a memento of appreciation, we have Mr. Fawad Janahi, Acting Head of Administration and Operations, Al Barakah Banking Group. We are also thankful to Khaliji Commercial Bank for being a gold partner for this important conference, as well as our other Sharia conference. And we request Mr. Satam Al-Ghuthaybi, CEO of the bank, to join us, please, to receive a memento of appreciation. DDCAP, a member of AAOIFI, has been a supporter of AAOIFI and its initiatives. And to receive a memento of appreciation, we have Mr. Hussein Khaja, Regional Director, DDCAP, with us here. This time we have a new addition to our supporter in the form of an advisory organization. We are pleased to have PwC on board as a gold partner for this conference, and we are pleased to have Mr. John Moley, a partner at the firm, the Regional Sales Manager of Essentio, formerly known as Path Solutions, Mr. Muhammad Amir Al-Dirini, to join us, please, on the stage to receive a memento of appreciation. Thank you very much to all our supporters and sponsors for being a very keen partner of this important conference, and I'm sure you will all agree that without their support, this conference would not be possible. So a round of applause to all of the partners and sponsors of this conference, please. Thank you very much. The next part of the program that we have is AAOIFI's Fellowship Certificate Distribution. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we could not have this earlier, and we are pleased to have some of our AAOIFI fellows who have joined us and who have actually traveled far and wide to be with us, inshallah. And I will request, first of all, our honorary fellows, none of them need any introduction, but I'm pleased to invite one by one to please join us on the stage. I'm pleased to invite Dr. Bello Danbata, Secretary General of Islamic Financial Services Board and Honorary Fellow of AAOIFI, SIPA. The next person equally doesn't need any introduction. We are pleased to have him with us today, Mr. Nur Rahman Abed, Member of Board of Trustees at AAOIFI and Board of Directors at KFH. We are also pleased to have Mr. Irshad Mahmood, Partner Audit and Assurance, Deloitte & Touche, Middle East, to please join us on the stage to receive AAOIFI Fellowship Certificate. The next certificate of AAOIFI Fellowship will be presented to Mr. Musa Shehada, Chairman of Jordan Islamic Bank. Can I request Mr. Musa Shehada to please join us on the stage? Mr. Musa Shehada. We also have fast-track fellowship programs at AAOIFI, and we are pleased to have the two who join us today with us. Can I request Mr. Hondamir, a representative of Islamic Development Bank and a member of Accounting Board at AAOIFI, to please join us? Okay. Can I request Mr. Haroon Tabriz, faculty member, program coordinator at Institute of Banking Administration? Okay, it's fine. You need a table? Okay. Would like to thank Your Excellency, Governor Rashid Mohammad Al-Miraj, and I would request Sheikh Ibrahim to please join us on the stage, remain on the stage. Okay. The chair. No, just call him. Okay. Copy. Book. Okay. We would now begin the MOU signing ceremony. We are glad to have a partnership being signed today with 4 regulatory bodies from around the world. And the first of that is an MOU to be signed with Palestine Monetary Authority, who is also a member of AAOIFI. I request Dr. Firas Milham to please join us on the stage. Sheikh. The next MOU will be signed between AAOIFI and Central Bank of Somaliland. Can I request His Excellency Engineer Ali Abdullahi Dahir, Governor of Central Bank of Somaliland, to please join us. Membership. We are also pleased to have Central Bank of Somaliland join us as a regulatory member of AAOIFI, and we are signing the agreement here in your presence. The next MOU will be signed between AAOIFI and Central Bank of Oman, and we are pleased to have the Executive Vice President for Supervision and Regulation, Mr. Rashid Al-Ghassani. Can I also request the delegation to join us on the stage, please? I don't hear you. Yes, but we have the report. Somebody needs to see that. Thank you very much. The next MOU will be signed between AAOIFI and Bank du Liban, the Central Bank of Lebanon, and I request His Excellency Dr. Wasim Mansouri, First Vice Governor, to please join us on the stage. Thank you very much. This wraps up our MOU signing ceremony. We do have 2 books launch which are presented. However, before that, I would like to announce that AAOIFI Sharia standards have been translated into multiple languages, including Arabic, English, French, Russian, Turkish, Urdu, and we are pleased to announce that it is now being translated into Bahasa, into Bengali language as well, and we are putting in efforts to have them make them available into other languages, including Bahasa Indonesia. So we do announce that we've got a soft launch that is happening today, later on, for into Bengali language for our AAOIFI Sharia standards. We also have 2 books launch, 2 reports launch. The first of which is the report which is launched by Refinitiv Islamic Finance Development Indicator Report, and this is being launched today. We have a full session on it tomorrow, but we have the honor of presenting it to Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al-Khalifa by Dr. Muhammad Al-Bashir, a representative from ICD, Islamic Development Bank. We also have the launch of the Global Islamic Finance Report 2022, one of the most important report that is being published from the United Kingdom since the year 2010. There will be a full session on it later today, inshallah. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up our first session or opening session of the day. Inshallah, we'll break for coffee now to start our next session, and which will be, I'm sure you'll agree, will be a very interesting one. We thank you all who have joined us this morning, and do hope that you'll stay with us for the rest of the session, inshallah. We would start back at 10 past 11 sharp, please. May I request everyone to be back in the room 10 past 11. Thank you. No, 1 to 1, yes. Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah.
adhere to Islamic and other responsible codes of financial practice. Ethos AFP was innovated to support the interbank capital markets trade requirements of Sharia-compliant financial institutions. DDCAP recently announced Ethos Terminal, the latest evolution of Ethos AFP, a multiple award-winning automated trade and post-trade services platform. Ethos Terminal brings additional integration functionality to DDCAP clients via an open market environment. This enables users full discretion in choosing trade counterparts and has been developed in response to user demand and Sharia preferences. AFP, working with partners to deliver cost-effective, fully integrated automated solutions to provide our clients with a dynamic platform for their treasury and capital markets activity that also aligns with their Sharia, sustainability and corporate responsibility requirements. DDCAP aspires to connect the global Islamic financial market responsibly, and the development of Ethos AFP and its functionality is integrated within DDCAP's corporate policy formation, including our Sustainable and Responsible Actions Programme, including validation processes and procedures via Islamic Sharia supervised.
تفضل هنا. تعال تفضل. قلنا عشان يطلع الشعار.
As ISDB, we ensure no one is left behind. We are one, facing unprecedented human challenges, one voice of many in this decade of action. Together, we can achieve our shared sustainable development goals and a prosperous future for generations to come.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر، ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات، ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي يقدمها للأفراد أو الشركات. تعدى نجاح بيت التمويل حدود الكويت، وبدأت خطة التوسع والانتشار بدول مختلفة في الوطن العربي وآسيا وأوروبا، وتحول من أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت إلى واحد من أكبر البنوك الإسلامية بالعالم. ولأن بيتك عاصر جميع الأجيال، ولأن بيتك يسعى للتطور في كل مجال، يقدم بيت التمويل اليوم نقلة نوعية في الخدمات المصرفية الرقمية والتحول السريع لدخول عصر جديد مع مواصلة الالتزام بالعمل وفق الشريعة الإسلامية. كان ولا زال بيت التمويل الكويتي على قمة المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية بالعالم.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا. حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك. حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنا. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
operates in the global wholesale financial markets, providing intermediary services globally to financial institutions that adhere to Islamic and other responsible codes of financial practice. EFOS AFP was innovated to support the interbank and capital markets trade requirements of Sharia-compliant financial institutions. DDCAP recently announced EFOS Terminal, the latest evolution of EFOS AFP, a multiple award-winning automated trade and post-trade services platform. EFOS Terminal brings additional integration functionality to DDCAP clients via an open market environment. This enables users full discretion in choosing trade counterparts and has been developed in response to user demand and Sharia preferences. DDCAP continues to invest in EFOS AFP, working with partners to deliver cost-effective and fully integrated automated solutions to provide our clients with a dynamic platform for their treasury and capital markets activity that also aligns with their Sharia, sustainability and corporate responsibility requirements. DDCAP aspires to connect the global Islamic financial market responsibly, and the development of Ethos AFP and its functionality is integrated within DDCAP's corporate policy formation, including our Sustainable and Responsible Actions Programme and the review and validation processes and procedures of our esteemed Sharia Supervisory Board.
All the mic or just now I talk only one? No, this one just now I talk. No, all the mic. So how to create the effect out? Check. This is the master. Check one test. Testing. Check.
As ISDB, we ensure no one is left behind. We are one, facing unprecedented human challenges, one voice of many in this decade of action. Together, we can achieve our shared sustainable development goals and a prosperous future for generations to come.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات. تعدى نجاح بيت التمويل حدود الكويت وبدأت خطة التوسع والانتشار بدول مختلفة في الوطن العربي وآسيا وأوروبا، وتحول من أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت إلى واحد من أكبر البنوك الإسلامية بالعالم. ولأن بيتك عاصر جميع الأجيال، ولأن بيتك يسعى للتطور في كل مجال، يقدم بيت التمويل اليوم نقلة نوعية في الخدمات المصرفية الرقمية والتحول السريع لدخول عصر جديد مع مواصلة الالتزام بالعمل وفق الشريعة الإسلامية. كان ولا زال بيت التمويل الكويتي على قمة المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية بالعالم.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا، حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك، حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنا. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
providing intermediary services globally to financial institutions that adhere to Islamic and other responsible codes of financial practice. EFOS AFP was innovated to support the interbank and capital markets trade requirements of Sharia-compliant financial institutions. DDCAP recently announced EFOS Terminal, the latest evolution of EFOS AFP, a multiple award-winning automated trade and post-trade services platform. EFOS Terminal brings additional integration functionality to DDCAP clients via an open market environment. This enables users full discretion in choosing trade counterparts and has been developed in response to user demand and Sharia preferences. DDCAP continues to invest in EFOS AFP, working with partners to deliver cost-effective, fully integrated automated solutions to provide our clients with a dynamic platform for their treasury and capital markets activity that also aligns with their Sharia, sustainability, and corporate responsibility requirements. DDCAP aspires to connect the global Islamic financial market responsibly, and the development of Ethos AFP and its functionality is integrated within DDCAP's corporate policy formation, including our Sustainable and Responsible Actions Programme and the review and validation processes and procedures of our esteemed Sharia Supervisory Board.
As ISDB, we ensure no one is left behind. We are one, facing unprecedented human challenges, one voice of many in this decade of action. Together, we can achieve our shared sustainable development goals and a prosperous future for generations to come.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات. تعدى نجاح بيت التمويل حدود الكويت وبدأت خطة التوسع والانتشار بدول مختلفة في الوطن العربي وآسيا وأوروبا، تحول من أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت إلى واحد من أكبر البنوك الإسلامية بالعالم. ولأن بيتك عاصر جميع الأجيال، ولأن بيتك يسعى للتطور في كل مجال، يقدم بيت التمويل اليوم نقلة نوعية في الخدمات المصرفية الرقمية والتحول السريع لدخول عصر جديد مع مواصلة الالتزام بالعمل وفق الشريعة الإسلامية. كان ولا زال بيت التمويل الكويتي على قمة المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية بالعالم.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا، حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك، حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنا. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
هان بس ما تروحش لورا كثير. عشان بدي اثبت. لا ارجع لورا شوي. بس التايتل. حياك يعني دقيقة كثير. ارجع لورا شوي. المايك اعطيني المايك.
As ISDB, we ensure no one is left behind. We are
Mike,
one,
Mike.
facing unprecedented human challenges, one voice of many in this decade of action. Together, we can achieve our shared sustainable development goals and a prosperous future for generations to come.
قصة النجاح اللي صارت ويعيشها بيت التمويل الكويتي اليوم بدت من سنة 77 لما تقرر تأسيس أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت، وبدأ منها التاريخ خطواته الثابتة لأهدافه الأكبر ويكسب ثقة مساهمينه وعملائه أكثر وأكثر، وبدأ يكبر وتكبر معاه الإنجازات ويقود المؤسسات المالية في ابتكار وتنوع الخدمات سواء اللي قدمها للأفراد أو الشركات. تعدى نجاح بيت التمويل حدود الكويت وبدت خطة التوسع والانتشار بدول مختلفة في الوطن العربي وآسيا وأوروبا، وتحول من أول بنك إسلامي بالكويت إلى واحد من أكبر البنوك الإسلامية بالعالم. ولأن بيتك عاصر جميع الأجيال، ولأن بيتك يسعى للتطور في كل مجال، يقدم بيت التمويل اليوم نقلة نوعية في الخدمات المصرفية الرقمية والتحول السريع لدخول عصر جديد مع مواصلة الالتزام بالعمل وفق الشريعة الإسلامية. كان ولا زال بيت التمويل الكويتي على قمة المؤسسات المالية الإسلامية بالعالم.
حين تجد أفكارك بعدها المثالي تصبح واقعا، حين ترافق خطواتك أرض صلبة تحقق حلمك، حين تدعم شجاعتك فرصة تأخذك أبعد مما تتخيل. معا نتقدم ونجعل للغد معنا. البنك الأهلي السعودي، معا نصنع الغد.
المايك
لازم تحط له هيك شيء رم.
علي حيا فيك وين ما بدك. خليك هون. تفضل هيك لورا شوي.
تعافي الاقتصاد والحوكمة في أوقات الأزمات الذي يعقد من قبل البنك الإسلامي للتنمية بالإضافة لهيئة المحاسبات والمراجعة للبنوك الإسلامية الأيوبي. كان لقاء هام جدا على هامش هذا المؤتمر وقامت اتفاقية ما بيننا وبين هيئة المحاسبات والمراجعة للبنوك الإسلامية حتى نعزز من الصيرفة الإسلامية في فلسطين. لا شك أننا نعتز بالصيرفة الإسلامية في فلسطين تنمو بثلاثة أضعاف نمو البنوك التقليدية وتقدم منتجات خلاقة، لكن مهم جدا أن نتواجد في تلك المختبرات من أجل أن نواكب أفضل الممارسات في الصيرفة الإسلامية وأن ننقل الخبرات إلى فلسطين، خاصة فيما يتعلق باستخدام التكنولوجيا المالية. لا شك أننا في فلسطين وضعنا شوطا في هذا الموضوع، لكن الطريق ما زال طويلا علينا. لا شك أن الصيرفة الإسلامية بحاجة إلى تعزيز، خاصة فيما يتعلق بإيجاد منتجات جديدة، فيما يتعلق بالتمويل على وجه التحديد، واستخدام أيضا التقنيات الحديثة في عمليات التمويل. لهذا جاءت هذه الزيارة، وأيضا جاء هذا المؤتمر وتوقيع اتفاقية التفاهم ما بيننا وبين
operates in the global wholesale financial
هيئة
markets,
المحاسبة
providing intermediary
والمراجعة
services globally to financial institutions
في
that adhere to Islamic
في
and other
دولة
responsible
البحرين.
codes of financial
كان
practice.
هناك استقبال رائع لنا من قبل
EFOS AFP was innovative
المملكة
to support
البحرينية،
interbank
خاصة
capital
من
markets
قبل
trade
البنك
requirements of
المركزي البحريني.
Sharia-compliant financial
ولا
institutions.
شك أننا سوف نعقد اجتماعات ثنائية
DD
على
Cap
هذا
recently announced
الموضوع.
EFOS
شكرا
Terminal,
جزيلا.
the latest evolution of EFOS AFP, a multiple award-winning automated trade and post-trade services platform. EFOS Terminal brings additional integration functionality to DD Cap clients via an open market environment. This enables users full discretion in choosing trade counterparts.
كيف حالك؟ حضرتك ملحم تفضل هون دكتور. بس لقاءات صحيح صحيح. باتريك هاي الاسبوع شكرا.
خط الكتروني بس.
And Sharia preferences. DD Cap continues to invest in Ethos AFP, working with partners to deliver cost-effective, fully integrated, automated solutions to provide our clients with a dynamic platform for their treasury and capital markets activity that also aligns with their Sharia, sustainability, and corporate responsibility requirements. DD Cap aspires to connect the global Islamic financial market responsibly, and the development of Ethos AFP and its functionality is integrated within DD Cap's corporate policy formation, including our Sustainable and Responsible Actions Program and the review and validation processes and procedures of our esteemed Sharia Supervisory Board.
We would be starting in less than a minute. Can I request everyone to take their seats, please? Can I request everyone to take their seats, please? Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the coffee break to start the next session of this morning. And we have a very interesting session, inshallah. And we have the pleasure of having with us His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, former Minister for Oil and Gas, as well as former Chairman for Naga Holding in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We have got an interview session with His Excellency, and to moderate the session, we have Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, Director General, Cambridge Institute of Islamic Finance. May I invite Dr. Humayun to please join me on the stage. We have a session of about 20 minutes, and the session will be more interactive, and inshallah you'll find it interesting as well, and thought-provoking, inshallah. So the conversation will be about inflation, oil prices, and economic outlook of the region, in line with the theme of the conference. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, former Minister of Oil and Gas, to join us on the stage.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil anbiya'i wal mursaleen wa ala alihi wa ahlihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. This is a short session, but I'm sure this is going to be very interesting. A session on macroeconomy of the region, a region where Islamic banking and finance is very prominent. And the region is not prominent only because of the incidence of Islamic banking and finance here, but rather because the GCC region produces about 1/4 of the OIC GDP. So this is a huge contribution to the OIC countries by this region. And we are privileged to have His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, former Minister of Oil and Gas and former Chairman of Nagaland in the Kingdom of Bahrain, to give us a rather different perspective on Islamic finance in the context of the macroeconomy of the GCC. So welcome, Your Excellency, to this session.
As ISDB, we ensure no one is left behind. We are one, facing unprecedented human challenges, one voice of many in this decade of action. Together, we can achieve our shared sustainable development goals and a prosperous future for generations to come.
Dr. Humayun, can you hear me well? معالي الشيخ إبراهيم أصحاب السعادة الحضور الكرام أسعد الله صباحكم. Thank you very much, Dr. Humayun, for inviting me here today for the conference. I think if we look at what's happening today, all eyes are on inflation. The world is in conflict. There is the risk of a third world war, as everybody says. And suddenly life's fundamentals are becoming important, as they should have been a long time ago. If you look at the oil price, what's unique about this cycle of the high oil price is that it is also coupled with an increasing dollar value. In the past, in the last high oil price cycle, the dollar was at its lowest point compared to the yen and the euro. Now, this quantitative tightening in the US, which is actually a deflationary force, but on the other side, the lack of investment in oil for the past 7 years is making supply scarce. You have an upward force, but it's a clash. And if the current oil price, because of the strong dollar, is at another $30 per buyer in Europe, for a buyer in
تصبح
Japan.
واقعا.
So at $90,
حين تواثق
Japanese
خطواتك
buyer or European buyer
أرض
is
صلبة
paying 120, 130.
تحقق حلمك.
And that's what's unique about this particular
حين
site.
تدعم شجاعتك
Now the Fed continues to
تأخذك
increase.
أبعد مما تتخيل.
People are expecting a pivot sometime next year, and they're watching the minutes of the Fed meetings as they come. You also have China going into lockdown from time to time. They have not yet controlled which is ironic, they haven't yet controlled COVID. So, I mean, in April, they had a lockdown which took 2 million barrels of oil away. Again, this latest lockdown took another 1.5. And this is why when OPEC preempted the cuts, they were expecting this to happen. But this brings a lot of volatility to the most important commodity in the world, which is oil. And then you've got on the other side a Federal Reserve which is trying to throw everything it can on monetary policy alone to control inflation. So the dollar is going to become more and more a very difficult commodity, if we can term it that, to the rest of the world.
You have raised quite a lot of interesting points already, and if I allow you to stop here. You refer to the oil price inflation, increase in oil prices, and we have been hearing this argument from a number of industry observers that Islamic finance is heavily dependent on petrodollars. So when the price of oil goes up, the GCC economy is not doing well, how can we use Islamic banking and finance as a policy tool to spur the growth? Right? In other words, people have been saying that the causality runs from the oil prices to Islamic finance. But how can we use Islamic finance to spur economic growth in the GCC region? And given that I said about 25% of the OIC GDP is produced by this region, this must have implications for the Muslim economy as well, or the OIC economy. So can you see, given that Bahrain has played a very important role in Islamic banking and finance in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of so many other things, can you see a role which Islamic finance can play in strengthening the GCC economy?
So the phenomenon of Islamic finance and banks in general in the GCC having access to capital when oil prices are high is because you suddenly have access to dollars, right? And if you have a continuous access to a dollar pool, then it doesn't matter what the oil price is. But clearly, because it's cyclical in the GCC, we only have a high access to dollar liquidity when the commodity price, oil and its derivatives, is high. To maintain that, you should be able to attract dollar pool liquidity from all over the world. Now, if you look at industries, you can be counter-cyclical. For example, and this phenomenon changed in COVID, but usually in oil, when the oil price goes up, the refinery margin goes down. So the refineries don't do well. When the oil price crashes, the refineries and petrochemicals usually have a better margin. But that counter-cyclicality exists. Can you find it in the finance industry? I think you have to be able to attract dollar pools into the region regardless of the oil price. And that means better integration of Islamic finance with conventional finance. The source of dollars is not in the region. Today, the Gulf is going to be a dollar pool for a lot of Asia.
How can we better integrate Islamic finance with conventional finance?
أنا أعتقد this is a time where scholars really have to go back and think. And we cannot be stagnant. I've heard an American scientist who studied Islamic civilization. I don't know if what he said is true, but it was interesting. I didn't research it. And he said, why did the Islamic civilization suddenly fall after hitting a peak in Baghdad? And he thought it was the writings of Sheikh Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, who he thought was too restrictive. He didn't allow for innovation in where Islam allows you to innovate. I think it's about time the Islamic industry shifts gears. And if you look at the way the world looks at Islamic finance, the world developed very rigorous infrastructure for debt. But a lot of jurisdictions do not consider Islamic finance as debt, maybe quasi-debt or even equity. It doesn't fall under the infrastructure of that. How do you make sure that you can introduce Islam? That's where you need to understand the basics of the financial world. It's all about common law. Scholars married to the experts in English common law should really consider how to bring Islamic finance with conventional finance better than they have done in the past. And the only way you will succeed is if you are able to attract international dollar monetary pools into the region.
Now, I think we can be a bit controversial here. So if we recognize that there is a need for better integration of Islamic finance with conventional finance, one way of doing that is to bring Islamic structured products and Islamic derivatives, something which has been resisted by the industry for the last 10 years. Because the derivative products would allow Islamic investors, Islamic institutions to have access to conventional assets in a Sharia compliant way. So this integration might bring some benefits to the industry, but at the same time there is a danger of bringing the instability which we find in the conventional markets into Islamic finance as well. So what would be your view, if we bring the Islamic structured products, Islamic hedging instruments and Islamic derivatives into the equation? Is it overall going to help Islamic finance industry, or the negative effects in terms of instability may outweigh the benefits?
Just to check, is the microphone better now? Yeah, okay. I think let me go back to the fundamentals of global currencies today. If you look at the US dollar, it has continuously devalued. So its purchasing power has, over the past 120 years, devalued so much. So if you go back to 1900, a $100 bill would be worth how much today? What do you think?
About, say, 300?
It will be $2 to $3.
All right.
Right?
Okay, so
$2 to $3, which means you have lost 98% of the value. And the devaluation is close to 4,000 or 5,000%. If you look at a commodity like gold for the past 50 years, although it's gone through cycles, on average, it has grown 7.5% annually. Right? Hypothetically, if I had a currency that was denominated in gold, by giving out Qard Hasan, right, you would have generated 7.5% annually for the past 50 years. And that's a consideration for Islamic finance. And you've got the Islamic dollar concept in the Islamic Development Bank, but if you link it to a fixed purchasing power, that could be a way of integrating with a world where you have forever devaluing currencies. And this is where you can bring it together. You can bring, and then if it is commodities, the way you can manage risks is through going into the derivative markets, bay' al-salam, wal-wa'd, etc. And once you understand it and you put the fundamentals, I think this could be a road for developing the financial industry of the Islamic world. And you have to make sure you fully integrate with the international with the international finance system, so that it's not considered a quasi-debt. Today, the Islamic finance system is only a small portion of the global system. So when I'm building a refinery, I can't say I will do it entirely on Islamic finance. I can't, even if I wanted to. We need to have a system where conventional banks and conventional pools of liquidity would look at Islamic finance like they would look at their conventional financing. And project finance is one of the places I think scholars should begin. لأنه I think it's almost Sharia compliant. Probably needs a lawyer to tweak it here and there. But project finance fundamentally to me is almost Sharia compliant.
Right. So, you refer to this gold-based kind of currency as a denominator. But now we are talking about technology, these virtual assets, crypto assets, etc. So if we can come up with a crypto or virtual asset which has this convertibility with dollar, then what you are saying, this could be a possibility, i.e. even offering interest-free loans while preserving the value of the currency. The lenders would be benefiting with respect to the devaluation in dollar. But this is something possibly a case, but the investors would be doing, would be benefiting without doing anything substantial. The GCC economy is changing very significantly now. There is a huge emphasis on diversification. The countries like the UAE and others, they are, and even Saudi, they are focusing on developing tourism. There is a definite diversification on the industrial side as well. And of course, all these things are being wrapped in the concept of sustainability. When I look at the GCC economy, I think inherently this is a very unstable economy where even human resources, a lot of human resources are borrowed human resources. What the GCC economy is doing to develop the indigenous human resources so that whatever the economy is achieving, it remains sustainable in the future.
I don't think the GCC is isolated from its region. We talk about Islamic finance, we talk about the Islamic world. Right? And you need to project the next 80 years, what is going to happen. And people don't realize that there are fundamental shifts coming. Today China is at what, 1.4 billion? What will China be in 80 years, do you know, Dr.? What's the population of China?
Probably, okay, this will be 1.8.
It will be 750 million. They will lose half their population.
How?
That's the equivalent of dropping a nuclear weapon. Their demand center is going to shift completely unless they change their current growth. They will decline by half. They will no longer be number one. Number one will go to India, but India itself will not grow. India will slightly decrease from where it is today. Which country will be the second, you think, after India? Nigeria.
Let me say
Nigeria.
Indonesia.
Nigeria.
Okay.
Nigeria will be close to 800 million people. Pakistan will be 400 million people. Egypt will be maybe close to 200 million. But the Islamic world has the highest growth of demographics. And demographics is fundamentally economics. What are you going to do for that future? Do you have enough energy to sustain? Do you have enough food? And hence today's challenge is we've overinvested in technology for the past 7 years. We've underinvested in commodities, oil, metals, mining, food. What one of the experts, I think he's the head of commodities for Goldman Sachs, said, the revenge of the old economy. Forget what we've done in the past 7 years. Focus on what really matters for human life. This is why oil prices are going to be high for a while. We did not invest enough in them. This ESG initiative is putting a lot of headwinds against properly investing for people. Because ultimately, who's going to suffer? people. Food is expensive, medicine is expensive, energy is expensive. You have to deploy capital in everything fundamental, or else you will suffer the revenge of the old economy. And that's what the Islamic world has, and Islamic finance has to start committing itself towards.
Excellent. I have been reminded that our time is over. However, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you a rather provoking question. Because it's relevant to where we are sitting, Bahrain remains the smallest GCC economy. Do you think that it can become at least second smallest economy in the region? And if yes, how? And can Islamic finance play a role over there? I'm asking this because the GCC GDP is 1.6 trillion. The global size of the Islamic financial assets is 3.17 trillion, almost double of the total GCC GDP in nominal terms. Now, Bahrain is playing a very important role in Islamic banking and finance. So can Bahrain use Islamic finance as a strategic tool to increase its size in terms of GDP?
The only way, and this is something Sheikh Ibrahim personally worked on when he was Ministry of Finance, he termed something called the BSR, the Bahrain surrounding region. And if you truly wanted to grow your economy, you are restricted by size and population. You have to consider your region as your economy, not the region, not just the GCC, all the way to the high population areas that we talked about. And Islamic finance, Bahrain was a very good net exporter of capital, which meant we had the regulations and the systems that made sure whenever we invested people's money, we got them the returns. Are we doing that today? I pose that question to the audience. An investor's money is sacred. Do you have the rules and regulations to preserve investors' money, not only on the debt side, but also on the equity? If you can, and you develop your policies accordingly, the legal system, etc., you can be that bridge between the international monetary system and the Islamic world. You need to source good deals. You need to make sure you only deploy capital where it gives you a high chance of return, and you need to really mitigate risk. If you can do that, then what you will export is capital, and you can really integrate the Islamic finance world with the rest of the world. Bahrain has that opportunity. It is very neutral. It certainly has the human resources to do that. Whether we achieve that or not, I think for the Islamic industry to do that, they have to go into a self-searching an assessment. Have we done it correctly? I would say we have failed a lot. Islamic finance has failed in many aspects when it comes to quantifying risk. And I think the fiduciary responsibility of deploying investors' money properly has to be rigorous. We have to have a very strong gauntlet in making sure that only the best of the best get to be the management of Islamic banks, to avoid failures. We cannot afford any more failures. People's confidence in Islamic bankers is not what it used to be. And Sheikh Ibrahim is one of the pioneers of that industry. And I'm sure he looks at that with scrutiny. And I'm sure he has a lot of answers. So if you want to know the true answer, you should call him up on stage and see what he has to say.
We would definitely have another session. Islamic finance is a phenomenon with global relevance, and definitely its origins in this region. Despite a lot of shortcomings of Islamic banking and finance, it has achieved a lot as well. And Bahrain has played a very important role in this success story. Sheikh Muhammad bin Khalifa al-Khalifa, your thoughts were very deep, and unfortunately we didn't have enough time. So next time I hope the organizers would allocate more time to this session when we or someone sitting on this side and you sitting on this side will be able to explore a lot more. Thank you very much once again.
Shukran. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Humayun Dar. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa al-Khalifa. This was a very interesting conversation, and I for one, have definitely enjoyed the conversation, so I'm sure everyone else here as well. Before we initiate the panel discussion, which is next on the agenda, I would like to request Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa al-Khalifa to please join us on the stage to present or launch a global Islamic finance report, which is being published by Cambridge Institute of Islamic Finance. Can I also request Sheikh Muhammad to please remain with us? Sheikh. This is one of the most important annual report that is being published from the UK since the year 2010. Every year the report has a theme around it, and this year's theme is Futurism in Islamic Finance. It's a very interesting book. It is available outside for you to pick it up. So is the Islamic Finance Development Indicator report as well, published by Refinitiv. I thank you very much, Your Excellencies, for joining us on the stage. I thank you, Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, for conducting a very interesting conversation. And I'm sure all of you agree that sets the stage for the panel discussion very well. The panel discussion is on economic resilience and food security, integrating Islamic finance in the agriculture supply chain. This is one of the most important sessions in line with the theme of the conference this year, which is economic resilience and governance in disruptive times. Thank you, Sheikh. I'll take this, Sheikh. Can I please request the chairman of the session, Dr. Sami Swellam, Acting Director General, Islamic Development Banking Institute, and Chief Economist at the Islamic Development Bank Group, to please join me on the stage. One more, please. Can I also request the panelists to please join us on the stage? Dr. Haroon Shelek from Senior Expert, Islamic Trade Solution Complex, Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, Islamic Development Bank, to please join us on the stage. Can I also request Dr. Tarifa Al-Zabi, Director General, International Center for Biosaline Agriculture from United Arab Emirates, as well as Mr. Sayyid Saad Ali Pasha, Head Business Development, Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. Please.
Without fail, given that it's a small organization, I think this will be achieved. That's what we actually in summer when we have quite a lot of activity, and in winter it's primarily in London. Quite a few things in the city, which between London.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. Welcome back. I'm glad to have this session with prominent panelists on economic resilience and food security, integrating Islamic finance in the agricultural supply chain. I have here first Dr. طريفة الزعابي, صحيح pronunciation. She is the head of she is the Director General of the International Center for Biosaline Agricultural Research, and she joined the center since 2019, and in 2022 she became the Director General. She has 20 years of executive and leadership experience in higher education institutions, developing services and strategies through innovation, research, and capacity development. She is, as Director General of the Center of the Biosaline Research, she promotes sustainable food security systems and modernization of agriculture through capacity development, women and youth engagement, as well as agripreneurship. And you will explain to us what is agripreneurship. It's a new term for me. She also presented the center research and development work at many major international conferences. We also have with us Dr. Harun Silik, Senior Expert, Trade Solutions at the International Trade Finance Corporation, a member of the Islamic Development Bank Group. After studying economics at Belkent University and University of Virginia, Brother Harun began his career as a consultant with the Union of Chambers of Turkey. He also possessed private sector experience in Turkey, where he held managerial positions in companies in the telecommunications and energy sector. He joined the Islamic Development Bank in 2006 and later moved to the ITFC because he wanted to make more money, I suppose, where he worked at various departments including strategy, business, innovation, and trade finance. Brother Harun holds a PhD from Istanbul Zaim University with his thesis titled Islamic Instrument for Agricultural Finance in Turkey and a Demand Analysis. And we have Brother Sayyid Saad Ali Basha. He is Manager of Business Development at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture in Pakistan. Brother Sayyid is an experienced development professional from Pakistan. He is working as a Business Development Manager at the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, and he is managing projects related to poverty alleviation, building climate resilience, and private sector development. Brother Saad previously worked as an economic empowerment consultant with the UNDP. He supported youth vulnerable to violence and extremism and linked them with the private sector for sustainable employment and opportunities. Brother Saad's interest in understanding asymmetrical relation between global south and global north, especially in global production chains, led him to pursue the global market, local creativities, master program focused on international development and economic history. So let me start with Dr. Tarifa, ladies first. So how would the center contribute to food security?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Again, I'm very delighted to be with you here today. How the center contribute to the food security? We are a research center found in the last 22 years. It is hosted by the government of United Arab Emirates, and the founder is Islamic Development Bank as well. So we operate in more than 40 countries around the world, and we employ science to find innovative solution for food security. How can we support farmers growing in such difficult time using sustainable method? As you know at the beginning that our region, as I mentioned, we work in more than 40 countries. However, if we speak also about the global challenges, climate change, it is the big thing on the agenda now. We're also talking about water scarcity. So how can we really ensure that agriculture 70% depend on water when it comes to productivity? So how can we really find unconventional ways of doing agriculture using saline water? Again, from our name, it's biosaline. So how can we use also groundwater? How can we really use recycle and treated wastewater when it comes to agriculture? Another element, if we are talking about climate change and we have challenges with water, what kind of crops we can grow? Again, we're looking at the conflict between Russia and Ukraine and the impact of wheat. What is the alternative? So we are also talking about alternative crops. What else people can eat and they can really contribute to their health and dietary system, and still they can really grow it through the difficult and challenging time when it comes to agriculture.
So did you find alternatives?
We have alternative. We have a gene bank that it have around 27,000 different accession of crops that are stress resilient. This is what we call them. They are crops suitable for areas with drought, heat, and salinity. And this is really what we are trying to promote to ensure that the production and the yield is being kept.
Do farmers use these solutions?
Farmers use these solutions. We do capacity development. Of course, knowledge transfer is very much important. We travel to countries, we deploy the knowledge, we share the seeds with them, and also we provide them with all those technologies that will be on the field for them to be able to.
How many farmers are using your solution?
Well, so far, according to our latest statistics, we do have we have around more than 30,000 farmers so far have deployed a number of crops that we're talking about, whether that's quinoa or millet. We're talking about the complete value chain. We also established women association when it comes to crops. We have a number of them in Morocco, in Africa, West Africa, and we're also in Central Asia. And we look at youth. You've mentioned entrepreneurship, and this is very much important for us. How can we really ensure that youth will be involved in the non-conventional and traditional farming using technology?
I will come to agri-entrepreneurship later, inshallah. So, Brother Harun, you did your PhD exactly in food security and food supply chain. Were you able to implement these ideas in the ITFC, in the Islamic Trade Finance Corporation?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam.
Dr. Sami, first I'd like to start with saying, when I joined IDB in 2006, it was the first training program. You were teaching us hedging. Then I think
Agent-based simulation?
hedging. Then I think it helped me to shift to ITFC as a hedging.
Okay, okay.
So coming back to your question, my research actually followed my practice. It didn't happen before I started IDB. And the reason I studied the agricultural finance sector was because I believed there are huge potential to implement Islamic financing in agricultural sector, which will help all Islamic financial institutions to grow much more. Because after all economic and industrial progress in the world, agriculture is still one of the most important aspects of the civilization. So today, 900 million jobs in the world in the agricultural sector. The sector is feeding 8 billion people, but despite that, there are 690 million people facing hunger. And despite the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations to have zero hunger in the world by 2030, the expected volume will increase to 890 million next 7 years. And Islamic finance, from the theory to the practice, related to agriculture, from the early stage of Islam, Asr Saada. We know Salam was there, Muzara'a was there, Musaqat was there. But why the sector is not taking enough from this?
So why? Why?
So the study is about that from both sides, supply side and the demand side. First question coming to mind, is it about the risks? Because as a practitioner, when we invest, we ask agriculture sector, is it risky? So the first question was that, and making analysis on historical data for 15 years in Turkey, comparing the Islamic banks and the conventional banks in 12 different sectors, we came to the conclusion that no, the Islamic finance in agriculture sector is not related to high risk of the sector itself. It is not significantly different from other sectors. For example, manufacturing sector or tourism or real estate, they have higher NPLs, but they're getting more sources from Islamic finance. So the first question, is it risk? The answer in our study is no, it's not. The second question, is it about the products? Do we have enough products to provide to farmers? We compare the Islamic banks and the conventional banks, and we found the Islamic banks have all the necessary products which are provided in conventional ways by the conventional banks available. They say the agricultural value chain from the farm to the table in 7 stages. There are products available in theory and in practice to provide solutions. But again, the main problem in the Islamic finance is applying here in the agricultural sector, the debt financing versus equity financing. So we are still hesitating as financial institutions to provide equity kind of financing. We are not involved in musharaka, we are not involved in muzara'a, musaka.
But the conventional banks, they do not provide musharaka. And if I understand you correctly, the contribution of Islamic banks to agricultural sector is less than the conventional. Is that true? And so still this question is still there.
So as an example, the Turkey case, the Islamic banks in Turkey, they have 7% of the credit market in whole banking sector. However, the Islamic finance in agricultural sector is only 2%, even less than 2%, 1.9%. So definitely Islamic banks are underperforming when it comes to agricultural sector. So the question, is it the risk? No. Is it the products? No. So what is the problem?
So what's the problem?
What is the problem? In my view, after analyzing demand side, okay, we have the supply side, there are necessary tools. But on the demand side, the farmer's side, so we conducted an analysis, doctor, with 1,900 farmers in Turkey, in 37 cities. And we asked the basic questions. Are they aware of Islamic finance? Are they aware of Islamic financial products like Salam or Muzara? Do they want to work with Islamic banks? What are their priorities? The results can be summarized simply. The farmers in Turkey, I think it can be attributed to all OIC member countries. The farmers are not familiar with the Islamic finance, one thing. 60% of the farmers in our survey, they say they know nothing. They know nothing about Islamic finance. Their first priority when they decide working with a conventional bank or an Islamic bank, the first priority by 81% is the cost. The second priority is the collateral. The third priority is the tenor. So it's nothing to do with conventional or Islamic. But when we ask those who are using Islamic finance, we had a model, logistic regression analysis, and we found the more knowledgeable the farmer about Islamic finance, the more they use Islamic finance. So education and awareness, key. Secondly, the more compliance, perception of compliance. So if people believe that working with Islamic bank is something required from the Sharia point of view, and it is good to work with them, then they work. So very simple, but very strong message. So unless the Islamic banks are institutions, IDB, we reach out at the ground level, the farmers, the consumers, about the Islamic finance, there is no big potential to increase it. And the third thing, in my opinion, which is hindering the potential, is the financial intermediary role of the Islamic banks and even ITFC. It doesn't match the necessary mindset of being an investor. So we don't want to get into complex things. So why we need to purchase a land and grow dates or banana while we can just give murabaha credit and with the collateral? So why we have to take the difficult and complex route? So I think the potential comes from the investment companies, not the financial intermediaries or banks.
I will come to this point, inshallah, later. So, Brother Sayyid, how would the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Industry, how does it contribute to food security in member countries?
First of all, Assalamu alaikum, Excellency and all the participants here. Thank you for inviting me for such a pertinent discussion. As the panel focuses on integrating Islamic finance into the agriculture supply chain, I'll share few key statistics to put into perspective where we are right now. 36 out of the 57 or 56 OIC countries are net importers of food. Pakistan this year was faced by a flood. 80% of the produce was destroyed, and there are estimates of $10 billion of food loss. Nigeria, 33 provinces were indebted under floods. Couple that with the $10 billion of food import bill, which is now going to rise because of the floods. 60% of the global wheat exports are impacted by the Russia-Ukrainian conflict. So putting all these things into perspective, we have to understand how they are impacting the OIC agricultural market. As one of the strategic pillars of Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture is to be an engine to mobilize investments for the private sector to support and help develop it. There are two goals for the agriculture sector because of the given demographics and the industrial focus of the Islamic countries. First, the Islamic Chamber of Commerce is developing projects which work across the agriculture supply chain. There is a flagship project which we are initiating in the coming month in Mauritania, is the Green Waqf Initiative, which aims to redirect social financing towards sustainable agriculture. For that, we are also going to develop a digital social financing platform to support raising funds. Then there is another project which is the Islamic Digital Microfinance Bank for the G5 Sahel region, Mauritania, Chad, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger.
Is this microfinance bank already operating now or still under?
We are planning a feasibility study. Islamic Development Bank is a partner for us because you approved the feasibility study grant.
Okay. When do you expect this microfinance bank?
What we are expecting is in the coming quarter, in the 2023, we'll give out the RFP for the feasibility study for the first pilot country, which is Mauritania.
This will be for the Mauritania, Morocco. Which countries will be?
Mauritania, Chad, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. These are the G5 Sahel countries because of the demographics there, and they are the 5 most least developed countries in sub-Saharan Africa in the world. So starting from there would be a good model to scale up to other countries. This is the second project we would be focusing on. And I'm not an Islamic finance expert, but what this does is the Green Waqf Initiative and the bank, what it gives the potential for blended financing instruments. So land which is run on Waqf, you could use the Salam instrument as a forward paying instrument to finance the supply chain of the agriculture products. So there are potential and once we do the feasibility study, we will get to know more about the instruments which can be employed in different countries. These are two projects which are focused on the Islamic finance, or the financing instruments. Then there are two other ones. As you were asking about agripreneurship from Dr. Tarifa, there is a project we will initiate in Karachi with the Karachi University, the Agri Incubation Center and Mixed Farming Center. Karachi University, one of the largest public universities in Pakistan, is the strategic partner for the Islamic Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. We have developed the project, and now we are developing the training modules and what goes into...
Model of what?
The training modules for the students and agripreneurs. One thing we really focus on is urban resilience in agriculture. What we saw with COVID in Pakistan and other Muslim countries as well, that once the supply chain is disrupted internationally, even in locally in countries, it's really hard to get food or food sources to the urban centers where most of the food is being consumed. So urban resilience and supply chains there in the city and urban production is something which really helps the country. One example is of the Rust Belt in USA, Detroit. What happened once the automotive industry moved out, those places were then used for agriculture purpose, urban agriculture. So this is a model which could be utilized for these high population urban centers in Muslim countries. There's this project which we are planning in the coming year. So, and then there is the agriculture commodity exchange market platform. We conducted a very successful workshop with Izmir Commodities Exchange in Turkey to understand what is the working model which could work for other Muslim countries for commodity exchanges.
Exchange market of food products, you mean?
To support small farmers, because 90% of the agriculture produced in the OIC countries are small farmers with land less than 5 hectares. So focusing on them, what this project does is, it's a rule-based system which connects the buyer to the seller without an intermediary, which can extract rent from the seller. So this really helps in the price setting, and because the platform would be a hybrid, it would be a physical platform and a digital platform.
This will be for all member countries or for some countries?
We will start with the pilot. What we gathered from the workshop is Uganda, Nigeria. As the minister also mentioned, Nigeria is one of the most important countries going into the future. So is Pakistan, and these high population countries. We would like to focus on the ones where we could get the most benefit in the start. And Nigeria is a country with the higher population and small holding farmers. It could really be a good model to replicate in other countries. Most of the projects that the Islamic Chamber of Commerce aims to do is we want to replicate them. We want to have replicable models in other OIC countries. So starting with the pilot is our strategy.
Okay.
So these are the projects we are working across the agriculture value chain or the food security chain to develop agriculture sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tarifa, you are in the agripreneurship, right? So let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you patent these innovations? And how would you generate some revenues from these innovations?
To start with, we are a non-for-profit center. So basically, as a research center, we are pretty much towards basic research, identifying what is really the issue and what would make the agriculture looks better and produce more. And then we have the applied research, taking what we have and take it to the field and invite our stakeholders to prototype, as Sayed mentioned, what we've done in order to pilot it and prototype it. So for the last 20 years, I would say the center focus was more of identifying and doing the baseline.
Identifying what?
Identifying the issues related to salinity challenges in different countries, water challenges, as well as the suitability of the crops. So it took us, because I mean, with agricultural research, especially if you're going to improve the resilience of crops, it takes about 10 years using the traditional research to do so. However, at the moment, we did start with the applied research, and as you rightly mentioned, we are working with the younger generation of the farmers. So we are working with the people who doesn't look at farming as just a traditional farming. They look at farming as a business. There is an input, there is an output, and there is a process in the middle, there is a profit need to be generated, etc. So the mind shift has changed even among the young generation in this. With this, we are deploying some of those technology with them, training them, we do the knowledge transfer, and also do some customization, because as you know, one country and one region, there is no one size fits all solution. So we've got to make sure that this is really applied for this particular region. We work with them, we identify it, now we prototype it, and then there is the shared IP between the center and sometime between the investor, and that's where we have the financing organizations coming in the middle, trying to look at all those best practices or business concepts.
You already have intellectual properties?
We started that. It's part of the commercialization. It hasn't finished. We had 2 projects in Egypt. One is a machine for quinoa, and another one is we've done a prototype for the quinoa seeds itself in Morocco. So we are moving forward as the more challenges come, the more innovative the solution should be. And this is what we are trying more with the different entrepreneurs around the world.
How many of those youngsters, how many you are working with?
Each country, the number will vary. For example, with Africa and Sierra Leone, we do have a group of, I would say, 20 young farmers interested. I am, after this conference, traveling to Mozambique, and we do work with women. We do have around 20 people as well.
Are women innovative?
More than men.
More than
Being
men.
biased
More
now.
than men. Okay, good.
So again, it really depends on the problem. It depends on the solution provided as well. However, for every challenge, I would say there is a very innovative solution needs to be prototyped and deployed.
Very good. Brother Harun, we all know that there are specialized financial institutions for various sectors of the economy. For example, there will be dedicated institutions specializing for financing agriculture, financing manufacturing, financing telecommunications, financing oil and hydrocarbons. Do we have in our member countries sufficient specialized institutions in agriculture and the food supply chain? Is this one of the weak links that we have in our economies?
Yes, definitely. This is one of the main reasons, especially in Islamic finance sector, the human resources. I mean, those banks which are successful, just name ABN AMRO, Credit Agricole, Rabobank, Raiffeisen. So these banks are all originated from agricultural cooperatives. And they have their manpower, their systems specialized in agricultural sector. And those banks which are relatively successful in our member countries in agricultural sector, they have the manpower. Because when you try to finance agriculture, it's not just a balance sheet analysis. You need to know the product, you need to know the process, you need to hire the engineers, agricultural engineers. So this is definitely one of the reasons, and I can tell we don't have specialized institutions.
So go ahead.
Sorry. But I can give an example from ITFC, where we open a niche area within Islamic finance for agriculture sector, which is structured trade financing. Warehouse financing by owning the commodities imported and keeping it possession under the name of ITFC, taking all the risk of the goods and commodities, like a trade house, trade finance house. So we have started this in 2010, and we provided more than $3 billion under this structure in different countries, in Kazakhstan, in Indonesia, in Turkey. And it became like a specialization. So we established the middle office. We had the collateral manager companies network. So this would be an example when you have a specialization and you identify a niche area, you can not only access more clients but also make good income.
More
because the STF, the structured trade financing returns, were higher than our plain vanilla Murabah operations.
Okay. That's very interesting. I was planning to ask you if ITFC help create institutions, because obviously, as you said, you will not be able to cover all the trade, business, all sectors, right? So would that be something that ITFC would consider to establish institutions, for example, for agricultural financing, structured financing for food supply chain? Would that something ITFC might consider?
Dr. Sami, maybe I need to mention about IDB Group's Food Security Response Program here. Because as you are aware, this year in July, the Board of Directors of IDB approved a $10.5 billion food security response program for 3.5 years until the end of 2025. And ITFC plays a significant role. We have committed $4.5 billion out of $10.5 billion. And part of our commitment is related to capacity building programs in agricultural sector. The flagship programs we already have, like Arab-Africa trade bridges, aid for trade for Arab countries. Now recently we are working on a program for CIS countries, Central Asian countries, and Tajikistan. CIS trade development program. So all these flagship programs have a component of agricultural sector. Just an example. In Gambia, the groundnut is crucial for the economy and for the well-being of the society. And the requirement for standardization and the problem to come facing the problem of aflatoxin. So ITFC partnered with the government to set up the necessary laboratories for improving the production capacity. This is an example. So similar to this one, basically in African countries where the agriculture is significant, also in CIS countries. So we have this kind of capacity building programs, partnering with local institutions and also the regional institutions.
Very good, very good. Brother Sayyid, you are representing the Islamic Chamber of Commerce. How is your relationship with other chambers of commerce in member countries? And how would you capitalize on this to support the food security issue in member countries?
So most of the projects, actually all the projects I just mentioned, we operationalize them through our member chambers. So in Mauritania, if we are initiating the Green Waqf initiative, it is the Mauritanian Chamber of Commerce which will do the stakeholder analysis for the local members who we have to work with. It was the Mauritanian Chamber of Commerce which connected us to the other ministries like the Agriculture Ministry and the Ministry of Manpower. If we want to initiate the Agriculture Commodities Exchange Market platform in Nigeria, it would be the Agriculture Ministry we would work with. So the importance of getting the strategic buy-in of these Apex Chamber is that they are our window to the private sector.
They are what?
Our window to the private sector there. If we cannot get commitment for these flagship projects from the local people, the local private sector, the investors, the government, which is a very important stakeholder when it comes to projects like Green Waqf, because they are the one which have the capacity to be legally involved in projects like these. We cannot really operationalize these projects. Even with the G5 Sahel project of the microfinancing bank, we have to have commitment from the local banks, the local financial sectors, and even the training institutes or the academia there to know what is the mechanism to get into these markets. So it is vitally important for us to work with these chambers, and Islamic Chamber of Commerce relationship right now is better, and it's getting better each year because all of these projects are approved by the Chamber of Commerce because they are on our board of directors. Everything is presented to them, they agree on this, and then we proceed with these projects.
You mentioned waqf.
Yeah.
What kind of waqf you are working on?
So there are two things. Firstly, we are trying to, through feasibility studies, trying to identify waqf land in these countries.
Waqf lands?
Yes, which are desolate, which are not being used, which have not been used in a while. Now, the government is the entity which have records, because there are a lot of waqf entities or ministries. Like, give you an example of waqf land in Pakistan. You will only find cemeteries, mosques, and mausoleums on waqf lands. So
not agriculture, not farms.
No. So there is a wasted potential there. So in Indonesia, it is said the waqf land, I was reading a research paper, the waqf land is worth over $60 billion. But there is just one university, Bogor farm, which is over like 10 or 12 hectares and produces a revenue of $2,000 or $3,000. So there is mighty potential which is being wasted. So trying to understand what is the legality of these countries to get these desolate waqf land revitalized. And there's this aspect. Then there's the aspect of redirecting social financing towards sustainable agriculture. All the OIC countries and most of the Muslim countries are very high on giving out zakat, fitra, and all these things. But if they are directed towards more sustainable activities, the impact would be higher. And there is this thing about, as a development professional, development orthodoxy is giving funding and then leaving. Then there is no mechanism of understanding how and what will be the long-term impact of it. I think the next frontier in development financing and even in development is mechanisms or institutions which are locally formed, where you go out of and they're self-sustaining. So waqf is something which was there for 1200 years, then it got dormant for certain reasons. Now it can start again and provide this institutional backup for other Islamic financial instruments like Salam and other ones, which I've read about.
Okay. Very interesting. On waqf, I might mention that our colleagues in the Islamic Development Bank Institute, they are working on an initiative on awqaf free zones. How to develop awqaf lands or properties that are within a free zone framework. This will give protection to awqaf properties and will hopefully make it systematic across different member countries. Right now, each country has its own system, its own regulations, its own rules, and it becomes, very complicated over, centuries. But if member countries would allocate a certain region as a free zone, but that free zone will be actually dedicated for waqf. This can be used to produce, food and energy that would be supporting member countries in the long run.
Dr. Sami, I would like to add one thing. Food security and climate resilience cannot be decoupled. So I think when we talk about building climate resilience, we have to also talk about the conversion of land into waqf properties so that they cannot be used for anything else. A lot of forests, there is a lot of deforestation around the Muslim countries. We have the highest number of deforestation compared to any other place in the world, like 1 or 2% of deforestation each year. The economic and agricultural
You mean for member countries or for any specific country?
Like in Pakistan.
The highest deforestation.
It's like just one example. Last year, there is a 2,700-acre mangrove region which was converted into a housing project. So you have to first decommoditify land, and I think waqf is one of the only instruments which can do that, or institutions which can do that. So we can talk about food security, we can talk about climate resilience, but these two have to be in the same conversation to make a sustainable impact.
Very interesting. Dr. Trifa, do you have a relationship with other agricultural research centers? What are the most important centers that you are working with?
If you will allow me before that, I would also touch base on the Waqf.
Yes.
And the reason why I want to comment on the Waqf is even we as a research center, non-for-profit, usually we seek the Waqf, and we're working with the Islamic Development Bank to also develop sort of Waqf in order for us to look at those innovative research, and then we start deploying them for different countries. So we need the Waqf to bring the financial sustainability for the research to make sure that it is a standing long-term contribution to other countries. Back to your question regarding the research center, yes, we definitely work. For every country we have a project where I mentioned it's around 40 countries. We collaborate usually with the National Research Center in each country. That's our gate to collaboration, either the Ministry of Agriculture, but the National Research Center very much dominant for us, because prominent for us, because that's where we need to do the knowledge transfer, and we ensure that the farmers and the young people are being our stakeholders for their own land developments. Currently, we have launched a twinning program where our center, ICBA, twin with another center to make sure that we have a long-term plan associated with building their human capital, bringing them to our resources and facilities, developing their labs, and also trying to ensure that the impact is happening on the ground and there are products from this collaboration. In every single country, we work with the National Research Center. So there is
Do you get research grants from these institutions?
Yeah, we get research grants from this institution. We get research grants from Islamic Development Bank. We get research grants from international donors in order for us to make sure that the impact is already happening.
Do you work with the center is in UAE, right?
The center, yes, the headquarters in the UAE, but we work around the world. So therefore, for example, in Egypt, we make sure that we work with their National Research Center. Now in Zimbabwe, they have the MII research, so we are already working with them.
So are you working with universities on PhD, with PhD students who would work their theses on the issues you are facing?
There is two parts of it. One is the basic research, identifying the challenges, and that's where we bring the researcher from the university. Second is the applied research, finding the solution from their research as a postdoc and make sure that it's being deployed in their land, or also prototype, because we do have 100 hectares where we do all the testing in our field to make sure that the concept is viable and replicable at the same time.
Very good. Brother Harun, is the ITFC innovating instruments for financing agriculture? For example, you mentioned Salam and Muzara. Is the ITFC planning to introduce innovative products based on these traditional classical instruments?
Actually, as I mentioned, the structured trade financing is something putting together different modes of financing.
Very good.
So it is not an issue that we don't have the necessary products in fiqh. We have salam, but who will use it to provide financing? It's the Islamic financial institutions. So what we did is actually not to innovate a new product, but to innovate new ways to use those products, which is the structured trade financing. Having said that, recently we had our Salam product approved by IDB Sharia Board, how to implement as a guidelines, which can be identified as one of the new, because so far we are having Murabaha basically, because our institution is an international trade finance institution, so we are financing cross-border trade. And when you do that, it's mostly the buyer's credit for the importation. But with Salam, the export side can be also financed. Although we provided export financing in specific countries like Kazakhstan and Burkina Faso, in Burkina Faso cotton sector, we provided more than $1 billion in Burkina Faso directly to the farmers for the necessary raw materials for producing cotton, and in Kazakhstan also for production of wheat. But with the implementation of Salam, we believe the potential is even higher than what we have done so far. So far as ITFC, we provided more than $10 billion of trade financing since the inception in 2008.
10 billion for?
$10 billion in different countries.
This total trade financing?
Total trade financing for agriculture.
Agriculture.
Recent examples, since July, we provided more than $290 million for the government of Egypt for wheat importation. We are also financing the government of Uzbekistan, government of Tajikistan. In Indonesia, we provide financing for palm oil sector, which is crucial for the country. In Burkina Faso, I mentioned it's not food security, but agriculture, the cotton sector, and also Senelec in Senegal. So these are our recent financing, all for agriculture sector. And as I mentioned, next 3.5 years, our target is to provide at least $4.5 billion in agriculture sector.
MashaAllah. Brother Sayyid, you are the chamber. Brother Zwan, how much time we have? 8 minutes? Okay. 8 or 2? 2 minutes. Okay. Sayyid, we have 1 minute. So, okay, I'll come to you. Just the last 1 minute from Brother Sayyid. You are a chamber of industry, trade, agriculture. So are you bringing all those players together? Are you networking, manufacturing, agriculture, and trade?
I believe we are. So with the projects I mentioned and the forums, workshops we do with our international relations department, and then there is our member relations department, we try to get in contact and first explore what's been going on in the OIC countries, so we have a better understanding of what are the needs of the chambers. The chamber is a window to the private sector, so we have to understand what the private sector needs. We see that there, I'll try to wrap it up really quickly. So we see there is a surge of entrepreneurship, capital being raised in Muslim countries, Egypt being one of them, Pakistan being one of them, Indonesia, Malaysia. But then there was a fall of a lot of startups because of operational reasons. So we are trying to understand how to better become more economically resilient and make startups more economically resilient when it comes to agriculture sector, because our focus with these projects is agriculture. We have identified a few things across the value chain which needs to be looked at, but I think that's a very broad topic. We can discuss that later on. So with your question, I think we believe we are doing our part, and we can do better, but we are doing. Thank you.
So now we have the floor, or we have to conclude? Okay, let's take 2 questions from the floor. Yeah.
السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أخوك عبد الرحمن الشيخ من البحرين.
ارفع صوتك.
معكم عبد الرحمن الشيخ من البحرين. سؤال الأخوة دكتور سامي سويلم والأخ طريفة. الحين مثل ما تعرفون إن احنا عندنا مشكلة في الأمن الغذائي، خاصة احنا دول الخليج دول صحراوية، وعدد سكان قاعد يتزايد. دول كثيرة مثل الهند حاليا قاعدة تستثمر في أفريقيا، تشتري أراضي وتأجر أراضي لحفظ أمنها الغذائي. فإحنا في دول الخليج خاصة دول صحراوية مو هم زراعية، إيش سوينا على أساس نأمن الأمن الغذائي؟ اللي عارفه أيام الملك عبد الله يرحمه دخلوا السعودية في السودان وفي أثيوبيا وشروا أراضي كبيرة، وصار أول حصاد للأرز سعودي من أفريقيا. شركات مثل هادكو كذلك في السعودية، أعتقد الإمارات كذلك لها جهود في السودان وأثيوبيا. فشنو الجهود اللي قاعد تسوونها الIDB والإمارات حفظ الأمن الغذائي لدولها. وشكرا.
Okay, thank you. So the question is about food security for the GCC countries. Okay, one more question. Fadal.
Yeah, I have a question, and this is related to very much food security, but another angle, which is, like Pakistan, for example. We had huge amount of flooding there, but then the debate is on that whether it was the climate change impact or it was the criminal negligence of not making dams. For the last 50 years, the country did not make any dams. And all the water went to the ocean, and then when we needed water, wasn't there. So don't you think that the dam, making of dams in Islamic countries like Niger, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and other African countries, don't you think that Islamic Development Bank should also look into that, perhaps set up some kind of special fund to make dams, so that it can directly support the food security instead of wasting the crops? We can use the water to develop the crops, and this could be on commercial basis. You can definitely generate power and then recover your investments. How about that?
I wish we can have more questions, but I think we are out of time, so we have to answer the question.
Please, if you can, because the questions have been far longer than the answers, hopefully.
Okay, Dr. Trefa, can you answer the question on how to support GCC countries, mostly desert area, to have food security?
Sure. Again, we need to understand the base of the problem. The problem in the GCC is water. Water, drought, and also in addition to that is the desert. Again, our soil is not meant to be so much for agriculture. What you mentioned rightly is the two model of agriculture. One is outsourcing, taking somewhere where it has good land and good environment for agriculture and use it for agricultural purposes. The question is what we gave us a wake-up call is what happened during the pandemic. If your border closed, then you need to answer the question of the land self-sufficiency when it comes to the food production. And I think this is where we are at the moment. We can always continue leasing and having different grounds to do agriculture, but the thing is, how can we ensure we have the best practices inland? And that's, first of all, we're looking at the sources of water. We're looking at what can we do with the treated wastewater. Treated wastewater in GCC is not being utilized for so many reasons, hygienic reasons, Islamic reasons, so many different reasons. So we need to also do research and understand how can we do and how much we can do with the treated wastewater when it comes to agriculture. Secondly, we look at the soil. We work with so many technologies for soil enhancement, looking at different models of, I can name examples, however, I can mention the biochar, looking at the natural-based solution to work with the ground and look at how can we really enhance the desert. Third, protected agriculture, greenhouses, vertical farming. The problem with that is the CO2 emission, and how can we really find better solution? الطاقة النظيفة, investing in having clean energy, solar power to replace all those traditional greenhouses. So I think between research and investment, we will be able to get the right model where it can really help us here at the GCC countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brother Saeed, would you like to address the second question?
When you talk about building dams, you cannot dissect the Pakistan's political economy and what's been going on in the country for a while. So Islamic Development Bank or any other organization could come up with billions of dollars with you, but if the local political elite or any other people in power are not willing to develop the dam because of their electoral college, then that makes a very big difference. For talking about the Kalabagh Dam, it's the tobacco growers which are the biggest trouble, not any linguistic problem in the region. So there is a lot of things which has to be looked at before these mega development projects in all the countries. So we can discuss about this later on because this is a particular interest of mine. So thank you.
Right. We'll give Harun 30 seconds to give any comment on any of the two questions before we conclude.
Quickly, although I am not representing ISDB, I'm familiar with ISDB projects. Definitely, ISDB has been providing financing for dam projects. And the one came to my mind is actually in Pakistan, Mohmand Dam. I think IDB signed a $180 million financing recently for that one. And out of our food security program, $5.5 billion committed by ISDB, mostly for irrigation projects, including dams. So that would be my answer to the second question. Thank you.
Very good. So thank you, Dr. Tarifa Zabi, Brother Dr. Haroon Sleek, and Brother Sayyid Basha for very constructive and fruitful discussion. Thank you. Up to you, Brother Rizwan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our respected panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Sami, for conducting very eloquently one of the most important sessions for this conference. And I'm sure this sets the stage for the rest of the discussions, inshallah, very well. So, Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much, Brother Sayyid, Brother Haroon, Dr. Tarifa, and nevertheless, Dr. Sami Swallam. Thank you very much for joining us. Maybe we can have a quick picture, and then, inshallah, we thank you for the session. Jazakumullah khair. While we're taking a picture, can I also request our panelists for the next session to please join us on the stage. The next session is about resilience to climate change, the role of Islamic financial institutions and regulatory bodies. Again, a very important topic that is being discussed time and again within this global Islamic banking and finance industry. And we found it of relevance to making it part of this very important discussion and this important conference. So I have the pleasure of inviting the chairman of the session, Mr. Muhammad Farooq Raza, chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, as well as group CEO of IFAS in the UK, as well as co-founder at IFIN for Islamic Financial Services in the UK. We are also joined by Dr. Tariqullah Khan, who will present a paper. He's a professor at NCF, very well-known personality within the global Islamic banking and finance industry, in particular in research. He has joined us virtually. Unfortunately, he has not been able to be with us today. We are glad to have Mr. Al-Tayyib Ahmed Al-Dajani, Program Officer, UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. He has joined us from Lebanon. And we have Brother Muhammad Khalid Jawahir, Senior Islamic Finance Specialist, Islamic Development Bank Institute, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, it's okay, you can take the other one, the last one. I welcome you, Brother Farooq, the chairman of this very important session, and I let you initiate the proceedings of the session, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rizwan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's always an immense pleasure for me to be here with my industry colleagues, peers, and the practitioners and the knowledgeable people gathered under this roof right now. I was contacted a few weeks ago by AAOIFI Secretariat, and I was given the topic of climate change and Islamic finance. I suddenly felt, being a 6-month-old baby with no teeth and being given a whole entire watermelon to eat. Now, what does it mean, pun aside, is that climate change is a very big issue that every human being on the face of earth is facing. And how does it relate with Islamic finance? That's an even bigger challenge for us to comprehend, to understand, and to figure out that how do we do that. So to this end, we have this very esteemed panel today. I've got Professor Tariqullah Khan, who is joining us online from Malaysia. He is a very famous academic in Islamic finance. He is a very big promoter of circular economy and zero waste, and he is also a laureate of ISDB award as well. So thank you, Professor Tariq, for being with us today. I also have with me Mr. Tayyib Ahmed Al-Dajani. He is the program officer at the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, and he is based in Lebanon. And then I also have with me Mr. Muhammad Khalid Jawahir, who is a senior Islamic finance specialist from Islamic Development Bank Institute. And he has been involved in doing many programs for ISDBI group. So inshallah, we'll hear from all of them as well. Now, when it comes to climate change, I remember growing up as a young man, and that was around maybe 25, 30 years ago, when we started talking about in the media, some things, weird things, alien things like, global warming, greenhouse gases, fossil fuels, and so on and so forth. I think I was too young at that age maybe to comprehend what is coming, along, and what we should expect happening in the world, actually faster than anybody anticipated. Now, 3 decades down the line, what we see is that, a lot of talk has been done, but almost no walk to date. Until recently, when some very disastrous events have actually posted the first bill of this negligence, in countries like Pakistan, for example, that was devastated this summer, by very torrential rains and floods and so on and so forth, and that has led to very difficult economic situation in the country, and of course that leads to many other things. So why all this is happening? And suddenly now we see that things have started moving. The recent COP27 held a few weeks ago has also demonstrated that the world is finally waking up to this. But again, we have to see it from a perspective of Islamic finance. So to this end, I would like to invite Professor Tariqullah to do a presentation where hopefully, inshallah, he will shed some light on what are the factors that are leading towards this climate change, this very dire situation that the world is facing. What is causing, these issues, and what does it mean to the world? What does it mean to the economy? What does it mean to the humanity? And how it relates to Maqasid al-Sharia. So, is there any? I would like the professor to focus, mainly on this issue, that how much it relates, this climate change issue, with Maqasid al-Sharia. Is there any relevance between them, or are we talking about two completely different things? So, Professor Tariqullah, over to you, please. You have around 20 to 25 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll move on to the next. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear Brother Raza, thank you very much for your introduction. And I will straight away go to the presentation, which my humble presentation here. And I captioned it, Climate Crisis Mitigation, Maqasid al-Sharia Framework. This is just a preliminary framework to try to understand how we can deal with the climate crisis. So primarily, in the received economic system in which we are, the economy, there is what we know is the economy, but a healthy economy cannot exist without a healthy society, and a healthy society cannot exist without a healthy ecological environment, and a healthy ecological environment is always somehow spiritually related to the natural. So if we understand the crisis and the solution in the framework of this summary, then we can really be in a position to present our solution to the crisis. So the crisis is anthropogenic. It is created by human beings. Our economic activities have led to the crisis, and which is actually recognized in the Quran, and which actually straight away refers to the corruption created by human hands in sea and earth. So we are responsible for it. And what's the evidence that we are responsible from it? Here is very important historical data, starting from the pre-industrial age, which is here in the data, it is 1880, coming down to COP27 in 2022. You can see that how the temperatures, global temperatures are increasing, although there is a lot of effort going on in terms of the COP conferences and other international efforts to reduce the temperatures. But in fact, the Earth's temperature has risen by 0.14 Fahrenheit per decade since 1880, but the rate of warming since 1981 is more than twice of that. And looking into the future, this is a very credible data which shows that although in year 2022, we are at 1.2 degree temperature, and the Paris Agreement fixes 1.5 as the maximum. But in real terms, what the data suggests is that it is very hard if we do business as usual by 2100, which is when my grandchild is going to be my age, he has to live at a temperature which is 4C, which is almost unimaginable. So at the present, what's happening is that this data is also very credible. It is about the biocapacity of Earth, and you can see that the red means the degeneration of the biocapacity of Earth, which in the data which appears from, it is consistent with the previous data also. From 1971, we have a very rapid degeneration of the Earth's biocapacity. Because of those things, there is another very credible source of information, which is the World Economic Forum. They produce every year a global risk report. So I compiled the data from their reports from 2007 to 2022, and you can see that the green here are the top 5 risks. The green means they are environmental, and you can see that the green is appearing only recently. 2014, we can see the 2 risks are green, but when we go to 2022, then actually the top 10 risks are environment related. And basically, what happens is that when there is an environmental devastation, then every other thing, every other risk is also becoming magnified. Like in the previous session, you were covering the food security. Food security is just impossible if we do not address the environmental anthropogenic risks. So what is the reason that we have that disaster? It's coming from the economics, actually. Those of us who are in the economics field, we know this. We have learned economics through this diagram, which is called the Samuelson circular flow diagram, which is all about money and only economic activities. And it is disembodied from the ecological environment and from the society. It's not related to that. And the only connection is the externalities, where they talk about positive externalities as well as negative externalities. Negative externalities is actually the focus of my presentation today. And I from the framework of the Maqasid, I call it Mafasid. And it was the one which was referred in the verse which I showed to you is Fasad. So the unfortunate thing is that the disembedded framework, which I just showed to you the picture, is actually the framework in which all the recognitions in economics are actually distributed. Even Nardos, In the first picture here, on the left, he was the co-author of Simultaneous Economics. He got the Nobel Prize in 2018 for the climate issues. But again, his framework is disembedded. In the framework, environment and society are not integrated. And this year also, we got the Nobel Prize winners who are from the disembedded framework, only from financial. They do not have any contribution in the area of environment and social issues. So that is the dominant framework. Actually, what I was listening to your discussions previously is we are still entangled in this embedded framework, whether in whatever area it is, even in our Islamic finance and Islamic economics, we are still in this embedded framework. So from there, I want to make the point that the result of it is the devastation of the climate change, which if we only refer to waste and the pollution, that are the two most serious issues which the world is facing nowadays. And of course, there are efforts here. I summarized the different effort levels. The first one is the disembedded framework, which actually is the shareholders' capitalism. I don't want to go into the detail because of the time limitation. And then we have the ESG, the stakeholders capitalism. And within the stakeholder capitalism, we have the SDGs, which is an embedded framework. And then I am talking about today what we can add to the SDG framework is the religious dimension, the divine guidance, which is to be added to that. So all the data show that if we follow the business as usual, the disembedded paradigm, we will have by 2100, the temperatures will exceed 4C. And my data here shows that this is a recent report issued maybe 2 weeks ago by the MSCI. What it shows is that most of all of the listed companies, basically, all of the listed companies are actually working, which will end up at 2.9 C temperature. And interestingly, these companies are also reporting on the ESG because they are saying we are also doing ESG. So basically, even the ESG companies are leading to the world to 2.9 C, which is almost 3 C in the timeline of the Paris Agreement by 2050, which is extremely dangerous actually. So the SDGs is indeed a very good improvement on this embedded framework because it is embedding the economy into the society into the biosphere. But the problem is that the various SDGs actually really conflict with each other. Here is the data which shows that conflict because most of the climate issue, here is the data on the HDI, Human Development Index. Of course, the developed countries are more developed on the HDI. And on the other hand, we have the ecological footprint, which means the capacity which the country is actually using to have that human development indicator. So what it shows is that within the 1 Earth capacity, actually the development has to take place. But actually it is, for some countries, it is taking place as if there are 9 Earths, there are 14 Earths actually in some countries' cases. And most of those countries are high developed countries. And on the other hand, there are low HDI countries, including my own country, Pakistan, which are actually within the 1 Earth capacity. So basically what it means is that when you have to work on increasing your human development indicator, which is basically the SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 4, then necessarily your environment is going to deteriorate. So therefore, the challenge for these countries is the transformation. For the developed countries who are having high HDI, the problem is that they have to transform their economy from the environmental point of view to within the one Earth capacity, which is actually almost very difficult in the short run. Whereas the developing countries or the least of countries have to improve their HDI and within the one Earth capacity. So this issue of one Earth capacity is very important in my discussion. So there is a lot of crisis which is very much evident from the data. So using the word phrase, actually, our brother Sami uses good economics phrase. So what good economics can offer? First of all, good economics should stop the degeneration. Second, it should restore. And third, it should regenerate the Earth's biocapacity. So then in that framework, what the maqasid, why the maqasid is relevant? Because in the first place, the maqasid is relevant because it is not disembedded. It is embedding the different dimensions of development within each other. So the most recent studies of the Sharia scholars actually identify the ecological balance and biodiversity restoration and regeneration as one of the maqasid themselves. Although most of the studies still do not include the environment as one of the maqsad. Even Chabra actually put the environment in the category of future generations. Of course, it is very relevant, but most recent studies from the Sharia scholars actually identify the ecological balance and biodiversity as one of the objectives of the Sharia. So what is the intent of the Sharia? The intent of the Sharia is to maximize the positive externalities, which I equate to masalih, and to minimize the negative externalities from our economic and consumer activities. So positive externalities, masalih, public benefits, restoration and regeneration of shared natural asset, which is the biocapacity of Earth, the universal public property. The problem was with economics was that this universal natural asset was not recognized in the economic models of those actually Nobel laureates. And the negative externalities, mafasid, public harms, the degradation and depletion of shared natural asset, biocapacity of Earth, and universal public. So the intent of the Sharia is, as we know, is to prevent the mafasid and to preserve and restore and enhance the masalih. So I try to translate it in terms of this diagram. On the top, I put positive externalities, global public benefits, and below, I put the negative externalities, global public harms. So in my previous data, I showed to you the rate is emerging from 1970. Actually, when we trace it back, it is emerging from 1960. So I put there that as the base. So what is happening is that we are in that diagram, we are continuously, the data shows we are continuously degenerating the Earth's biocapacity. And what we actually need is we have to restore and regenerate. We have to move from point A to point B, and this is specifically, I developed this for sustainable business models. So a sustainable business model is positive externalities match out negative externalities, no negative impact or net addition to biocapacity. And a degenerative business, which actually most of the businesses nowadays are degenerative, unfortunately, trivializes negative externalities. This is what economics does. They recognize negative externalities, but they trivialize it. That exceed positive externalities, degrading the biocapacity of our Earth, which is the natural asset on which everything actually depends. And then we have a restorative business which improves on the external benefits. And then we have a regenerative business where actually net addition to the biocapacity takes place. Our forefathers' business activities were actually in the form of regenerative because their degenerative activities were not actually existing. So what are the preconditions to establish regenerative businesses, which is maximizing the masalih and minimizing the mafasid? So there are the preconditions. The most important precondition is the behavioral norms. And due to time limitation, I will not discuss most of these points. Maybe I will pick up only some of them. The first one is behavioral norms. The second one is economic analysis framework and criteria. The third one is technologies, which was, you were discussing them in the previous session also. The fourth one is policy and regulatory support, future-ready institutions, and effective partnership, design of financial products, which is what is extremely relevant also for this AAOIFI and ISDB giant seminar. So let me pick up on some of them. The one which is most important is the behavioral norms. Actually, when I started learning Islamic economics, I was taught that Islamic economics is different from conventional economics because of these particular behavioral norms which Islam is teaching us. The first one is human being is a Khalifa of Allah on earth, and the responsibilities of human being exceed the limited connotation of profits. And the second one is the Khalifa has to establish the mizan, the universal balance. And the third one is the elimination of waste, israf, and tabzir, extravagance, and then the protection of passive stakeholders, which future generations and other species, is mercy for the world. Rahmatul Alameen is our ideal, of course. Avoids riba, gharar, and gambling, promotes masaleh and prevents mafasid, is Alameen and Al-Sadiq, trustworthy, and follows Al-Wasatiyah, the middle path. So basically, these are the norms which bring forth the responsibility dimension which Islamic economics is in a better position to present in the current crisis situation of the environment. So I elaborated on, and I'm sure the presentation is available there for if somebody is interested. The Al-Mizan, we have to look at it at a much wider dimension in the context of in the framework of the Maqasid. The Al-Mizan is social and economic justice, inclusion and circulation of wealth, life-sustaining elements, capacity and environment of the planet, air, water, energy, rotational balance, etc., internal equilibrium of creation, biological, nutritional, functional, etc., demographic equilibrium, families and future generations, circularity of nature, water cycle, oxygen and carbon cycle, food cycle, photosynthesis, etc. So the Al-Mizan actually sets us to have our economic activities in consistency with the natural cycles. Otherwise, the facade will happen. So the second important point I want to actually highlight is the framework. In the Samuelson framework, which I showed to you in the beginning, which is the framework, whether you believe it or not, our paradigm, even in Islamic economics, is in that framework. We have to change that framework. Actually, there are 4, at least in my list, critical forms of capital. There is the natural capital, natural resources, and natural laws together. And we add to it also the spiritual, the religious capital, the norms, the norms which I mentioned, which require that. And then we have the social capital, and then we have the man-made capital, which is the economy, which is so we have to embed these together. And in that framework, then the second thing is that, okay, I will finish within, just be specific, how many minutes? Inshallah, very soon. So, but indeed, we need to have a different business criteria. To internalize the externalities, we need to have different business criteria. This is what I was referred to, the zero waste, zero emissions, zero riba and gharar, and forbearance, which we haven't been able to incorporate in our models, is a very important actually institution. The Al-Af is an important institution, and I tried in the paper, I tried to develop it also. Service to society, indeed. And we need a number of institutions. I just for the sake of reminding, if we want to have the businesses to heal the environment, then we need an environmental HISBA. HISBA is a very important institution, but we haven't developed it. And now we need to really put a lot of efforts in developing an environmental HISBA. And of course, there is a lot of work is going on the value-based financial institutions. Of course, and then, of course, you are going to discuss also in the seminar about the Sharia governance. The narrative of Sharia governance has to change from halal only to halal and Taiwan, because cleaning away with environmental and ecological impurities is an essential ingredient if we have to apply the Maqasid al-Sharia. So the Sharia governance has to be revisited in the framework of halal and Taiwan as an improvement, actually. And then, of course, if we do all those things, then we have to look at the cost of doing the business and collateral, because the businesses will be doing in a different format with a different perception and different understanding. So the cost of financing may be going to be a little bit higher. So given that responsible business criteria, we have to revisit also. I heard there in the previous session, there was a green waqf, for example. So the social finance has also to be on the basis of sustainability, which because of time, I don't have to time to emphasize it. But in the end, here, as a concluding note, that am I optimistic or am I pessimistic with regard to maximization of positive and minimization of negative externalities? For a number of reasons, I am very optimistic. Number one is the Islamic norms are becoming more and more coming to the core of the economic and business dialogue. And then the Maqasid al-Sharia as an embedded framework is becoming more and more relevant. And there is at the same time a responsible business domain where I was mentioned as a circular promoter of circular economy. Number three is the business models are becoming more regenerative. And number 4 is there is a lot of green and disruptive technologies are coming up. And especially in the area of food security, there is a regenerative agriculture actually is a new disruptive form of agriculture. And then there is a lot of value-based finance and regulation actually is taking place. Because of these and other reasons, there is a good optimism that if we can also change our direction of our research of policies and product development to focus on these considerations, I think there is a reason for optimism, and Islamic finance and economics can contribute to the world in the transformation of the economies to overcome the climate crisis. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for exceeding the time.
Happening in the world where there is more fasad, there are more mafasid than masaleh. And this is where I think, we really need to take a heed from this message again, that, we as Muslims, we carry this ultimate responsibility of Amr bil Maruf wa Nahi al Munkar. And that includes that we have to promote masaleh and we have to prevent fasad. Instead, unfortunately, sometimes willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly, we become part of the problem. So here, what I see is very clear. There is a direct correlation between climate change and Maqasid al-Sharia, and that requires, for me, there is a very clear call for action. But that call for action is probably much bigger than just Islamic finance. This, the previous session, somebody raised a question here about, the dams or the money not being spent, wisely on, a certain country's infrastructure and so on. So of course that is part of the problem, because, that will not only, it's not only the Islamic finance industry stakeholders who need to take a responsibility, but there will be a much wider, network of stakeholders that may include the policy, makers, the regulators, and, the institutional players, and of course, the public as well. Now, because we have established that this is a much bigger piece of challenge than just Islamic finance industry, so of course we have to look at, different solutions as well. So may I ask Brother Khalid Al-Jawahir to shed some light on what Islamic Development Bank is doing and why this is important, because the challenge is really big and it's bigger than any single institution. So we would expect, as usual, the multilateral organizations to be playing a key role in this. So if you can please share with us what is Islamic Development Bank doing, and then we will come to Brother Taib as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Thank you very much, Brother Farooq, for the introduction, and thank you very much for Professor Tariqullah for this very insightful presentation. I would like to put some context to this question. When we talk about climate finance, currently, according to estimates of the G20 and the new climate economy, we will need around $3 to $6 trillion per year to be able to meet net zero, climate emissions and achieve climate resilience by 2050. I repeat, $3 to $6 trillion, and that's a conservative estimate. There is this, charity organization called Oxfam, right? They did a study, and for 2020, they said that the true value of the climate finance contribution was only around $21 to $24.5 billion. In 2021, the MDBs, they contributed $51 billion. So when you compare 51 billion or 20 billion to 3 or 6 trillion dollars, there's a huge gap. That tells you that multilateral financial institutions have a major role to play to cooperate with the public and the private sector to raise the funds required to transition to low carbon economy. In terms of commitments from the IDB, the bank has announced a 35% commitment of its financial, projects commitments by 2025. So 35% will be dedicated for climate finance. We have developed a sustainable finance framework. We have the climate policy. We have an action plan. On top of that, during COP27, the Arab Cooperative Group committed $24 billion by 2030, of which the IDB will contribute $13 billion, all right? In terms of strategies with the other MDBs, we are very much aligned. In 2018, the MDBs decided to have a joint Paris Agreement alignment, whereby the MDBs have decided to align themselves with the climate mitigation goals. They have decided to align themselves in terms of climate finance operations, climate resilient operations, in terms of strategy, in terms of policy, in terms of reporting. This has led to a change within the bank itself. We have decided to rethink the way we operate, to rethink our strategy, and the new strategy of the bank is to focus on green, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable development. You will note that we are going beyond climate change. We are looking at the economy, we are looking at, sustainable development. That's the new approach that the IDB is adopting. And we are doing that by mainstreaming this approach across the project cycle. From the project design to project implementation and monitoring, we are looking at projects from these lenses, green growth, resilience, inclusiveness, sustainable development, and that's the way, and we're doing it across, variety of sectors: agriculture, energy, water and sanitation, health, education, and so on. When it comes to Islamic finance itself, the IDB has set up a platform with the UN center in Istanbul. It's called the GFIP, right? It's the Global Islamic Finance Impact Investing Platform. The purpose of this platform is to engage with the private sector, with the governments, with the aim of developing market-based solutions for SDGs. So some of the very interesting projects which we've done under this platform and which have potential impact for climate finance is, for example, we have assisted some countries, Uzbekistan is one example, to develop legal and regulatory framework for green sukuk. We have also provided training on green sukuk to financial institutions. We have also provided, other trainings with regards to microfinance for agriculture, and we're also assisting some other countries as well. We're also working with the CBAFI, right? We developed a report on sustainable banking. We're also working with the United Nations Environment Finance Initiative, the UNEP-FI. We are right now developing guidelines to integrate climate resilience activities within Islamic banking. And hopefully once this is done, we will be able to build the capacity of policymakers, of banks, and perhaps conduct, some pilot kind of, implementation with some countries on how to integrate climate-related activities within the Islamic finance framework. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Khalid. Excellent initiatives and, a long way to go also. I will turn to Mr. Tayyib Al-Dajani, representing UN. So please share with us, what's your perspective of climate change with regards to Islamic finance.
سلام الله عليكم ورحمته وبركاته. تحية عربية عطرة وبعد. Gives me great pleasure to be with you here today. I look forward to be enriched with your thoughts and comments after we finish this session. From a climate change perspective, so many negative externalities are affecting our world, and we are meeting today in a challenged time from a climate perspective. Three SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are very relevant to our discussion today. The first is the climate action and the targets needed to be achieved in that respect. That's SDG number 13. Life on land and life underwater are also very important SDGs 14 and 15. As my colleague Khaled just mentioned, the SDGs funding requirement in this decade of action is between $6 to $7 trillion per year, and the climate action component of that is extremely significant amount. ODAs, the obligatory development assistance from rich countries to poorer countries, is not covering these important funding requirements. Hence, there is a funding gap. The IMF puts this funding gap at $4.5 trillion per year. And this is a major challenge to the financial footing of various Muslim countries, if not the majority of them. Hence, these countries resort to borrowing, interest-bearing loans in particular. And from a global perspective, if we look at the major waves of change globally and how they affect the Muslim world, this element of debt is really alarming. It has reached $303 trillion last year, 2021, rising from $226 trillion the year before. In percentage terms, probably this is the highest or close second to the highest percentage change in global debt year to year since the Second World War. So, Islamic social finance and Islamic banking and finance, the two-pronged approach to Islamic finance, one related to non-for-profit sector and one is for-profit sector, which is Islamic banking and Islamic financial institutions. Muslim countries must revert to such institutions in order to reduce the funding gap that we just mentioned, $4.5 trillion. And in essence, during the presentation early today, AAOIFI mentioned that Islamic banking and finance for-profit total footing and total balance sheet is about $3.3 trillion, while the Islamic social finance, if we break it according to instruments being zakatable assets, $2 trillion minimum, with a $600 billion of zakatable funds that can be effectively distributed annually, in addition to awqaf assets that are probably estimated at $1 trillion, and then Qard Hasan and Sadaqat, among other instruments of Islamic social finance. So in totality, Muslim countries, many of them are LDCs and many others are middle income countries, need to look at and cannot ignore the Islamic social finance sector in order to fund the gap that exists to achieve climate action targets and to achieve the SDGs in general. Hence, various initiatives have taken place the past decade or so. Green sukuk were introduced, particularly sovereign green sukuk in Indonesia, and that was a successful experiment from a sovereign perspective. Conglomerates in Emirates and other Arab countries have also issued sukuk, green sukuk and blue sukuk as well, coming to existence relatively soon. Hence, these are important elements of financing for climate action. And here, there are two elements that we see from a global perspective that are important to mention. The first is financing for mitigation versus financing for adaptation. In essence, we see that most Muslim countries that are LDCs, least developed and middle income, are receiving 10 times as much in mitigation financing through loans, interest-bearing loans, versus adaptation financing for projects that are compatible from Sharia perspective as well as from environmental perspective. And this is a policy recommendation for countries to work further with international granting sources funding so that they can look for adaptation financing versus mitigation of negative externalities related to projects and so forth. Lastly, we see good important initiatives. For example, in Jordan, the country is becoming an expert and the world leader in wastewater treatment. In Morocco, we see that Morocco has become a world leader in solar energy desalination plant for its desert areas in the south. And the oil producing and gas producing Arab countries have committed to zero emissions in the near future. These are positive signs of change, and hopefully I leave you with these two thoughts, that Islamic social finance and Islamic banking and finance that is for profit cannot be ignored to finance the action related to climate change and to reach the target set and accepted by all countries, member countries of the United Nations by 2030, as well as that we must cooperate globally. It's not only a national risk that climate change poses to one country as big as it can be from a population perspective or geographic perspective. It's a global issue as well as a regional issue from a Muslim countries' perspective. The Paris Agreement commitments as well as the Sharm el-Sheikh Agreement commitments need to be observed and hopefully upheld in order to achieve a better future for all mankind and justice for all mankind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Taib. Really appreciate. Now we have to close the session. Very quickly, I have a common question to both of you. One of the recent breakthroughs is actually the agreement to establish the Loss and Damage Fund in the COP27 recently, where the funds will be provided for preventive and corrective projects, right? Now, how do you see this happening? Can we anticipate? Is it logical? Is it realistic to anticipate having maybe an Islamic tranche of Loss and Damage Fund to provide funding to OIC countries or the Muslim countries to help them with their climate change projects? Is it doable? Is it not doable? How do you foresee this coming? And especially when it's coming from the UN, but then the funds will be provided by the countries that are usually causing the climate change, right? And the recipients of the fund will be actually the opposite, who are usually paying the price of that that change. So how do you see this? We have only 30 seconds each for the answer.
Thank you very much, Brother Farouk. That is a very challenging question because this issue is very novel. It has just been agreed in the COP27. Honestly, the mechanism of how it will happen is still not very clear. They still have not deliberated on, for example, who are those who will donate. Who will be receiving the funds? What are the eligibility criteria? These still are not very clear right now. Of course, we currently have already existing partnership with the UN, with this the GIFI platform. This could be a very good conduit, whereby any if and when it happens, any Islamic tranche could be using that platform to be channeled to the member countries of the bank.
Thank you.
I agree with Brother Khalid, and I think that member countries of the OIC must come together with countries of the South in order to become a strong bloc with one voice in order to benefit effectively from such an initiative and commitment by the countries that have caused such a disaster and a calamity on our Mother Earth. And I hope through collective action, cooperation, we can achieve such a goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Taib. Now, my last question to Professor Tariqullah. Hope you are still with us. You have worked a lot on the industry side and the research side. What is your honest opinion about the readiness of Islamic finance industry to tackle the climate change, challenges that we are talking about. Is the industry ready, or how much work you think will be required actually to get ready for that? I give you an example. A lot of time, green sukuk have been mentioned, but that's only one product. Recently, a fatwa was issued approving carbon credit, to be an asset class. Now, shall we see this carbon credit approval, Sharia approval, as a precursor to more innovative and really inclusive and some exciting products, or is the industry heading towards another tawarruk or commodity murabaha where the underlying asset is this carbon credit? So please, no more than 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a difficult question. And indeed, I didn't want to talk about it. Because the whole responsibility is on the IFSB and the IOFI, because they have done wonderful to promote Islamic finance and doing wonderful in doing Islamic finance. Last year I took a stock of what are the role of the Islamic finance institutions in promoting sustainability in Islamic finance, and I was very much actually not happy to see that neither IOFI nor IFSB did anything to promote sustainability in Islamic finance. I may be wrong, but I did my effort, a sincere effort to understand. Only the SIBAFI, the General Council of Islamic Banks and Financial Institutions, has actually produced a report on sustainability in Islamic banking. So now the fact is that all the international standard setters, the financial IFRS Foundation, they have released the sustainability reporting standards. The TCFD, they have released the disclosure requirements for climate risk, and the Basel Committee has done. So most of the standard setting institutions have already now issued standards to their actually responsible agencies and businesses to follow. But in our own case, there is a big opportunity for the IOFI and the IFSB to really address this issue, which is lacking actually. We think Islamic finance is sustainable. Actually, I don't understand that, because financing a project, whether through loan or through Islamic finance, is irrelevant. The particular project, whether the project is having some sustainability implications or not, is the most important. So therefore, in the Sharia governance slide, I put halal is the framework on which we are working now, but halal and tayyiban should be the framework on which the Sharia governance should work. And we need to address even the financial contracts, if that is so.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Tariqullah. I take your point. Just a little clarification that IOFI is already working on a governance standard on sustainability. So it's in the pipeline, and hopefully, inshallah, it will see its day very soon. With that, I would like to open the floor for 2 questions from the audience, if any at all. Yes, please. If someone can take the mic, please. Please keep your question short so that the answer can be also short. I think everybody, wants to go for lunch now.
Yeah, thank you very much. we are talking today about Islamic finance, Islamic agriculture, Islamic environment. I don't know what the role of religion, I'm speaking now as a religious scholar, as a sheikh, as an imam, and you said clearly, no single actor can succeed in bringing the change that we want. We need to identify the strategic stakeholders. And I want to believe from where I sit, religious leaders, imams, sheikhs, teachers in madrasas and universities are strategic stakeholders. Unfortunately, most of us preach about going to Jannah. We are very busy preparing people to go to Jannah, and we forget that we have to live in this world before going to Jannah. وَلَا تَنْسَى نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. So I don't know what you are doing, and I would like maybe Sister Tarifa, if she's here, to tell us whether they have a Sharia board for their organization. Because I believe until we bring in the religious leaders, so that the khutbahs talk about the environment, khutbahs in the masajid talk about Islamic finance, khutbahs talk about climate change. We need to bring in the scholars so that they can preach this to bring the behavioral change, which is a precondition for us to succeed. Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. And this is exactly the take-home message, I think, that this issue of climate change is way bigger than anyone, any single individual, any organization, any institution, any single government. This is everybody's problem, and we all carry responsibility. This is a shared responsibility, and as industry peers, I think we need to collaborate a lot. We really need to work hard, hard hand in hand, and we have to come up with solutions that are Sharia compliant and that are also practical. And of course, we have to work on the awareness, as the Sheikh has said. Thank you so much, Asante Sana. Last question, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
First of all, I have two simple questions. First of all, I guess maybe it's time to come for central banks that one of the assessment when they assess the Islamic institutions to take into account the environmental issues. I mean, like when you decide to grant facilities for such customers, you have to take into account not that the action or the goods or service itself, it's haram or halal. You have to look beyond that. I mean the maqasid al-sharia. Second thing, I guess also for central banks should also grant such, let's say, rewards or something for institutions, especially Islamic banks, that grant a green project, give them facilities with low rate or something like that to encourage them to finance a green project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Great ideas. Thank you very much. Just one last question, please. Here.
Assalamu alaikum. Abdurrahman al-Sheikh. Since the issue over here is regarding climate change, I think there's a huge talk in the consensus around the world that there's a big group that do not see there is an issue with climate change. You've got Eva Javer, he's a Nobel Prize winner, and he's a big planetologist. He says there's no issue with the planet. Actually, the Earth is cooling down, and we need more carbon, actually, not less, because plants thrive on carbon dioxide, as you know, and without carbon dioxide, plants die, and you got the food security and the whole domino effect. And plus you got Dr. William Happer, who was the Director of Energy in the Bush administration. He says there's no issue with climate. And you got Dr. Steve Koonin, he was the Director during the Obama administration, who sees that there is no issue with the climate. So there's a big group of gurus. These are climate gurus. They have their own website they've made called co2coalition.org, if you can go back to it. These are all, they see that the world is good, the climate is great, and there is no issue. So do we have research, our own Islamic research on this? That's what I'm saying. We shouldn't be copy-pasting what everybody says. Everybody says boom, and we say boom. I mean, do we have our own research to prove this? This is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your question. about Islamic research. Well, of course, there has been some Islamic research, actually a lot. Professor Tariqullah is one of them who is very, vigorously and rigorously, conducting these research, and there are many more academics as well. But I don't believe that actually we have reached that scale yet. Plus, unfortunately, these, promoters of, whatever you want to call them, I call them mufsideen in simple terms, right? This is for sure, and regardless of, what is happening, the reality is that, we as from Sharia point of view, we must take all these things into consideration, whether there is a climate change issue or no climate change issue. These are our issues. These are our problems. This is our responsibility. We are sent to take care of, and to reduce the facade from the world. We have to stop it, and we have to create the, the maslaha, and, we have to promote the masaleh. Now, unfortunately, these people, they have big budgets, to promote their researches and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we don't have that. And when we have monies, unfortunately, it goes into other directions. It doesn't go into these things because we don't see this as a, a pressing issue. Now, I hope that, inshallah, with the, this little dialogue that we are having today, it will become, inshallah, I think it will instigate, it will initiate some further discussions and more in-depth, I think, debate over this issue, and that's why I'm insisting and I'm reiterating again that this is not an Islamic finance issue. This is actually an Islamic issue, a holistic Sharia compliant issue, because it does not stop only at finance. It has a lot of many other implications, and it will require a lot of input from many stakeholders. And finance is just one of them. Because the conference is focused on finance, so that's why we are talking about finance, but otherwise, I think we have to accept that this is something that is much bigger to chew for any single industry. Thank you very much. With that, I will call this session a close. Thank you for your engagement, and thank you for the very interactive question.
Hello.
Okay, yes, sorry, okay, one last question, sorry, but no more, please.
أشكر لإتاحتي الفرصة وأنا أتحدث باللغة العربية. إثيوبيا بلد جوار للمنطقة العربية والمنطقة الاقتصادية التي وصلت إلى غرب وشرق وجنوب وشمال. ورغم أنها إثيوبيا بلد تاريخي، والآن نحن نسعى لتحسين الجو، والحكومة الحالية غرست أكثر من 4 بليون شجرة لإصلاح هذه المشكلة التي نعاني منها الآن. وإثيوبيا لم تنل من هذه الدول لمساعدتها لهذه الذي تسعى لأجلها، وفي الوقت الحالي متاحة للعمل بجدية مع الدول الجوار ومع الدول، خاصة مع الدول الإسلامية والعربية. ولكن سابقا فعلا كانت منغلقة والآن مفتوحة. لماذا لا تحصل على هذه القروض أو على هذه المساعدات الإعانات لتطوير اقتصادها، وهي تسعى، والحكومة الحالية ممثلة بالدكتور أبي أحمد التي حصل على جائزة التطوير أو إصلاح المناخ، فنحن نسعى لتكون علاقتنا واتصالاتنا لتحسين الاقتصاد ولتحسين الجو المناخي. فأشكر لإتاحتي لهم الفرصة، وأنا أنتظر الجواب لهذا السؤال. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. Our brother from Ethiopia says that 4 million trees were planted in order to mitigate the effects of climate change there. We have a similar initiative from the non-for-profit sector, the civil sector within Jordan, Palestine, where 2.7 million trees were planted, particularly olive trees that have symbols of continuous resilience from climate perspective, as well from struggle perspective with respect to maintaining the land of Palestine against aggression, against occupation, and so forth. Ethiopia is a dear country to us from Islamic perspective. We all know the first immigration of the companions of the Prophet to Ethiopia, and we hope that cooperation with Ethiopia will become the norm going forward, and other initiatives of importance related to planting billions of trees were announced in by Saudi Arabia's government, as well as by other non-for-profit societies and sectors and organizations throughout the world. All the best to you, sir, and all the best to all attendees. We highly thank you so much for your patience and for your insightful comments and thoughts.
Thank you so much. Shukran, ya Sheikh. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, fellow panelists. Professor Dr. Tariqullah Khan, who joined us virtually, thank you for sharing a very insightful presentation. Thank you for joining on the stage. Brother Al-Tayyib Ahmed Al-Dijani, thank you very much for coming all the way. Brother Khalid Jawahir from Islamic Development Bank, thank you for joining us and for doing an excellent job. I'm sure all of you would agree. Thank you, Brother Farooq Raza, for chairing it very well. Thank you for managing the time very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch now. The lunch will be served on the left-hand side of this hall. If I request you to please, when you walk out the main door, turn left, and then immediate left, you'll find yourself into the lunch hall. We will resume the next session at 3:15. So may I request everyone to be back hopefully by 3 p.m. inshallah. We have got a very important session on enhancing economic resilience, opportunities for integration of social finance into Islamic commercial finance. May I request everyone to be back. Thank you very much.
صلينا بالقديم wengine ushasali Sheikh Manzur huyu mwalimu wako sio huyu mfanya Abdul Nasir bwana mfresha
nilikuwa na kweli sasa huyo
تيست ما تسمعين؟
تيست ما في صوت. تيست في صوت. تيست. الحين صوت قوي المفروض. في صوت قوي لو ضعيف قوي. صوت نسمع. اوكي صوت اوكي لو بعيد شوي. اوكي تيست. checky. Again. Test. Okay. Okay, so. Test. Check 1 2. Test. Okay. Test. Okay. Mofi. Disconnect. check, 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 check. Test. Test. Okay. 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 الحين شايفين. تيست 1 2. في صوت؟ في؟ غريبة. مش واقف فيه في نفس البورد. Check. 1 2. Checked. Okay. check. اوكي الصوت مو نازل. اوكي. Check. Check. Hmm?
Test. Check 1 2. Test. 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 Check.
Okay, brother.
Connect.
This is camera. And laptop. This is my laptop.
Check. Test.
Okay.
Testing.
So you will
Test.
operate, huh?
Test. Check one test. Check. Test, test. Check one, test. Testing. Test. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check one, test, test. Check, check. Testing. Test. Test one, check one, test. Check, check. Test one. Test, test, test. Check, check, test, 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 check, check.
Check, check, check. Check one, test. Check one. check, check. Testing, test, test. Check one, test, test, test. Check one, test. Check, check. Check, check. Check one, test.
Okay, camera. Presentation. Same like zooming, huh?
With one more, please.
Your income not come.
Can I request everyone who's sitting at the back chairs to please join us in the front? We've got a lot of empty chairs in the front, and a lot of people are sitting at the back. Can I please request every people sitting at the back to please join us in the front chairs, please?
Check, check, check.
Raja, can you close that door, please? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome back to the third session of the day. I hope you enjoyed the lunch, and I hope it wasn't too good that that will put us to sleep in this important session. So this session is equally good, and I have the pleasure and honor of having with us a number of distinguished leaders from around the world who are subject matter experts both in social finance and Islamic finance. The session is about enhancing economic resilience, opportunities for integration of social finance with Islamic commercial finance, something that we discussed this morning as well. And to discuss with us the topic, we have distinguished guests with us. I have the pleasure of inviting the chairman of the session, Dr. Waleed Hijazi, deputy chairman of AAOIFI Governance and Ethics Board, as well as founder and managing partner at Hijazi and Partners in Egypt. He's joined by one of the most well-known individual and leader within micro-lending, microfinance space, somebody who has created a legacy for the global social finance as well as Islamic finance, somebody who has led an initiative from a very humble beginning to something that has made a difference to about 5.4 million people in our country. And I'm sure if that model is replicated, we will be in a better shape in terms of society that we live in. I have the honor and pleasure of inviting Dr. Muhammad Amjad Saqib, founder and chairman of Akhuwat from Pakistan. We have with us another very interesting and leadership personality with us, Mr. Khalid Khalifa, senior advisor and representative of the GCC countries, UNHCR from UAE, join us on the stage. We also have Mr. Faisal Banna, a legal professional who has a lot of responsibility within, among others, within Islamic social finance. He is the director at Jersey Finance based out of UAE. And we are pleased to have the banking faculty, fraternity representative, Brother Anwar Sajari, who is the head of Sharia structuring at Bank Nizwa in the Sultanate of Oman. I will not take a lot of time, and I hand over the mic to the chairman, Dr. Waleed Hijazi, to start the discussions.
جزاكم الله خير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Welcome to the third session today. It is covering a very important subject which is so relevant to economic resilience. And we have learned that lesson very clearly after what happened with COVID-19 and the crisis in the financial markets, and many countries are suffering until today. Countries that have social finance responsibilities and have institutions that respect the role of social finance have fared better, much better than countries that don't have this protection. It is so important to economic resilience in general, and with it we always ask the question, what is the role of Islamic financial institutions and also of the industry itself in social finance? If there is an important contribution to Islamic finance to the world, it has to be one of those contributions must be in the area of socio-economic protection to the classes, social and economic classes which are most vulnerable in any crisis. To cover this topic, we're very lucky today to have panelists that come from different perspectives, that cover the industry, and represent those perspectives which I hope will help us to have a balanced and practice-based approach. We have the entrepreneur perspective represented by Dr. Muhammad Saqib, who is the founder and chairman of an NGO known as Akhuwat. It's a microfinance NGO in Pakistan. We would like to welcome him. We have the international perspective represented by Mr. Khalid Khalifa, who is a senior advisor at the UNHCR based in the UAE, representing that organization, UNHCR, to the GCC region. And in that perspective as well, we have Mr. Faisal Bana, who is a director at Jersey Finance, another international NGO. He's also based in the UAE. Last but not least, we have the Islamic Bank perspective, represented by Mr. Muhammad Sajari, who is the head of Sharia structuring at Bank Nizwa in Oman. So alhamdulillah, we have so many jurisdictions covered and so many perspectives covered. Without further ado, I would like to ask Dr. Muhammad Saqib to give us a brief presentation that he has prepared for the session, and then we will start the question and answers. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very honorable Chairman, distinguished panelists, I will very briefly touch upon the link and integration between social finance and commercial finance. So, do you have? Okay. So I will not go into the definition of social finance and Islamic commercial finance. We all know what is meant by social finance, which is meant for the betterment of society, and of course commercial finance, which has some commercial objectives as well. I will start with the story of Akhuwat, which will give you the dimension of social finance. Can you move next? Yeah, Akhuwat, the organization was established in year 2001, and we envision a poverty-free society built on the principles of compassion and equity. But more than the vision, the true essence of philosophy is extremely important, and philosophy is creating a bond of brotherhood and solidarity between haves and have-nots. On the basis of Mawaqat-e-Madina, I'm sure all of us know what is Mawaqat-e-Madina. This is 1450 years ago, when Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, migrated from Mecca to Medina. He was accompanied by his companions. During this journey, those companions were economically poor. So when they reached the new city, they had nothing to start on their lives. So Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, came with a very brilliant idea. He said that the residents of Medina, whom were called Ansars, and the migrants of Makkah, who were called Muhajirin, so he established a bond of love and solidarity between one Ansar and one Muhajir. He desired that Muhajirin should be treated as brothers, and Ansar should take them to their homes and offer all kind of assistance, but without resorting to beggary and charity. Those people were penniless, economically poor, but still they were not like to become beggars. So the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, came up with this great idea that one Ansar should take on a bond of love and solidarity with one Muhajir. So this is the philosophy behind this whole program, behind this vision. We say that in Pakistan, for example, 50% people are rich, are haves, and 50% people are have-nots, are poor. So if one person from haves establishes the same bond of solidarity with one person from have-nots, we can create a better society. And if we expand this argument, 50% of the people living in this whole world who are haves, if they establish a bond of solidarity, love and care and giving and sharing with those 50% who live in less than $2 a day, so we can build a better society. So that is the basic philosophy, and this is the vision. The methodology we adopted was Qarz Hasan. We said those who will enter into the bond of Mawakhat, haves, will give, say, 100,000 rupees or dirhams or whatever amount to those who are have-nots. So this will be interest-free loan. It will not be charity. And that man or women who will take this loan will start a business, earn money, and return so that somebody else could get this money. So the basic objective is not making people beggars without compromising their self-respect and integrity, giving them this Qarz Hasan without interest. And as you all know, Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, once said that Sadaqah has 10 virtues and Qarz Hasan has 17 virtues. So we introduced this. God has blessed our friends in Ahovat with this unique distinction that we introduced first time, the Qarz Hasan product at a larger scale. So philosophy is Mawakhat-e-Madina, or solidarity with have-nots, and operational methodology is Qarz Hasan. Next. What have we done so far? You will be amazed if you are not familiar already with what we have done. We have disbursed more than 5.5 million loans. This comes to around 30 million members, persons or individuals. And we have disbursed around 190 billion Pakistani rupees, which is around 900 million US dollars. This is the amount which we have disbursed as interest-free loan. No operational cost, no financial cost. Absolutely Qarz Hasan. If you give your friend $100, you will get back $100. You will not get back $110. So this is the principle. And one most amazing thing is that the recovery percentage is 99.9%. So people have proved themselves to be creditworthy, trustworthy, honest. And if we give them a loan which is benevolent loan, which is the loan as desired by the Holy Prophet, and which is without interest, so this is the result. We have 865 offices throughout Pakistan, 58% loans utilized by men and 42% by female. 700,000 are our active borrowers, and 30 billion rupees is our outstanding loan portfolio. Next. I will be very brief. Within 3-4 minutes I will finish it. So this is the Akhuwat's model. This is where we are talking of integration or collaboration between commercial finance and social finance. So please look at this diagram. The lowest 10% are those people who are not economically active, but still they need financial inclusion. They are poor, they are old age, they are orphans, they are physically or mentally disabled, or they are widows. So for them, Islam has given a practical, way of zakat. So if we need to include them financially, we will have to give them zakat because they are unable to do a business. Then another 20%, these numbers may be different in different societies, but it is a generalized conception that the next 20% are poor, but they are not non-productive. They can do something. They can do a business. They can sell some fruit cart. They can have a fruit cart. Women can work in their homes. Carpenters, motorcycle repairs. Then there are 150 different kinds of enterprises which could be started with this amount which we give them. So this 20% should be given Qarz Hasan so that all the income which accrues from the business goes to him or her. And he and she will be responsible only to return the amount. And then third category is the Sharia compliant microfinance, the 40% people, that is where you don't give Qarz Hasan, but you give commercial or semi-commercial microfinance. That means if even you are not willing to earn money, you are at least financially sustainable so that the cost of capital and the cost of operations are recovered from the borrowers. In Qarz Hasan, the cost of capital and the cost of operations are borne by somebody else, because you want the poor person to stand on his or her own feet. And in the next category, this is a sustainable model. And the remaining 30%, the top 30%, they have collaterals. They can go to any bank. They are already rich. And we expect that this top 30% will serve the needs of bottom 30%. These are the richest people, and they will give zakat and they will give Qarz Hasan. So we have created a pool of money which is called revolving Qarz Hasan fund. These 30% donate, and we, Akhawat, as a custodian of that money, provide that money to these 30%, and most of them come from this 20% section. So Akhawat is an institution, is the custodian of that money, which derives inspiration from the spirit of Mawakhat, and we have introduced a new idea of Qarz Hasan so that we can serve those brothers and sisters whom are extremely poor but who are not beggars, who don't want to compromise their self-respect. So this is the model. And next is the last slide, which will show you how do we work. How this model works. Number one, left on top, donations are philanthropy from civil society and government. So these are donations. For example, you can say 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. So this comes and becomes revolving credit fund. Part of this goes to the operational pool because we have to meet our operations from this money. The revolving fund, which is recycled, is given to a borrower to start a business, and then that money is utilized in a business, earns his livelihood, comes out of poverty, sends his children to school, buys a medicine, builds a home with the income coming from that enterprise. So there is improvement in the quality of life, and then the borrower returns the money back, and that money which comes back is again recycled. Here we have introduced another concept. We don't put any condition, but we inspire the borrowers that if you are coming out of poverty with the help of this money, why don't you become a donor? Why don't you help somebody else with this same spirit? So in a very creative mechanism, we not only gather money from the rich, but also the poor becomes also the donors. So this is how it works. For example, if I could explain it further, if you give $100, $90 will go to revolving fund, $10 will go to operational pool, that $90 will go to a poor person to start a business. After 1 year, our recovery is 99.9%, that $90 will come back, again $10 will go to the operations, $80 to the next person, third year $70, fourth year $60. A question might come to your mind that after 10 years this $100 will be finished. Will the program will be finished? No. Because you as a philanthropist, you as a God-fearing person, you as a follower of the spirit of Mawakhat will every year give $100. If you will not give, somebody else will step in your shoes and give. The evidence of the success of this assumption is that we started this program with $100, and so far we have been able to disburse over $900 million US. We started this program with one loan, and so far we have been able to give 5.5 million loans. So let me conclude by saying that commercial finance is obviously important. A sustainable program is obviously important. Trade and business is obviously important. Bank is a profit maximization institution. It has to give dividend to its stakeholders. So this is the commercial finance. But at the same time, we can't do business with the poorest of the poor. Neither we should give them charity, nor we should treat them as a customer. They are our brothers. They are our sisters. And we don't give loan to our brothers and sisters on interest or on financial gains. So this is a combination. Can you go back to the previous slide, sir? Yeah, this is to us is the true model of financial inclusion in an Islamic society, that the top 30% can do business by going to the commercial banks. They have the collateral. Then the next 40%, they can be given on murabiha, musharika, other Islamic products, so that a sustainable mechanism is, created to continue with this financial inclusion. Third is Qarz Hasan, Ihsan, Mawakhat, extending the frontiers of love, care, and compassion. So this is where integration takes place. The top is the commercial, and the bottom is the, compassion, love, care, and, giving. And the bottom is 10% who can't survive by businesses. They are blind, they are physically disabled, they are mentally retarded, they are old age, they are widows, they are orphans. So for them, God has ordained zakat. And I have highlighted the importance and significance of Qarz Hasan, which was preferred by Holy Prophet, and at the same time, the philosophy behind all this financial inclusion, that is Mawakhat, which has also been taught to us by none other than Holy Prophet, peace be upon him. Thank you very much.
Jazakumullah khair. Thank you, Dr. Saqib. Wonderful and very brief presentation. I'm sure that we have a lot of questions about the operation, and everyone has a perspective. They may be interested in discussing this more. Hopefully we'll give you a chance, inshallah, to reply to those questions. I have some of my own, but your model is a practical model, has proved itself. It's already in practice. It went from $100 to $900 million, and over 5 million borrowers or users. That it could be a basis to see how we can expand on the experience, to see how we can have in one model commercial and social finance. And that's the question. Is it really possible to integrate social and commercial based finance, or is it better to have this done by NGOs such as Akhawat? We'll come back, sir, to those questions, but for now we have a different perspective. Another international organization, nothing higher than the UN itself, UNHCR, the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, represented here by Dr. Khaled Khalifa, who was telling me in the lunch break about the zakat and waqf funds, zakat fund and the waqf program that the UNHCR have, which is, to me, was a new information, and I would love to hear more about it. We'll start with the zakat fund and how it operates, who are the contributors, and if you can tell us more about this model, and then we'll go to the waqf program later in the session.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Walid. It's a pleasure to be with all of you here. And thank you for the relevant question about UNHCR's Zakat fund, which is an endeavor that we started officially in 2019. So not very far in the past. And like you, many people in the audience would say and ask, what does the United Nations have to do with Islamic finance? And why should the United Nations be talking about zakat and doing zakat? But we have different reasons for doing that. One, the majority of people who are displaced worldwide are coming from the Muslim world. This year, we are talking about 103 million people who are forcibly displaced. More than 53% of those are coming from the member states of the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So that's the first reason why we are talking about Islamic philanthropy in the context of the United Nations. Second, I think something is going wrong worldwide when it comes to managing programs like zakat, like awqaf. We are not seeing any progress in this sector for a very long time, and the progress is very, very slow. So the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, tried to throw a stone in this stagnant water in 2019. And when we decided to join this, we explained to the organization very clearly that we are the new kids on the block. We are coming new to this system. Islamic philanthropy is not new. We are the ones who are coming new to this game. So we have to abide by the rules. And they said, what is required? We identified the infrastructure. And that is very important for the audience here to understand, because a lot of people who are judging actually the work of the United Nations in Islamic philanthropy do not really know the details, do not know how much effort was put in building the infrastructure. One, we obtained fatwas, and this is very unique to the UN system. The UN system never sought to get a fatwa. We have 15 fatwas from different parts of the world, including the International Islamic Fiqh Academy, Majma' al-Fiqh al-Islami. We have a fatwa from Al-Azhar. We have the World Muslim League. We have the Canadian Council of Imams. We have the Tri-State Council in the US. We have ISRA in Malaysia. We have so many entities that give us fatwas. So that's number one. We have 15 fatwas. And the number is increasing, unfortunately, which reflects how divided the Muslim world is. We shouldn't need more than 15. The second is we opened an interest-free bank account. And this is probably the only interest-free bank account in the UN system. And we have this interest-free bank account in Geneva where we collect zakat money so that it doesn't mix with other funds. No, it's with UBS. And we are now looking into finding a bank that does Islamic finance in Switzerland. Yeah. The third is the Sharia board, which is a very also unique apparatus within the system. A lot of people were asking us, do you have a Sharia board? Do you have a Sharia board? Yes, we do. We agreed with the Islamic International Fiqh Academy, Majma' al-Fiqh al-Islami, to serve as our Sharia board. We refer our projects to them, our reports to them on an annual basis, and they agreed with the Research Institute of Al-Azhar, Majma' al-Buhuth al-Islamiyya, and the World Muslim League to function as our Sharia board to review our compliance. Then we are operating, though it is a controversial issue, we are operating only until now in mainly Muslim countries. The organization, UNHCR, is worldwide present in 137 countries, but we implement the zakat in 13 only. 13 countries only, where the majority of the beneficiaries if not 100% of the beneficiaries are Muslims. What have we done until now? Over the last 5 years, alhamdulillah, as we speak now, we reached almost $200 million in zakat contributions, which reflects the trust the donors have in the system. One important element that was behind this trust was the fact that we decided to waive our administration fees completely. So we do not charge any overheads on zakat funds, neither on the collection nor on the distribution. Despite the fact that in certain areas, the actual implementation cost can reach 15% and can exceed it. But we cover all of those from different sources, which mean your zakat arrives more than 100%. The donor pays 100%, and we cover the administration fees, even the bank transfer. We cover it from other sources so that we implement 100% from zakat, because we knew if we charge any percentage, it would have opened the door also for suspicion. And maybe it's more, maybe it's less, so we just wanted to make sure that we are implementing 100% wherever, including in very difficult places to reach. Afghanistan, we are doing zakat in Afghanistan, we are doing zakat in Pakistan, we are doing zakat in Somalia, we are doing zakat in Yemen, we are doing zakat in all the 5 countries neighboring Syria. We are doing zakat in Bangladesh for the Rohingya, who are very, very neglected by many Muslims around the world. During the last 5 years, we assisted 5.5 million people from zakat resources, and this is increasing year after year, and I hope inshallah in a few years from now we will be talking hundreds of millions of dollars that will facilitate and
how much again is the money so far?
About $200 million.
Okay.
Reached
5 million.
5.5 million people
beneficiaries.
Beneficiaries. And remember, doctor, we are talking about a very, very vulnerable group of people. That's the bottom of the needs scale. They are not bankable. Most of them are not bankable, let alone creditable. They do not have access to any type of credit because they do not have access to any kind of documentation. In all the countries where they live, they have so many challenges. Our recent, and I will conclude with that one study that we conducted in Yemen, proved that the people we assist are 4 times more vulnerable than vulnerable Yemenis. So you can imagine the type of population we work with, and we work also with host communities.
Just a last question. Who are the main contributors in terms of jurisdictions or
very good question.
Categories?
Individuals until now, individuals in Muslim countries. Not only actually in Muslim countries, we have a lot of contributions from the West. Muslims in Europe, Muslims in Canada, Muslims in the US. Last year, our Ramadan campaign, the campaign we organized in Ramadan, raised $20 million during the month only, a little bit actually more than $20 million. Most of that money came from Muslims in the West. And we are increasing the donor base in Muslim countries, but almost 100%, actually it is 100%. Of the money is coming from individuals, zakat houses, and NGOs who entrust us to save their own implementation fees. Because if they implement through the UNHCR, they cover the implementation through us.
The zakat houses, this is coming to you through governments? Because in some countries, it all goes to the government. Yeah.
Some of them are government houses, and some of them are NGOs. We have a mix of zakat houses in the world. Some zakat houses are under governments, and some zakat houses are functioning like non-governmental organizations. We cooperated with both types, but it needs another booster. We are not there yet.
Has been there for 5 years, you said?
It's 5 years. We started in 2019 officially. We were experimenting in 2017, but 2019 was the official launch of that program.
Very promising, mashallah, very interesting experience. Very similar numbers. We're talking about 5 million users, beneficiaries. So you
if you allow me to
yes, please,
add one, there is a fine, blend There is a possibility of collaboration because he is serving the bottom 10% of the larger work, who are eligible for zakat, and we will be making an effort to take those 10% to the next level.
Yes.
So that will be a natural graduation from the poorest of the poor to the poor, and then to the better sections of society. So I have never heard about that. Excellent. This is a great.
Actually, Pakistan is a very good candidate to start this cooperation because it's a host country. It's one of the largest host countries of refugees in the world. The Afghans who are living in Pakistan are there for the last 42 years. So this can be a pilot because we serve both displaced people and host community members. We are talking also to Jordan in cooperation with His Highness Prince Al Hassan and the Hashemite Charity to implement a similar model also in Jordan, which is another host country.
I mean, I don't know if you know this information or if you can disclose which countries represent kind of more cooperation with your fund, zakat fund, or has more interaction with your zakat fund. It could be an incentive for other countries.
I mean, European countries, because the regulation, Western countries, let me say, we do not have a lot of issues with regulation.
Yeah.
Because fundraising is open. You can raise funds from any body. In the Muslim world, the competition is very high.
Yes.
And I think until now, we still have not come to a point of understanding where we complement each other.
Yes.
It is very, very unfortunate that we are still competing over bits and pieces of the funding pie, and this is not helping people in need. Maybe another answer to that question is that the majority of the funds, the big bucks, come actually from the Gulf.
Okay.
Most of our larger donations, our largest donor, individual donor, is Sheikh Thani bin Abdullah bin Thani Al Thani in Qatar. He contributed alone from his own personal zakat until now more than $100 million.
MashaAllah.
Yeah.
MashaAllah. It's very interesting. I mean, zakat is a unique institution that is special to the Islamic world, but unfortunately it is still underserviced and still underdeveloped. If you hear about the amount of zakah collected in some of the countries with very high population and mashallah high wealth, you would be surprised. So adding an option like this at the UN level with cooperation and with joint programs can increase the accountability and the credibility of some of the national level programs. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. Now to Mr. Faisal Bana, my friend, my colleague. Waqf, we want to talk about Waqf because historically Waqf has played a major socio-economic role in Muslim societies around the world in early Islam. And it disappeared now. Interestingly, there are similar ideas in the West which has developed much further. Didn't exist when we had our Waqf institution long time ago, but now trust and other structures exist and do almost the same function that Awqaf used to do in our Muslim world. So what's the story with that? First, I want you to maybe give us an idea about Jersey finance in general and how Jersey finance is playing a role in this area.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Firstly, thank you very much to AAOIFI for inviting me for this conference. It's a pleasure to be with such distinguished speakers. It's a very interesting transition for me from what Brother Khalid was talking about. So we're going to take a look at the kitchen, so to speak, in terms of how these waqfs operate, or Awqaf operate globally. What is the legal infrastructure, and how do these compare to some common law concepts that we talked about? So I work for an organization called Jersey Finance. As I said, we represent the International Finance Center, Jersey, that's based in the Channel Islands, closer to France than it is to the UK, but we have a common law-based system, largely based around English law. We've been an International Finance Center for over 60 years, and our Sharia-compliant finance expertise has been for that long. And once again, origins for that are from the Far East and the Middle East itself. You know, we've been servicing families or public institutions from this region, and this is where the history and the expertise and experience for Sharia-compliant financing comes in our jurisdiction. And one of the structures that we and our member firms, as they're known, advise on are awqaf. It's very, very encouraging to see the new waqf standards that have been introduced by AAOIFI and how similar they are to the concept of trusts and to a certain degree foundations. But before we get into that technical conversation, and hopefully I'll try and keep it as simple as possible so that we can all understand some of the challenges that apply equally to all, let's provide some context of where we are in terms of why is there a drive to create these structures so that institutions like our two esteemed speakers that talked about their individual institutions, they can deliver and meet their objectives in society. So we are in the midst of a unique opportunity. There is intergenerational wealth transfer at an unprecedented scale globally. Some research points it at $30 trillion that is going to change hands or is changing hands, is in the process of being changed. In this region, that estimate goes from $3 to $5 trillion that is changing hands in this region. Now, if you put that as a background of where we start from a private perspective, but also our public institutions, we have some very large sovereign wealth funds that are in this region, some quasi-sovereign institutions that operate in this space. Again, they have large concentrations of wealth which originate from this region. You put that background against that, and then you look at the challenges. And there have been some very high-profile governance failures. When the AAOIFI committee sits down to document and to write these standards, they write at the backdrop of these governance failures. They say, what is happening, whether it's waqf, whether it's organizations that are delivering these relief projects globally, or whether it is within families. And we have seen the pandemic has brought this conversation of succession, has brought this conversation of inheritance to the fore. And I'm not talking about inheritance only from a family perspective. We're talking about succession from an institutional perspective. So we're now in this situation where there's a large pot of money that's moving from one generation to the other, both private and public sector. Against that backdrop, we have these governance challenges. You have multi-generation of individuals. On this panel, you can see an age difference. And you can see within the crowds, there's a gender difference, there's an age difference. You have that challenge that comes through with it. Now, if we all work along the basis of what is the primary principle, we are the custodians of the wealth that ultimately belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If we have that belief in your mind, then you will understand that this transitionary measures that we're talking about, the awqaf that we're talking about, the trusts and foundations that we're talking about, are there to ensure an ordinary transition from wealth to the other. A transition that is transparent, that is fair, and that is open for scrutiny. Not something that is private, that is kept back. And this, going back to your question, what has been failures in terms of the original? There's geopolitical issues that played a part in some of the awqaf coming to an end. But in actual fact, if you look at those awqaf that are operating in different parts of the world, including these parts of the world, Africa, Far East Asia, the biggest challenge within those is transparency and governance. So then if you move to that, how do you get this orderly, this orderly transition? How do you get this governance and succession in a way that is in the interest of the whole ummah? So then we get into these structures. And I'll come into that structures in a moment, and I'll do that very quickly, but it's interesting. The reason, as I say, the object, and I'm sure the driving force for bringing all these standards, and this applies across the entire Islamic finance industry, the challenges around governance, the challenges around standards drive us to become a perfectionist in that space. Now, awqaf is quite a simple structure. From a Sharia perspective, its origins obviously are from the time of the Prophet ﷺ. This was endowments that were made in perpetuity for the benefit of the community. And these were designed to be there to serve the community outside of one's own succession. So you had this wealth and you gave out this portion of it as an awqaf so that the entire community would benefit from that. That, in my view, is the origin of charity and organized charity, as we know it, as a modern society. Then we move on to common law trusts. Obviously, common law trusts are similar arrangements. You have trustees, you have beneficiaries, and you have a founder or the testator. The father, if I can, or mother of a business, patriarch, matriarch, founder of a business, that decides to give his assets in trusts to be administered by trustees for the benefit of beneficiaries. And those beneficiaries can be his family members, whoever he wants, wider society. But that essentially is a contractual relationship. So what that means is the ultimate legal owner will be the trustees. So if you have a building, that building is registered in the trustee's name, and that trustee will follow the deed provisions, trust deed provisions. Now if you bring it back to waqf, you have the similar concept in waqf. You have the waqif, who's the founder, who's now giving his assets to the waqf. And then you have the nazir or nazir, that are the trustees, that are going to be administering the awqaf or the waqf on the wishes of the testator. Now, because there's an issue, there's so many technical issues in there, but one of the biggest problem that you have is control. So you're saying, okay, I'm going to transfer the control of my assets to somebody else to administer on my behalf. How do you keep that governance going? And this is where supervisory institutions come in, and I'm sure we're going to touch on that a bit more. I just wanted to add one other type of structure. So you have the trust structure. You also have something called a foundation. And a foundation is a hybrid between a trust and a company. So you have a foundation that is there, that acts like a trust, and the patriarch, matriarch would transfer the property into that foundation for the benefit of the beneficiaries. You can see the similarities. These common law concepts of foundation, of trust, can be very similar to the concepts of waqf and awqaf. And so we can trace them back to the time of the Prophet ﷺ.
Thank you very much, Faisal. This is, of course, a very brief summary of the structures of awqaf in the common law trust, and how it could be used today to transition wealth in a Sharia compliant way by Muslims around the world, using jurisdictions that have good legal framework that is reliable and well tested for over 60 years. Unfortunately, in many Muslim majority jurisdictions, we lack such legal framework, so it is a challenge. And we'll definitely get back to you. I'm sure the audience will have some questions on that. Now, last but not least, as I said, Dr. Muhammad Tajari, who is the head of Sharia structuring at Bank Nizwa in Oman. We were discussing something very challenging, a question which is you always talk about, Maqasid al-Sharia. Where is Islamic finance from Maqasid al-Sharia? And obviously, because we're talking about social finance, the question is Maqasid being reintroduced just as a form of sustainable development objectives or goals known as ESG and SDG? I mean, is it just another replicate of those conventional, now well-known ideas? He wants to give us his perspective on that. And also, I want him to, as an Islamic banker, tell us about the integrability of social finance in commercially based institutions, like his institution.
Thank you, Dr. Walid. Innal hamdalillah, salatan wa salaman ala rasulillah wa man tabi'ahu wa wala. Uhayyikum bi tahiyyatil Islam, tahiyyatan tayyibatan mubarakatan hasanatan mumtazatan min indillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. In Bahraini, how you say? Shalonik. Masa al-khair, masa al-nur wa surur, and till akhir. Anyway, before I start, that is a very tough question, by the way, Dr. Walid. So, because we are the last session for the day, and we are here sitting between, after lunch, very good lunch, by the way, and your bed. I hope we have an interactive session afterwards, and we are expecting questions from the audience. Now, Dr. Walid asked me 2 questions, which is actually not fair, asking the rest, only 1 question. The first one is with regards to the Maqasid al-Sharia, and the second part is the integral between Islamic social finance and commercial finance. Let me first address the question on the Maqasid al-Sharia. Now, being a banker, see, first thing first, I would like to ensure the mashayikh and the audience here that being a banker here, I'm not trying to be defensive, but I have to give our point of view, to give some sort of tabayyun, so that the criticism and the sum'ah, the reputation that we are combating with is not easy. Before all this hype about SDG, ESG, there is a spaghetti of words. There's another very difficult for all of us to digest. There is social finance, there is SDG, there is ESG, and ma'araf ish, Maqasid al-Sharia. And people will say, these bankers, they are just min al-yamin ila al-yasar. Those who believe in conventional bank taqlidi, will always think that we Islamic bankers is like this. You get my point? You just rebrand the interest into profit. You camouflage. This is one. Now when we are being challenged with all this Islamic social finance by the Western parameters, many people said, in fact, when I was outside, some of the audience think I'm a PhD student. Thank you. I know I'm look young, but this is Sharq Asia. I have that privilege. I'm nearly 40, by the way. So some of the audience outside, they say, you see, this Maqasid al-Sharia is a copy-paste of ESG and SDG. My dear audience, brothers and sisters, I'm talking here in front of my mashayikh and scholars, this is completely false information. You know why? Because our scholars, they are very rich in book. If some of you can read Arabic, I urge you to open the Shamila, Let me ask you a question. When ESG started, the first investment, when ESG started? Maraf? Okay, if you open the MSC index, it started around 1960s. And then unfortunately, the Maqasid al-Sharia, the one who wrote the book, Ibn Ashur, died in 1973, which is about 49 years ago, plus minus. So they said, we started in 1963, ESG, and Islamic banking copy-paste this concept in 1979 by Ibn Ashur. This is what most of us know. But if you read the book a little bit back, the word Maqasid al-Sharia, Maqasid itself, was written by Imam al-Juwayni in his book Al-Burhan fi Usul al-Fiqh. He died in 1093 or 1098. So 2022 minus 1038 is about 900 years ago. My friend, this is not new. Then that particular concept is being further refined by who? Imam Ash-Shafi'i in his kitab Al-Muwafaqat. He died in 1338 or something, which is about 600 years ago. So this Maqasid al-Sharia that we talk about, these 5 Maqasid al-Sharia objectives, has been debated in Turath, in the classical fiqh, almost 1,000 years ago. We are not copy-paste that. It's just that the Western make it mainstream for the past almost 50, 60 years. That's one. Number 2, talking about ESG, okay? ESG in the world of Sharia has been started, Brother Faisal just now talked about Waqaf beautifully. It has been started, the first Islamic ESG. Who has done it? One of the Sahaba of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Osman bin Affan. Some of you who always frequently doing Hajj or Umrah, I urge you to visit what we call is Bi'r Ruma, the well of Ruma. The well of Ruma, this has been bought by Osman bin Affan 1,400 years ago, right? This is the first ESG. People always think this is Waqaf. I do not debate about that. But the most important thing is that when this well is owned by Jews at that point in time, and then these Jews charge about 10 times of the price of water those who want to use it. And the Prophet says, whoever buy this beer, buy this well, the return for you is what? Al-Jannah. It's not only Al-Jannah, a palace in Jannah. Osman bin Affan, being very generous, he raised his hand. Ya Rasulullah, I'll buy this well, 10 times of the price of what that Jews offered you, and I'll make it free, majanan, for everybody. And subhanallah, that particular well exists until today. First ESG in the world. Okay, we are done with the Maqasid al-Sharia. On the second part, on the integral between Islamic social finance and commercial finance. Now, see, I understand that there's some debate about this because, you know, social finance and commercial finance is like between oil and water. It cannot be mixed. To a certain extent, I agree, right? And I'm sitting here with the, I will call it the imad, the pillars of Islamic social finance. MashaAllah, the credit is theirs. They are the movers and shakers of Islamic social finance. Now, Islamic finance, Islamic bankers, especially, I come from, I'm Malaysia, but truly Asia, but I work for the past 11 years in Sultanate of Oman. Please come to Oman, and mashallah, Oman is very beautiful, by the way. A little bit of tourism advertisement. Now, as the late entrant, you know, Oman, we started the Islamic banking from ground zero in 2012 by the Royal Decree of Sultan Qaboos, Allah yarhamhu. And until today, we have about 10, 11 years experience. We are the new kid on the block, so to speak, between the dual Khalij. But I think, being Oman the last entrant of Islamic finance, we studied the market very carefully and choose the best. Now, when it comes to Islamic social finance, first thing first, we need to understand from the supply and the demand side. All right? All of us here are learned scholars, learned bankers. We know that Islamic banks, just like conventional banks, we are operating on the basis of fractional reserve banking model. We cannot run away from that, unfortunately. Some say, yallah, let's use gold or come up with our new system. I wish, but we have to become a realist. Now, from this particular perspective, we have Akhwat, UNHCR, and Jersey Finance. I think there must be ittifaqiyah, the understanding and ta'awun, the collaboration between the supply side and the demand side. Why I said that? See, you understand that some question that we have been asked many times. Why Islamic bank cannot give zakah or collect sadaqah or collect infaq and what have you? The problem is that, you know, being a bank, we are being heavily scrutinized by many regulations. There is a Basel 1, Basel 2, Basel 3, now Basel 4. Not have that, we have IRFS 9. And all this we have to carefully manage that because there is a study done by IFSB. There is a technical note way back in 2018 and 19, beautifully crafted, 158 pages, and many of the regulators here, I have to speak very carefully, that they are committing an idea to that, which is very beautiful, and I think we should do this. Not next year now, All right, of course, next year is just a matter of 1 month. Now, we have, in terms of funding profile, like sourcing the fund, deposit-taking activities, we have current account. Usually the bank will use Qard Hasan, or in some jurisdiction, commodity murabaha tawarruk. In Oman, it is mamnu', is prohibited by law, which is good actually. We have the investment accounts and we have the remunerative accounts. All right, this is the funding profile. Islamic banks use this combination of deposits, the banking deposits, into a pool, al-wi'a' ul-am, the general pool. We give murabaha, we give ijara, wakala bil istismar, and what have you. Right. Both are on balance sheet. Am I correct? If I go a little bit more technical, so that you can understand the challenge that we received, this zakah and waqaf, this is very much done by the institutional agency in any countries. Usually is related to Wizaratul Awqaf wa Shu'un Adiniyah, the religious affair and the Ministry of Waqaf. The bank cannot touch this in any jurisdiction. I have not seen in any jurisdiction Islamic bank collecting zakah and waqaf. What they are doing, we are the financial intermediaries. Akhwat, UNHCR, they are coming from the perspective of non-financial intermediaries. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we need to create a new ranking of funding profile, which is called, for example, sadaqah. All right? Unlike current account, commodity murabaha, wadi'ah, and what have you, sadaqah is a non-liability on the bank, which is non-banking deposit account. The moment you give this is sadaqah, you are waiving your right to demand. All right? If you put this on balance sheet, we have from Qism al-Hisabat here, how are you going to account that? You cannot. IFRS have not looked into it. AAOIFI Ma'iyar on Hisabat, hopefully we'll look into it. This is one. Number two, once you are sourcing all this, cash wakaf, or sadaqah infaq, you need to utilize it on balance sheet or off balance sheet. The challenge is that you have to create a different pool altogether. We can call it Islamic Social Finance Pool, Financial Inclusion Pool, and what have you. I'll touch upon this one, inshallah, on the second part so that we can, you know, make the discussion more.
So the short answer is that it is integratable. Social finance is integratable.
Partly, yes, not 100%.
Partly, okay.
Partly.
This is a question maybe we can, you know, I have only a few minutes left, and instead of asking everyone questions, I really want to give a chance to the audience. They may have better questions than mine, and also just give us a chance to revive the session, please. And please, if you can tell me who would you like the answer to come from?
Dr. Saqib, thank you very much for, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you for explanation on the whole brilliant model. Now my question is about the repayment. So as you mentioned that 99.97% recovery, you know, ratio is there. So when you recover from the borrower, do you make sure that he is not borrowing from third party and returning it to you, or you make sure that actually the money is coming out from, you know, for the purpose that it was given to him, and if he's unable to do it, then you defer it till he's able to, you know, make more money, rather than borrowing from a third party to return it to you. So what is this model?
Yeah, thank you very much for raising this point. You know, when we give the loan, we give 95% of the loans are given for enterprises, for businesses. So first of all, the borrower has to present, you know, a project. We interview him, we go to the shop, we go to the business place, and get all kind of assurance that it is going to start a business, number one. Then after every 15 days, we go and visit the place and see actually that business is being done. Number three, so how come it is possible that somebody is giving us interest-free loan by taking a loan on a higher interest rates? So it will not be practically possible that he has returning, for example, he has taken 10,000 rupees and he has returned 10,000, but to return 10,000 he will go to the money lender and take 12,000 rupees to give us. So this is
not necessary. He can borrow from the family members.
No, if he had to borrow from the family members, then he shouldn't have come earlier to us. Why he is coming to us? Because there is no family member in a position to give him loan. He only comes to us when he has exhausted all the possible avenues, friends and family members, and then obviously he needs in cost-free capital. And another thing is that if we notice at any point of time that the money is not being utilized for the stated objective, then he will not get the loan for the second time. So a poor man is very wise. Economically, he is very wise. He never likes to lose a window of opportunity. He knows that just by taking one loan of 40,000 or 50,000, he will start his journey of coming out of poverty, but it will not be completely take him out of poverty. So as a rich man always is in need of money, operational money, he goes to the bank every year. So is the case with the poor man. So he doesn't want to shut that window of opportunity. So it has never happened that, yes, sometimes somebody else may help him in giving one of the installments. For example, if he has taken 30,000 rupees and he is short of money in paying one installment to maybe his friend or somebody, this we encourage the other borrowers that in such case you can come up and support him, because this is a mutual support system. This is the mawakhat which we are talking about. But the entire amount cannot be paid by somebody else. We are very strict on this because we have to create a model. We are not giving charity or doles. We are very strict in discipline and educating the borrower that this money has come to you because somebody else took this money and returned. Now if you don't return, then somebody else who is in need of it will be deprived of. So a kind of a social responsibility is inculcated, and that's the reason that he is so loyal that even in COVID or any other catastrophic events, he pays us 100% amount, and moreover he is becoming the donor.
Yes.
With the gentleman from Bank Nizwa,
I
understand that.
Sorry.
One last thing.
Yeah.
I understand that one just clarification.
Okay.
That we understand that a bank cannot be a collector of zakat, but the bank can have, take out zakat on its own profit, on behalf of the shareholders. Number one. Number two, it may also have the tainted income, the income which is not halal and it needs to be taken out. So can these two elements put together not help the social finance, in your opinion?
This is for Dr. Sajari, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Suhail Zubairi. Right, there are two questions there. Mr. Suhail suggested about the zakah paid by Islamic bank profit. Okay, there is a big Sharia debate about that, and depending on the jurisdiction that you are operating with. For example, in Malaysia, the al-arbah, the zakat on the zakatul mal, zakat on business is paid by the bank in Malaysia. But in other jurisdiction, for example, from the Dual Khalij GCC, the responsibility to pay zakah is on the musahimin, it's on the shareholders. So usually on every year after we announce the audited financial result, we will calculate the zakat applicable for every shares. We will advise the shareholders, and it is up to them to pay to which account did zakah with. For example, in the case of Bank Nizwa, we have a very close collaboration with the Minister of Awqaf of Oman. They open an account with us, and the shareholders can pay that amount of zakat to us as the financial intermediary, strictly speaking, and that particular amount will goes to the Wizaratul Awqaf. This is one. Number two, you touch upon on the non-Sharia compliant income for the bank. Okay, this has been a practice for Islamic banks all over the world since I think 1970s, 1980s. Simple reason because in some of our dealings, again depending on the jurisdiction, most of the jurisdiction they are charging gharama, the penalty on late payment, which cannot be part of the bank's P&L, correct? So this particular penalty goes to charity causes, and this charity causes usually is being paid to or credited into the Baitul Mal of any country or in a selected charity as approved by the Sharia board. In some other jurisdiction, they separate between ta'weed and gharama. Ta'weed goes to the actual cost of the bank, while the gharama or the penalty goes to the charity causes. So I think now the question is that this is only a fraction of what we can do. And hopefully in future, once we have a clear guideline on whether or not we can accept sadaqah and infaq and all, then I think we can accelerate this further. Thank you.
Okay, we may take a couple of more questions. Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. My question goes to Khalid Khalifa for working on with UNHR, especially now turning to the zakat and waqf perspectives. It's good that we have understood that there is demand and there is scarcity and there is supplies in another ways. Like in African countries, I don't know if there is every possibility that Dr. Khalid knows Nigeria very well and he has been to Nigeria many times. So I know he will understand with the area I'm coming. We in Nigeria, we have lands to farm. We have people that have the ability to farm millions of hectares unfarmed. While in other parts of the world, especially the GCC and other places, they have resources. So is there any way that using zakat and waqf, these initiatives could come to Africa, Nigeria, specifically I'm from Yobe, I know we have 34 million hectares of unfarmed land. Fine, if this could come as investment, not as consumption, invest to earn profit, so that this profit, you can take it to Afghanistan, to wherever you want to take it. We, in this part of the world, we have the energy to farm, we have the resources, the land to farm, but the financial capacity is very, very minimal.
Very good question.
Thank you very much.
Let me give Mr. Khalid a chance to answer.
That's a very interesting question, and it brings me to the reality of Islamic philanthropy. And I want to separate, to differentiate between Islamic finance and Islamic philanthropy. Probably Islamic finance is doing well, but I don't think Islamic philanthropy is actually doing as good. According to the Islamic Development Bank, the amount of zakat that should be circulating in the world is at minimum of 300 billion. You will hear different figures. Some people say 350, some people say 500, and let's say $300 billion. How much of that is accounted for? Less than 15 billion. So 10 to 15 billion is accounted for. Where is the rest? Where is the rest of the zakat money that should be invested? Either people do not pay, or they pay it in ways that we do not know, or both. And in all cases, something is very, very wrong and needs to be addressed seriously. And we need to think from the ideological perspective of the current challenges, which is maqasid al-sharia again, which is the fiqh al-waqi', what we are living in now. A very good example, you mentioned, brother, Nigeria, and Nigeria is a very good example, but I want to give another very extreme example that can make the point. The Rohingya situation. The Rohingya situation and Afghanistan, both of them have been harmed very much by the Ukraine crisis, because Western donors are giving their money, almost all their resources now, to the Ukraine crisis. And at the same time, Muslim donors are not giving to the Rohingya situation or Afghanistan. I mean, we organized a pledging event for the Rohingya a few months back. Only 8 donors, 8 international donors made announcements, not including a single Muslim country. So there is, again, something very wrong with the way we do Islamic philanthropy. One of the challenges that we are facing is moving zakat money from one country to the other. Most of the scholars would tell you that zakat must be localized. تؤخذ من أغنيائهم وترد على فقرائهم. It must be spent in the same locality. But there are places where zakat cannot be absorbed. In the GCC here, in several GCC countries, you cannot really absorb zakat money completely. We are facing challenges related to regulation. We are facing challenges related to the ideological background of doing zakat, and until both elements are addressed, I think we will not be able to do what you rightly
I think also the right structure for this idea is not zakat, because zakat has, you know, very specific categories and channels to be spent on, but maybe awqaf and other Sharia compliant investment structures I think would be more suitable for this, and it's more of an economic question rather than an Islamic finance question, but it's a very good question. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. According to Qard al-Hasan, we know that it is a goodwill based facility. It's a donation, but sometimes banks or other financial institutions like microfinance institutions, they charge administrative fees, which is sometimes bigger than the profit rate in financing in Murabaha. So how that will match to the Islamic principle, which is that you want to that Qard Hasr is a donation, it's not a profit-based financing. Thank you.
Yes, you know, Qard Hasr is not a donation. It is not a grant. What is grant? What is charity? If you give me $100 and don't get it back, this is a grant. This is a charity. But if you give me $100 and get $100 back, it is Qard Hasr. And if you give me $100 and get back $110, it is either Sharia compliant microfinance or commercial microfinance or interest-based lending. So there is no ambiguity at all. If you give something and didn't get it back, this is charity. But if you give a loan to a friend, to brother, to a sister, and get back the same amount, this is Qard Hasr. What we have done is that in Islamic finance, there is no such product previously existed in banks of Qard Hasr. Banks have a product of current, savings, where banks get money and don't give any profit. But why don't the banks start on the similar pattern a Qard Hasr product? So this is the question. But if banks are here to earn profit, they should also think of a social responsibility. This is where what we are talking about, integration between social finance and commercial finance. So if we are in social finance, that means giving finance without any profit, and if UNCHR is giving in a business of giving zakat, and then commercial banks who are earning billions of profit, dollars is a profit. So if we join hands, starting from zakat, moving to Qard Hasr, then moving to, sustainable murabaha, musharaka type of products, and then obviously the rich people have plenty of money at their disposal from wherever they want. So this is how we can create an inclusive financial model. So I'm extremely grateful and happy that such a wonderful group of panelists, we represent the entire solution of Islamic finance.
Alhamdulillah. Jenny, just 1 second, we'll take two small questions. They allow me for one question, but I'm going to exchange them for two small questions. Dr. Ahmed Al-Bayrak, and then we have here, and then, if you have any other questions, we can remain here and talk to you privately. Please. We hear you. We hear you well. Yeah.
We are discussing now, we are in the era of digitalization and we are using APIs. If the banks becoming the API platform, so how come or why not Islamic banks can become a social finance platforms that their APIs can be connected to different institutions like Brothers, Akuwat and some others. So why can't we,
or even have their own subsidiaries?
Yes.
Social finance subsidiaries.
Yes.
Very good question, Dr. Ahmed. Here.
شكرا. أنا سؤالي شيخ دكتور محمد أمجد. التجربة التي بدأتها يا دكتور تجربة مبدئية عديمة المثيل حقيقة. هذه التجربة هل سجلت باللغة العربية تفيدنا؟ نحن نأخذها عندنا تجربة مثيلة جدا.
In Arabic.
هذا سؤالي بالنسبة
لي. He wants to learn from your experience and do you have any written paper on
السؤال الثاني بداية الزكاة وبداية الوقف من عندنا نحن كمسلمين كما أشار إليها أنها بدأت من عهد قديم لكنها أخذت منا وغربت والآن تأتينا المساعدات والصدقات إلينا ونحن فقراء وضعفاء ومساكين وأنتم أمثالكم موجودين في هذا وفي هذه المؤسسة. أليست عندنا أموال ونحن أغنياء كمسلمين ودول العربية تذهب أموالنا هناك وتأتي إلينا بالمساعدة؟ ألا هذا يؤلمنا في نفوسنا؟
شكرا. Thank you very much. Shukran, Zak. So the second question, I'll translate quickly. Since Waqf and Zakah and all these social institutions are historically Islamic institutions originally, and there's so much wealth in the Muslim world today, how come we are the recipients of Western-based funds and donations? Don't we have money? His question literally like that. So I'll give you, Faisal, the chance to answer the second question, and then Mr. Dr. Sajari and Dr. Saqib can comment on Dr. Ahmed's question, okay? Please, so go ahead, Faisal.
If you allow me, Dr. Ahmed.
Dr. Faisal will go first, and then you and Sajari.
Sure. Sorry, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I think the issue goes back to governance. The reason that we have robust, non-Islamic, non-Sharia compliant infrastructure compared with developing Sharia and Sharia compliant infrastructure goes back to governance, goes back to the willingness at an individual level to adhere to our principles, our own principles. When you look at Western structures, and I talked about some structures here, like trusts, like foundations, even awqaf that are administered in a Western jurisdiction have supervision that applies from the very top to the very bottom. It applies to the institution, it applies to the individuals that are administering it within that institution. There is supervision over how funds are spent. I can, without looking at information that is available publicly, I can tell you from my own personal experience of institutions of this scale, when you look at a United Nations-backed organization and an organization that is not United Nations-backed, you will have more confidence in the United Nations organization because they are transparent, because they're open, because they are most importantly governed in a way where you will have sight and knowledge of what is happening with every single penny that goes through that process.
Faisal, excellent answer. So, maybe a few seconds to comment on Dr. Ahmed Al-Bayrak's question. And I'm sorry, Dr. Sajari, we won't have time for you.
No worries. It's very simple. The commercial banks can't do microfinance because they don't know this business. They don't know how to interact and engage with the poor people, because commercial banks usually deal with corporate, commercial or small and medium businesses. They are not fully familiar how a micro loan can be given. The answer is collaboration, participation. If the commercial banks are truly interested in giving some of their money for promoting these poor people or helping alleviate poverty, they can enter into partnership with microfinance institutions, microfinance banks, or organizations, NGOs like AAOIFI. We have a classic example in Pakistan that we are partnering with one of the top 5 banks in Pakistan, that is the Bank of Punjab. They gave us a loan. We provide that loan to the poor people. Government of Pakistan provides the financial cost to the bank and provides the operational cost to us. So hence, a great chunk of money is borrowed from the bank, government borrows it, provides us, and then we give it to the poor people. So this is
a good example.
We can discuss it later if you like.
1 minute.
You want to steal 1 minute?
Okay. 1 minute, very short time from the brother of Nigeria, from the banking perspective, because some question is relevant to us as the bankers. The zakah is not the model. On the sustainability perspective, the model can be approached, for example, by project financing or syndication, tambil al-mujamma. There are many solutions that we can come up with. For example, based on the akad musad tahah or akadul intifa. We can do this, and we can discuss this later on.
Yes.
First one.
Thank you.
The second one on the what can we do? Quick one, sorry. We have done as Islamic Bank, not we as in Bank Nizwa. The case study that I can encourage you to read is Ar-Rajhi. Ar-Rajhi Bank, we always know there is a Rajhi Bank, but they set up a subsidiary specifically for Waqaf from Ar-Rajhi Bank. So we have done something, but I know we have not done enough. Last but not least, let me give one hadith for all of us. This is from Kitab Ar-Riqaq, from Sahih Al-Bukhari, volume number 8, book number 76, hadith number 471. What it says? Fadal. Sahih Al-Bukhari from Kitab Ar-Riqaq, hadith number 471. Wa'lamu lan yudkhila ahadakum amaluhu al-jannah. You will not go to Jannah with your good deeds. Wa anna ahabba al-a'mali. What it says? And the most beloved good deeds from you is the one who is consistent, mustamir, and then wala aqal. You have to do your good deeds continuously, even if it is little. It should start from us, and inshallah we'll take that challenge to bring it up further.
Jazakumullah khairan. Excellent panelists. I thank you very much for your contributions. It was a very lively panel, alhamdulillah ta'ala, judging from the audience reaction and perspective. Sheikhna, I think it's our money anyway. Our money goes to the UN and goes to these big institutions. The donors most of them are Muslims, alhamdulillah, and then it's recycled and coming back to us. So that we don't feel that bad about it, inshallah. And hopefully we have our own institutions that we can account for, and we can have accountability, credibility, and feel good about donating to them. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. I am sure all of you would agree that was one fascinating session. Judging by the engagement that we had, and I'm sure the engagement can continue after we break for the session, inshallah, or we close the day today. I thank all the fellow panelists here, mashallah, jazakumullah khair, for sharing very insightful thoughts, some very thought-provoking ones, and inshallah we can build on those further. So I thank you all for joining us. Dr. Amjad Saqib, thank you for joining us all the way from Pakistan. Mr. Khalid Khalifa, thank you very much for joining. Mr. Faisal Banna and Brother Anwar, thank you very much for joining us from Bank Nizwa. And of course, nevertheless, our chairman, Dr. Waleed Hijazi, thank you very much for making a very interesting one. Jazakumullah khair. Perhaps we can take a quick picture here, please. And please remove them now. Thank you very much. We have to move to our next session, and that is an important one before we have the graduation ceremony and some more memorandum of understanding signing happening today, inshallah. So our next session is a launch of Global Islamic Finance Report, one of the most important report that is being published on an annual basis since 2010 within the global Islamic banking and finance industry. Today we had earlier presented a copy and did a launch by presenting a copy to His Excellency Sheikh Ibrahim bin Khalifa Al Khalifa. And now we have the opportunity to understand some of the recent developments within the global Islamic banking and finance industry. And to share some insights from the report, we have the founding chairman and the founding editor of the Global Islamic Finance Report, Professor Dr. Humayun Dar. Without any further ado, I'll invite Dr. Humayun to please join us and share some insights from the annual report. Can I request everyone to please take their seats? Please take your seats now. We haven't finished the day.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Can I request everyone to take their seats, please?
Can you please take the seat? Hello, can you please sit down? Yeah, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidil Anbiya'i wal Mursaleen. Wa ala alihi wa ahlihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. This is a session on Global Islamic Finance Report, which we call Cambridge Global Islamic Finance Report 2022. We have pre-launched this about a couple of weeks back in Karachi, and this is the proper launch. The report is the first of its kind of report which we started in 2010. So this is a report which is the oldest yearbook in Islamic banking and finance. So since 2010, we have published quite a number of annual reports, and I will give you the exact number. The first report, which it doesn't work, which was published in 2010, that had a specific theme, and that was size and growth of the industry. And every year since then, we have carried a specific theme of the report. Since 2010, we have published 13 annual editions of the report. So this one, which is the 2022, that is the 13th edition, and this has its own theme, and I would come to that one in a minute. In the report, among other things, we rank about 50 countries of the world in terms of their significance and potential in Islamic banking and finance. Why 50? Because our analysis suggests that after 50, the countries which are involved in Islamic banking and finance, they contribute very marginally to the global Islamic financial services industry. Even in these 50 countries, if we have the highest ranked country having a score of about 90, after 25, the scores, they go to 5, 6, 3, 4, etc., which means that the global Islamic financial services industry is highly concentrated in a few countries. When we look at the classification of IMF, systemically significant markets for Islamic finance, which is defined as the countries where the size of Islamic banking and finance sector is, in terms of percentage, 15% or more, there are only about 16, 17 countries which qualify as such. So 50 is quite a significant number, and we have come up with these rankings since 2011. So about 11, 12 years data we have on what we call Islamic Finance Country Index. The theme of the report every year has been different. So first year, for example, we had size and growth of the industry. Second year, Islamic financial regulation. And all these years, we would have different themes from human resource management to leadership. Last year, we had the response of Islamic finance in the post-COVID era. And this year's report focuses on futurism in Islamic finance, which in a way is an extension of our last year's theme. Now, this is one major contribution of Global Islamic Finance Report. In 2010, we were the first ones who came up with an authentic estimate of the size of the industry. Before that, we used to have 250 billion to 450 billion cited in the market. But we came up with, for the first time in 2010, an estimate of the industry, which at that time was about 600 billion. Since then, the market has grown. And at the end of last year, December 2021, this was the size of the industry worldwide, $3.178 trillion US dollars. So officially, GIFR has reported that global Islamic financial services industry has surpassed the $3 trillion US dollar mark. In terms of growth, so last year in 2021, the growth of the global Islamic financial services industry in terms of its assets was 8.06%, which is very interesting given that previously the growth of the industry was actually with a negative rate. Still, the industry was growing, but since 2012-13, the growth rate was actually going down and down every year. The last 2 years, which coincide with COVID-19, we have started the industry actually exhibiting growth with a positive trend. This is something we have covered in the report extensively, which means that the pandemic has not affected global Islamic financial services industry adversely. This is another very interesting observation. Previously in the GFC, global financial crisis, during the crisis, we found out that Islamic banking and finance wasn't negatively affected by the external shock. And we were happy about it. While the financial services industry in general was suffering, this was a global financial crisis. Financial, not like this pandemic, which was general. So financial sectors around the world were suffering. Islamic banking and finance did not suffer. However, within 2 years, when more data started coming in, we revised our statement by saying that Islamic banking and finance gets affected by the adverse external shocks only with a lag. This time, however, we have reported that during the COVID era, Islamic banking and finance, which was growing with a negative rate, but during COVID-19, it started growing with a positive rate. So this is a new phenomenon, which means that whenever there is an external negative shock hitting the industry, this has proven to be more resilient than the conventional banking and finance, which is very consistent with the theme of this conference. 3 trends we have identified in the global Islamic banking and finance. Number 1, improvement in Sharia governance framework. Last 15 years, there has been a lot of activity with respect to Sharia governance frameworks. AAOIFI, IFSB have developed these standards and documents which have been accepted, adapted, and implemented by the regulators, and of course institutions. They have taken Sharia governance frameworks very seriously as well. Emphasis on Islamic social finance. This is a new trend. Last 2.5 years, especially during COVID, a lot of things were written on the relevance of Islamic social finance, and the session before this one had discussion on zakat, qard hasan, awqaf, etc. So this is very much consistent with what we observed, an emphasis on Islamic social finance. And of course, the world we are living in, technology is everywhere. And Islamic banking and finance has started using technology in such a way that it is benefiting the industry to grow at least as much as the conventional banking and finance, but in most cases, actually the growth in Islamic banking and finance is a lot more than their conventional counterpart. Now, the theme of the report is futurism in Islamic finance. Despite all these good things about ISBF, there is a very clear message coming from the market, from the demand side of the story, that Islamic banking and finance doesn't have a distinct economic value proposition. This has huge implication for the future of Islamic banking and finance. And the report explores this aspect in different ways. Because the industry doesn't have a distinctly unique economic value proposition, its focus is very narrow. It's actually on Sharia compliancy, Sharia governance. It has become a very technical kind of focus. So this narrow focus of Islamic banking and finance should worry about those stakeholders in the industry who are looking for growth. Otherwise, for last 5 years, before the last 2 years, the growth actually started There was growth, but growth rate was coming down. And if we are not able to come up with a distinctly unique economic value proposition of Islamic banking and finance, there is a possibility of stagnation. To avoid that stagnation, in the report, we suggest that we have to go back to the basics, the very fundamental question of prohibition of interest. We have to relook at it. First is, well, riba is prohibited. This means in our contracts we should not be using, we should be or we should not be using interest. So if we use interest in the contracts, this means we don't believe in the prohibition of interest, no scope for Islamic banking and finance. If we say the riba should not be written explicitly in the contracts, then of course there is scope for Islamic banking and finance. And if the other view is that we can change the name, nomenclature of interest, and still we can continue with the contracts, again the scope for Islamic banking and finance is very limited. The third thing is, we actually come up with something new and we price it benchmarked with interest rate. And this is something the industry has adopted. As a result of that, we have this pragmatist model of Islamic banking and finance. We haven't come up, as of now, the purest model of Islamic banking and finance. Until and unless we try to find that model, I think further growth in Islamic banking and finance would be very hard. And this is something we have identified in the report. As part of IFSI, I would like to share with you that this year, the top country on Islamic Finance Country Index is Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia in last 11 years has become #1 for the first time. Last year it was Indonesia, the year before it was Malaysia, and Malaysia was #1 for quite a few years. So I congratulate Saudi Arabia for becoming #1 on Islamic Finance Country Index, followed by Malaysia, and on #3 position we have Indonesia. This index is based on a composite analysis, multivariate analysis. It takes into account 7-8 factors. It's not univariate. I'm going to finish. Saudi Arabia has actually become #1 over the last 11 years by bringing a lot of changes. Most recently, the changes in Sharia governance framework, and of course an emphasis on the technology. All these details, they are there in the report. Those of you who have got a copy, you will enjoy reading it. Others who have not been able to get it, we will be happy to provide a soft copy of the report. And if you want to get a soft copy, please get in touch with this guy by sending an email. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Humayun Dar, for sharing some insights. And it was very interesting to note that the size of global Islamic banking and finance industry has surpassed the 3 trillion mark, which is itself an achievement from a quantitative perspective, certainly. Thank you very much. And the report is available on request as well, a special request to Professor Dr. Humayun himself. So it is available outside as well as a hard copy. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying back with us. We have our last segment of the day, which is signing Memorandum of Understanding as well as other partnership agreements with number of institutions from around the world. This includes normal memorandum of understanding. It also includes candidate registration center for AAOIFI fellowship programs. It also includes AAOIFI affiliate university program partnerships, and a number of other collaborations through different means. So I would like to now request, in order, we have got at least 5 agreements for us to sign today. First of all, I would like to invite the Secretary General of AOIFI, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, to join us on the stage. The first memorandum of understanding will be signed between AOIFI and Central Bank of Somaliland. If we still have the representative of Somaliland here, please join us on the stage. He left? All right, okay. So the next memorandum of understanding is between International Islamic University College Selangor. It is an MOU between AOIFI and the university to explore a number of different initiatives through the capacity building programs, awareness and advocacy programs, as well as research and advocacy. I would like to invite Dr. Latifa Bibi to join us on the stage to sign the memorandum of understanding between AOIFI and the university. The university would also like to present a memento of appreciation to AOIFI, and Dr. Latifa will hand that to Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari. The next MOU will be signed between a very interesting place, and that is Suriname, which is in Southern America. And a memorandum of understanding will be between AOIFI and the Trust Bank Amana, the only Islamic bank in the country. And to sign the MOU, we have the CEO, Ms. Maureen Bojeri, who will join us on the stage. And can I also maybe invite Mr. Faizan Mayman to join us? Thank you very much, Ms. Noreen, for joining us from all the way from Suriname. Thank you very much. The next MOU, the next agreement will be signed between Imtisal for Islamic Finance. This is a training partner agreement, and we have Ms. Rauda. Please join us on the stage to sign an agreement. And I can invite Dr. Izzuddin Khoja to join us as well on the stage. The agreement also includes our ongoing collaboration that is in place to translate the Certified Islamic Professional Accountant qualification into French language. The next Memorandum of Understanding will be signed between African Institute of Islamic Finance as a candidate registration center for AOIFI fellowship programs. And I have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Amal Amri. She left? Okay, she will get the contract. Okay, thank you very much. This wraps our Memorandum of Understanding and Agreement signing ceremony for the day. We do have our AOIFI Fellowship Graduation Certificate Distribution Ceremony, and we have the pleasure of having a number of our AOIFI Fellows with us who have traveled far and wide to attend the conference and as well as be part of the graduation ceremony. We have, alhamdulillah, more than 2,500 AOIFI Fellows from around the world, and we have more than 78 candidate registration center and training partners from in about 38 countries. So I'll take the name one by one, and I'll request each one of you please join us on the stage to receive the certificate from the Secretary General of AOIFI, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari. The first person that we have as AOIFI Fellow is Ms. Fatima Abdurrahim. Can I please request you to please join us? Ms. Fatima is part of Securities and Exchange Commission, sorry, the National Insurance Commission in Nigeria. Can I also request Mr. Aman Nullah Khan, CFO of Khaliji Commercial Bank, an AOIFI Fellow, to please join us on the stage. Mr. Jamil Ahmed Qureshi, an AOIFI Fellow. Mr. Abdul Hadi Sheikh, please join us on the stage. Ms. Amina Yusuf Al-Koheji, an AOIFI Fellow. Amina. Mr. Muhammad Yusuf Al-Ahmad. Next CSA Fellow is Mr. Abdullah Rafiq Sidat. Please join us on the stage, who's raising the flag of Islamic finance in Portugal. Can I invite Ms. Fatima Saleh Al-Habib? Please join us on the stage. Mr. Hassan Ibrahim Al. Do you have Mr. Hassan? Miss Maria Alam. Mr. Uthman Khalid Al Khayat. Can I please request Faizan to join us, please, on the stage?
It's family with multiple qualifications, husband and wife.
Thank you very much for traveling far and wide, for joining us. Thank you. Mr. Muhammad Fazil. Ms. Rawan Rashid Al Mukahwi. Oh, I can see you now. Mr. Hamid Khalid Al Awad. Can I now request Mr. Khalid Kamran Sherwani to please join us on stage to receive his CSA Fellowship Certificate. He is a Sharia advisor at Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank, Islamic Banking in UAE. Probably the only person that you remember in this conference with his attire. Can I request Mr. Chetan Bey? Mr. Muhammad Abdurrahman Al-Janahi. Mr. Haroon Tabrez. Mufti Zafar Abdeen. Brother Sayyid Sitwat Rizvi. And the last certificate will be given to none other than a women representative, Ms. Khadija Ahmed Al-Ahmad.
Yes, very smart. We have a certificate for you as well because you also passed CSA. You also passed.
Can I request Brother Shayan Beg to please join us on the stage? Thank you for traveling again from Pakistan to attend the conference and also receive your certificate.
Okay, the last certificate will be presented to Dr. Rizwan Malik. He also passed a CSAA fellowship program this year. And by the way, he actually passed. He sat for the exam and he passed it, okay?
Thank you once again for all the fellows for joining us. One more, mashallah. I actually didn't. Okay, Muhammad Samiur Rahman. Is there any AAOIFI fellow in the room who has not received a certificate today? And has passed in the last 3 years? If you please join us. I don't know your name, but please join me.
I was saying to some of the colleagues here that it is a qaza because for several years in between we did not have the convocation like this. So we offered the qaza for those candidates who passed in between.
Sister, please join us on the stage. Please. Join us. What's your name? Aya Hisham. Sister Aya Hisham. Can I request Sister Majida please join us on stage for a picture? I'll ask the last time, is there any other AAOIFI fellow who has not received their certificate and passed in the last 3 years? Thank you very much, sister. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, the Secretary General of AAOIFI, for staying with us. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this closes the last segment of our day today. We thank you very much for being with us for the whole day. And I'm sure you enjoyed the discussions today. We have a very equally interesting day tomorrow where we have 4 panel discussions and presentation and launch of another annual report. I request you all to join us back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Inshallah in the same hall. So I look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much for being with us. Jazakumullah khair.